Hi everyone and welcome to Fanfic Audiobook, your go-to place for immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to our channel for more amazing stories. And please support the author by link in description.
Warhammer x LOTM, The Black Emperor by author Jiao Chao Mo. Chapter 809-838. Chapter 809, My Lord will rejoice in our achievements. Helios's third continent, Crow's Nest No. 49. The Monarch heavy landing ship landed outside the mountain entrance. The warning light turned from red to green. As the hatch slowly lowered, Wilshire gazed at the black machinery before him. His eyes lit up with a golden glow, like miniature suns. The veteran notary spoke in Dun language. Following the contract that has been witnessed between us, I now request you to strike. Execute the Gabriel attack protocol, target Aeldari. At the neck of the black machine, the collar encased in armor faintly emitted a golden light. I am the Overseer, I respond to your command. The machine, slightly smaller than a Warhound Titan and showing signs of rivet coupling at its joints, straightened its body, a crimson light flashing atop its head. Wilshire stepped back cautiously, watching 30 intelligent machines walk off the deck, surrounding the Overseer. The disc atop the Overseer's head rotated, its crimson light scanning the surrounding peaks. Ding! It took a large stride, and the intelligent machines formed 3 neat rows around it. Bang! 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 They stepped simultaneously, making the same sound, moving toward the roar of bolters and the place where golden light shone. Wilshire followed beside the column of intelligent machines, watching their every move. He saw the intelligent machines gradually approach the warband's front lines. Instinctively, he tightened his grip on the controller in his left palm as the mechanical arms were raised simultaneously. Gabriel, the master of ordnance, had planted detonation runes within their control cores. The notary stared at the silver holographic masks covering the faces of the intelligent machines, identical to those of the Jingyuan Federation's power warriors, as red runes bloomed across them. Hot, blindingly thin beams of light shot from the thermal ray guns in their hands, passing over the charging order shadows and onto the shining bridge. Amidst the deafening explosions, light black armor shattered. Wilshire's left hand relaxed slightly, but he still held the semi-ellipsoid control device. The order shadows parted to both sides as the Overseer strode forward. The crimson disk projected beams of light even brighter than the thermal rays, similar to the beams collected from the planetary radiation layer fired by the Order Shadow's commander's Archaeotech pistols. The beams struck the Aeldari warriors rushing down from the gaps in the bridge, instantly piercing through the reinforced fibers similar to power armor and exploding into clouds of black smoke. The Aeldari's tough bones shattered, and they collapsed. The Overseer charged forward, with the intelligent machines following in its footsteps. The Overseer swung its arms, wielding the same shock staffs as the Jingyuan Federation's superpower warriors. Z's. Wherever the shock staffs passed, the air rippled with waves. Crack! In the midst of the explosive pops, the light black armor fluttered away like rags. 5 Aeldari warriors were torn apart by the shock field, exploding into a mist of blood. The Overseer silently stepped onto the bridge, and the second and third rows of intelligent machines immediately established a position around it. Boom boom boom. In the roar of energy tremors, fleeting, blurry turbulence suddenly flashed through the air of the mountains, like greasy fingers sliding across glass. With crisp whipping sounds, highly penetrative ultra-high-density metal bullets shot needle-thin wounds into the light black armor, yet exploded into large patches of blurred flesh after piercing the Aeldari bodies. From among the mountains, a dense barrage of fire struck the mechanical shells. On the black-painted mechanical bodies, the golden sun on their chests was smashed into fragments, but the intelligent machines never stopped their attacks for a moment. Wilshire watched as the intelligent machines attacked the tide of Aeldari. Every thermal ray and every gravity bullet they fired avoided the Order shadows. He opened his helmet's built-in communication channel and dialed Gabriel's channel. Master of Ordnance, the intelligent protocols you established have passed the field test. Gabriel's voice immediately sounded over the channel. Your warband need not worry about the betrayal of the intelligent machines. Even the Overseer's level of intelligence is not as high as that of the Song of Slaughter. For the past 10 years, the Master of Ordnance had been researching intelligent machines on the Dark Age of Technology, Intelligent Ship, the flagship of the 2nd Battle Group's Lord. The Song of Slaughter, which possessed a unique artistic taste and especially enjoyed music appreciation, had a much higher level of intelligence than the intelligent machines that strictly adhered to their guard duties and the overseers that supervised them. My lord will be pleased with our achievements. Aside from the First Legion granted by the Emperor, only we possess intelligent machines. Wilshire held his hands in a reverse grip and paid tribute to the Black Emperor in orbit. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Whistling sounds broke his devout prayer. The golden light in his eyes turned cold as he gazed at the giant birds letting out sharp cries. Over 100 Shrike knights came whistling down. The snipers, long rifles aimed at the bridge, firing a dense barrage. Da da da. Bullets struck the holographic mask of one intelligent machine. Bang! The holographic mask shattered, revealing a head covered in silver circuits. Boom! The intelligent machine crashed to the ground. The intelligent control chips in their heads were their weakness. It is time. Wilshire strode onto the bridge, the intelligent machine's thermal rays and gravity bullets all bypassing his body. The Priest of Light took a step forward, facing the diving Shrike knights. He leaned back and spread his arms as if embracing the sun. A magnificent and pure pillar of blazing light descended from the sky, enveloping 4 Shrike knights within it. Pure white wings and bodies encased in light black armor rapidly melted and dissolved under the illumination of the holy light. As the bits of golden light scattered and vanished, bolts of green lightning shot toward them. Borte, the 7th Company commander of the 7th Battle Group, saw the signal rising into the sky and led his company in a surprise attack. Catachan wolves leapt and climbed the mountain peaks, their sharp claws tearing into the rock and their pads gripping firmly in the crevices. The pyromaniacs hurled their blazing white spears upward, and the spiritually guided blazing white flames shot out and struck the silvery white tower. Ah! Screams echoed through the valley as charred bodies wrapped in flames stumbled and fell, crashing into the Aeldari crowd. The surging Aeldari line was thrown into chaos by the fireballs falling from the sky. Crack! A silvery tower was destroyed, and charred fragments rained down, swallowing over a dozen Aeldari warriors. Borte squeezed his legs, and the Catachan wolf leapt high, jumping onto the bridge. The conspirer pushed forward with both hands, and the repeatedly compressed blazing white fire exploded with a bang, as countless fire crows soared into the sky. The spirituality within them guided the flock of crows upward, aiming for the pure white giant birds in groups of 3 to 5. Bang bang bang. In short bursts of explosions, the bodies of over a dozen Shrikes shattered, their white wings scattering. Amidst the whistling cries, dozens of Shrikes descended from the sky, attacking Borte directly. The conspirer raised both hands, and 2 fire snakes surged from the ground, building a blazing wall above his head. Bang bang bang. In the heavy sounds of impact, the Shrikes let out shrill screams, drowning out the cries of the Aeldari riders. Woo! Within the flames, a cold wind suddenly blew. An icy gale that could freeze one's marrow blew out of nowhere, making the Catachan wolf's body tremble and its teeth chatter. Chapter 810. The more fierce the war, the stronger we who are granted the power of death by the Black Emperor become. Orange-red flames ignited on the pauldrons and breastplate of the conspirer, Borte, dispersing the chill. 2 miniature suns lit up within the obsidian eyes of the Priest of Light, Wilshire. His gaze pierced through the flames, fixing on the slowly forming pale giant bird. It was 3 times the size of a Shrike, its wings shifting from pure white to a deathly pale, shimmering with green ghostly fire. Above its long beak, within its skull, ghostly fire blazed fiercely. Flashes of green light revealed a visage full of chilling ferocity. A Shrike ghost. Flap. Amidst a resentful, sharp screech, its pale wings beat, and the psychic flames whooshed out. Wilshire's armor clattered in the wind. The Priest of Light leaned back, about to spread his arms, but his movements suddenly halted. He opened his Vox channel, quickly adjusted it, and contacted the Lord of the 4th Battle Group, Adams. Death Lord, I, along with Borte of the 7th Battle Group, have jointly slain over 100 Shrikes. Their deaths have created a ghost. A cold voice sounded over the comms channel. Oliver is collecting corpses at Rookery 47. He will head there immediately. Thank you for the gift. Adams's voice was slightly more relaxed, yet still somewhat cold and hard. Praise our Lord. Wilshire's face lifted in a pious smile. He paid no mind to Adams's words, as cold as his body. Praise our Lord. Hearing the piety conveyed in the faint voice, Wilshire nodded slightly in satisfaction. He was giving up the kill of the Shrike ghost, offering it to the 4th battle group as a sacrifice to the Black Emperor. If the royal court monks grow stronger, they can serve the Black Emperor better. Wilshire raised his right arm, flicked his scepter, and clusters of golden, illusory flames ignited in the air. The flames of light, emanating the vast, pervasive aura of the sun, pure and holy, caused the surrounding echoes of ghostly shrieks to abruptly vanish. The Shrike ghost let out a shrill scream and swiftly ascended. It rapidly distanced itself from the bridge, skimming around the mountain peaks as it flew. The pyromaniacs descended one after another, raising their hands to hurl spears of blazing white. One blazing white spear shot forth and smashed onto the pale wing. Boom! Amidst the explosive roar, a bowl-sized hole was blasted in the pale wing, revealing bones shimmering with green ghostly light. The Shrike ghost emitted a shrill shriek. It gained altitude, avoiding the black armor warrior on the backs of the green wolves. Its empty, green glowing eye sockets flickered with fierce black light. The Shrike ghost's pale wings beat once, and it pounced towards a silver tower. Its ferocious long beak pierced through the ornate silver wall. Amidst the terrified screams of the Aeldari, the Shrike ghost's head thrust forward violently. The long beak, like a blade cutting through butter, pierced the lightweight black armor and impaled an Aeldari, lifting it up. Bang bang bang! The Aeldari raised their guns and fired in unison. The barrage struck the pale wings, stirring up ripples of ghostly light. The Shrike ghost shrieked sharply, its razor-sharp wings spinning. Flesh and blood splattered. Over a dozen Aeldari were torn apart by their companion, limbs scattering. The Shrike ghost's long beak stabbed repeatedly, pinning one Aeldari after another to the ground. Whoosh! Its movements suddenly halted. It felt a pair of eyes coldly fixed upon it. The Shrike ghost abruptly turned and flew out of the tower. Crash! A massive entity crashed into the silver tower, crushing the dozen or so Aeldari inside along with the tottering structure. Roar! A mighty roar, mixed with a cold, gloomy wind. A skeletal lion, covered in bone spikes on its head and underbelly, burst forth from the tower ruins. Its gaping, ferocious maw, filled with serrated blades, clamped down tightly on the Shrike ghost's bony tail feathers. The Shrike ghost flapped its wings, its body spinning rapidly, trying to shake off the monster biting it. Sitting steadily behind the lion ghost, 1st Company Captain Oliver of the 4th Battle Group gazed into the sky. The ghost beneath him had suddenly appeared and willingly submitted to him on Sonium 8 when he became a gatekeeper. It was also the most powerful among his army of over 100 undead. Even though he had become a true gatekeeper, Oliver still did not believe he had the ability to command such a powerful ghost. He also knew that 4 people in total had gained the favor of a ghost upon becoming gatekeepers. Death Lord Adams, himself, the 5th Company Captain Kyan who was dispatched by the Black Emperor on a mysterious mission, and Sasebo Tezuka of the 10th Warband. The gatekeeper stared intently at the Shrike ghost. The mouth hidden beneath his helmet opened and closed uncertainly, uttering difficult, awkward phrases. Awkward, grating, words of the dead, echoed directly in the minds of the Shrike ghost and the lion ghost. The lion ghost roared furiously, its sharp teeth growing even more ferocious. The Shrike ghost's movements became labored, as if pulled by thousands of threads. Woo! A soundless ghostly wind began to drift, making the dim, cold surroundings even more profound and deep. On Oliver's left temple, a crack slowly opened, from which grew a bronze gate. Every gatekeeper possesses a netherworld prison within their body. Oliver's entrance was at his left temple. Whoosh! A hurricane suddenly swirled, pulling the Shrike ghost's body into an upward arch. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Countless hands of varying sizes and shapes reached out from the bronze gate. Some palms were as slender and elegant as an Aeldari's, it had been an Eldar in life. Others were sharp like bird claws, once ghosts that haunted Sonium 8. Hands upon hands, they collectively grabbed the elongated, pale bird beak. The sharp edges cut their palms, dripping green, foul-smelling pus. Not a single hand loosened its grip, pulling desperately on the pale beak. The lion ghost abruptly released its bite. From deep within the Shrike ghost's throat, a sharp hiss escaped. Amidst heavy creaking sounds, the gate's fissure widened further. A terrifying suction force emanated from within, tearing at the Shrike ghost's body, causing it to flutter violently. Swoosh. The Shrike ghost was dragged into the silent gate, disappearing without a sound. The gate slowly closed, plunging completely into darkness. Gatekeeper, Oliver, having captured a powerful ghost, looked down from above. Warriors of the 1st Company of the 4th Battle Group, with green skulls painted on their right shoulders, poured into the valley. Spirit guides approached the Eldari corpses, raising gaunt skeletons and broken-bodied zombies. The army of the dead continuously expanded and spread, taking over the battle lines of the 2nd and 7th battle groups. The more fierce the war, the stronger we who are granted the power of death by the Black Emperor become. In orbit around Helios, on the bridge of the Sovereign Shadow, Nimrod leaned against the command throne. The Master of Ordnance, Gabriel stood with his mechanical tendrils hanging low behind him. My lord, the tests of the intelligent machinery and the overseer are successful. Nimrod nodded in satisfaction. This would give them more confidence in dealing with Hereth, especially in allowing the conspirators to complete their ritual to ascend to Reapers. Excellent. Begin mass production. I hope they can reach an initial scale within 9 years. The comm beat in Arsena Dun's buzzed. He spoke, reporting to the Black Emperor. My lord, the Legion has made breakthrough progress on the 2nd and 3rd continents. Over 60 rookeries have been cleared. Nimrod nodded, rising from the throne. He gazed towards the ice-covered southern polar region. It is time. Order the 1st battle group to drop onto the 1st continent. Status of myopia surgery. The surgery was successful, thank you everyone for your concern. Replying to some comments. 1. Pre-surgery. Determining which surgery is suitable and the cost depends on your own myopia degree, whether you have astigmatism, etc. 2. During surgery. The surgery itself is quick, but the waiting time is longer. 2 ladies were ahead of me in line. The first one had small eyes and felt like she took twice as long. I feel it was easier than I imagined. However, my fundus retina wasn't in great shape, so I had laser repair done before the surgery. 3. Post-surgery. Recovery has been relatively smooth. Seeing distant objects is clear, seeing near objects has gone from blurry to clear. Both eyes are slightly swollen. The left eye had bloodshot lines, which have almost disappeared now. 4. Update. Today's follow-up check-up. The doctor said the surgery went well. He didn't forbid using my eyes, but said I need to be mindful of resting them. After I pressed further, he advised using them for 20 minutes, then resting for 10. I've been resting a bit longer than that, and I feel the recovery is going quite smoothly. So, writing intermittently, I can still manage updates. After this, if my eyes feel okay, I'll continue updating. If I feel anything unusual, I'll take leave to rest. Chapter 811. Nimrod's vision of each company having a judge has been realized. Continent 1, located at the South Pole region of Helios, is a perpetually frozen ice plain. The Stormbird and Thunderhawk formations of the 1st Company of the 1st Battle Group launched an assault landing on Nest 91 under the cover of the 6th Battle Group. 1st Company Captain Dixon gazed through the narrow observation window at the 6th Battle Group's escort fighter squadrons engaged in fierce aerial combat against Eldari fighters and Shrike Knights. A black fighter jet roared through the encirclement of 3 pristine white Eldari enemy aircraft. It ascended calmly, shaking off the enemy planes. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 swift, lightning-fast white figures abruptly intruded into the visual field. Beep, beep, beep. A series of alerts flashed across the tactical network. Shrike. Body size is on average 1/4 larger than its kin on Continent 2 and 3, and 1/5 larger than the largest individual previously identified. The beak is approximately 1/3 longer than any recorded individual, speed is 1/10 faster. Dixon opened the company's audio array channel to warn. What we will face are the snowy Shrikes spoken of by our Lord. They are the largest, fastest, and most powerful group among the Shrikes, bred in the icy, snowy wilderness of the South Pole continent. As he issued the warning, 2 snowy Shrikes outside the window had already caught up to the ascending hurricane pattern lightning fighter, one on each side. The Shrike on the left closed in on the black fighter, its razor-sharp wings slashing towards the fuselage. Relying on its superior braking performance, the hurricane pattern lightning fighter slid within a narrow space, evading the pristine white blades. Bang! A sharp, elongated beak pierced through the fighter's right wing, tearing through the metal fuselage with a crash. Cruel aerial slaughter continued to unfold all around. Black and white metal wreckage mingled, charred feathers drifted. Inside the Stormbird, piercing alarm sirens blared repeatedly, but no impacts were felt. The 6th Battle Group's escort formations defended their duty, intercepting each incoming streak of white lightning. Dixon clenched his fist as he watched another black fighter trailing black smoke plummet rapidly and crash onto a snowy mountain. A slight tremor shook the floor beneath his feet, and the warning light on the hatch scrolled from red to green. Impatiently, Dixon rose from his seat and was the first to leap out of the hatch. Amidst the smoke-filled air and the Earth's violent tremors, sharp cries rang out. 5 colossal birds, their bodies crystalline like ice sculptures, emitted sonic booms as their wings rotated, breaking the sound barrier. They shrieked and dove in attack, leaving streaks of afterimages in the eyes of the Order shadows. Snipers raised their weapons, unleashing a dense barrage of fire towards the towering black-armored giant. The incoming bullets struck the thermal diffusion force field covering the Saturn-pattern Terminator prototype armor. Black spots appeared on the metal surfaces of the projectiles before they disintegrated in brief explosions. Disciplinary night, Dixon raised his left arm and boomed in Dunn's voice, "Flight is forbidden here." The snowy Shrikes suddenly felt their bodies grow heavy, tilting and plummeting straight from midair to the ground. Bang, bang, bang. The veteran, Judge, repeatedly lifted his palm, imprisoned. An extremely viscous, transparent mucus flowed out, enveloping the 5 snowy Shrikes. Disciplinary Knight charged towards the bridge with great strides, shouting loudly, "Targets for discipline, the Aeldari." A dawn-like radiance surged across the surface of the black armor, and even the power fist on his right arm shimmered with a clear, bright color. Disciplinary Knight lunged forward suddenly, swinging his right arm. The power fist abruptly surged with blue light. A blue disintegration field wrapped in golden dawn erupted into a dazzling arc of light. With each swing of his fist, Disciplinary Knight blasted dozens of Aeldari, their lightweight black armor and the resilient bodies within, into fragments. The judges closely followed their captain, whose every move exuded oppressive might. Power fists roared and snarled, shattering the Aeldari's elegant, elongated weapons. Dixon led the charge, advancing with great strides. He looked up at the sky, at the swirling, battling black and white figures, and the falling wreckage. Dixon withdrew his gaze, focusing on the central point connecting the bridges amidst the mountain ranges. The tactical interface flashed information about the bridge. Distance 261.4 meters, height 138.5 meters. Disciplinary Knight locked onto the Aeldari officer adorned with ornate plumes, who was directing the battle, leaned his body forward, swung his arm, and declared, "Death." His body merged with some peculiar force. The majestic Saturn pattern Terminator prototype, trailing afterimages, leapt forward with incredible speed. The Aeldari officer sharply turned his head to look, a flicker of terror appearing on his angular face. He flipped over abruptly, trying to evade. However, the shining light fixated tightly on his head, striking his skull with an unavoidable, irresistible force. Bang! The head exploded. The veteran, Judge, raised his left arm towards the surrounding Aeldari warriors, lash. Crack, crack, crack. Invisible soft whips lashed out, causing the fibers of the lightweight black armor to rupture, the elegant body's skin and flesh to split open, revealing resilient bones. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Over 100 snowy Shrikes twisted their bodies, turning back to charge towards the bridge. Disciplinary Knight was prepared. He raised his arm, and his remaining psychic energy surged forth. "Flight is forbidden here." Bang, bang, bang. The snowy Shrikes tumbled down one after another, their sharp beaks piercing into the thick ice layer. The riders were thrown, their vision swimming with stars. As they swayed, barely regaining their sight, black armor warrior appeared before them, and shining giant fist smashed down. Their corpses fell. Their final sight was of an amber-like substance enveloping the snowy Shrikes that had been their intimate companions for decades. Upon setting foot on Continent 1, Nimrod immediately saw over 100 Shrikes piled within a valley. Mentor of Disorder activated Ling vision, gazing intently at the pristine white forms within the amber. The psychic radiance is more dazzling than that of ordinary Shrikes, they are better alchemical ingredients. Among the already unlocked potion formulas up to sequence 5 and below, there is no Shrike. It must be an alchemical ingredient for sequence 4 or higher. Nimrod had long anticipated this. Shrikes are faster than ordinary Astartes, and their beaks easily pierce power armor. They were bound to be alchemical ingredients. He gazed at the over 100 snowy shrikes before him, then thought of the 205 intact shrikes obtained during the cleansing progress of the 81 nests. For capturing alchemical ingredients, the judges are truly the most capable. Shrikes are swift, comparable to lightning fighters, making them difficult to target with firearms. The nuclear anesthetic guns yielded meager results, less than 20. Previously, capturing so many shrikes would have been absolutely impossible. My earlier vision, that each company should have a judge, has now been realized. The success rate of completely capturing alchemical ingredient creatures has greatly increased. Nimrod's eyes gleamed as he looked towards the South Pole. More harvests lay ahead. He gave orders to Ramsey, who stood beside him, identical in appearance. Only nests 92 and 93 stand before Phoenix Cliff. The 10th Warband's mission is to break through nest 92. As you will. Ramsey bowed in acknowledgement. Then, along with honor guard members like Sasebo Tezuka, whose eyes shone as they gazed up at the Gene Father, he advanced deep into the mountain ranges. Chapter 812, Hades Pattern Terminators and the Rose Bishops were a perfect match. Within the Shadow Pattern Stormbird, Sasebo Tezuka, clad in ironclad Terminator armor, followed Lord Ramsey as they flew towards Nest 92. He noticed that Lord Ramsey's countenance was sharper than usual, like the mountains whipping past the narrow viewport. Sasebo Tezuka's eyes naturally took in the 4 honor guard members beside the Lord. Their armor was vastly different from before, making their frames appear more massive. Hades Pattern Terminators. The armory of the 10th Warband primarily consisted of Mark II expeditionary power armor, and the honor guard was no different. In the past, only he and another individual wearing the Saturn Pattern Terminator prototype were exceptions. For the first time, Terminator armor was being deployed on a large scale within the 10th Warband. Those equipped with them are all Viscounts who have mastered the flesh-granting power bestowed by the Father. Sasebo Tezuka's eyes grew deep, lost in thought. Aside from the Lord, other Pandicium Viscounts cannot, like him, carry their armor into the flesh of others. Not wearing armor would drastically reduce defense, so is the Lord's idea to adopt a feasible compromise. Flesh as armor. Sasebo Tezuka's gaze finally settled on the shoulder armor of the Hades Pattern Terminators. It continued the familiar Iron Rider design, featuring a large, multi-layered protective structure. With a slight tremor beneath their feet, the Shadow Pattern Stormbird landed. Lord Ramsey and several honor guard members in Mark II expeditionary power armor silently vanished into the shadows of the cabin and the Terminators. Sasebo Tezuka habitually stood up and, along with the other Terminators, strode with heavy steps down the Stormbird's protruding fuselage. Knife-like wind and snow slapped against his face, filtered through the respirator grill before being gently drawn into his lungs. The further south they went, the colder the environment became. Each step of the Terminators crashed heavily onto the ice. Having been enhanced by both the Corpse Collector and the Gravedigger, Sasebo Tezuka, clad in the heavier ironclad Terminator, moved with even greater ease than the Hades pattern wearers. The same was true for the Saturn pattern Terminator prototype. The Gatekeeper, Sasebo Tezuka felt a familiar shade subtly following within his long, trailing shadow. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Sharp cries pierced the sky. Sasebo Tezuka and the Hades Terminators had just looked up when long beaks stabbed down. Before they could react, a luminous hand rose from the shadows behind Sasebo Tezuka. Crackle, crackle. Electric arcs leapt forth, dancing across the snowy shrikes, charring their pristine white feathers black. The biosystem psyker raised his right palm and clenched it forcefully. The riders and snipers on the flying saddles turned crimson all over, like frogs boiling in water. Bang, bang, bang. Exploding flesh rained down like a downpour upon the black armor warrior. The 24 Rose Bishops raised their hands in unison. The flesh mid-air was woven into flesh cloaks that settled upon their black armor, forming an outermost layer of defense. Sasebo Tezuka's pupils contracted. Just as he suspected, he had guessed the Lord's idea. As Sasebo Tezuka pondered, red runes flickered within his tactical interface. The entrance to the gorge of Nest 92 became faintly visible. With a thought from the gatekeeper, a fissure split open between his right eye and brow. A bronze door slowly creaked open, releasing a cold, foul stench. Thump, thump. 2 heads, one after the other, emerged, 4 eerie beams of light sweeping across the ice. A sinuous skeletal serpent slowly crawled out, a pair of wings unfurling behind it. Following the feathered serpent wraith, a pair of bird-like creatures with spread wing membranes flew out behind it. Hordes of broken-bodied undead flew along the ice shimmering with green phosphorescence towards the frozen gorge. Rat-a-tat-tat. The mountain fortress spewed forth a dense curtain of fire, hammering against the bones like a torrential rain. Waves of eerie light shimmered as bullets passed through the pale forms of the wraiths. Physical weapons had limited effect on undead creatures. The feathered serpent wraith reared its body high, its cold, 4 green beams scanning the gorge. Its right head retracted, its throat flexing as it released a silent, piercing shriek. An invisible soundwave surged forth like a tsunami, almost simultaneously piercing the ears of every individual within the gorge. Over 100 Eldari warriors' heads buzzed, their bodies freezing in stupor. Over 100 elegant figures clutched their heads and rolled, ice and snow filling their polished armor. Amidst the chaos, figures grew from the shadows of the bridge. The shadow ascetics molded the Eldari's elegant shadows into long spears. They clasped their hands together and thrust forward, shadow-shaped, spears pierced into the backs of the Eldari warriors. Spear tips emerged from chests, pinning the resilient bodies to the ice. Blood dripped down the seemingly illusory, grayish spear shafts. Bang, bang, bang. One by one, the shadow spears vanished into thin air, corpses thudding into the snow and ice. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Snowy shrikes shrieked as they dove, their long beaks like lances assaulting the black armor warrior. The shadow ascetics stepped forward in unison. As they hid within the shadows, the rose bishops charged into the chaotic gorge. The auto-targeters of the Hades pattern terminators swept across the ice, marking enemies one by one on the tactical interface. The twin-linked bolters mounted on their iron fists were raised in unison, the black twin barrels simultaneously spewing forth deadly curtains of fire. Amidst deafening roars, Eldari warriors fell in swaths. Having lost their targets, the snowy shrikes, circling upwards, churned their white wings and pounced upon the black armor warrior entwined with flesh. The flesh on the backs of the rose bishops suddenly swayed, coiling around helmets and wrapping chests like living flesh serpents. Thud, thud, thud. The long beaks pierced the surface flesh, only to be enveloped and entangled layer upon layer by the surging flesh, slowing down progressively. Thump, thump, thump. The snowy shrike's sharp beaks hammered dents into the black armor surface, failing to penetrate the Hades pattern plating. The rose bishops raised their hands in unison, grasping towards the white giant birds. Bang, bang, bang. Flesh exploded, splattering onto the black armor, wrapping the Hades pattern terminators in clumps. An explosion suddenly erupted on the bridge. The Eldari commander, wearing a crown, inflated like a balloon and burst apart, flesh raining down. He melted back into the shadows, gazing with satisfaction at the rose bishops. Within his warband, no one could match him in the realm of flesh, not even with his status as a biosystem psyker. Even with a Lord Hunter suite custom forged by the armor master Malavalis and long-term break-in, none could use flesh to envelop armor and burrow into enemy bodies as he did. Upon hearing of the new Terminator armor, Ramsey had conceived of another approach. Indeed, Hades pattern terminators and the rose bishops were a perfect match. The Hades pattern offered greater defense than standard power armor, yet wasn't as heavy as the ironclad or Saturn patterns, making it suitable for the rose bishops, whose physical strength hadn't been enhanced. Flesh magic could further bolster the armor's protective capabilities. The snowy shrike's beaks, capable of piercing ironclad armor, could not breach the Hades pattern's defense. Chapter 813. The Gene Father destroyed a raven's nest alone. In the 4th month of the Helios conquest, Nimrod stepped onto the battlefield, personally leading the honor guard to attack Raven's Nest No. 93. On the cold Antarctic ice continent, there was only the heavy sound of the honor guard members' combat boots. Goose feather-sized snowflakes filled the eyepieces. Standard bearer Jirgil held high the Order Shadows battle flag granted by the Emperor. The adamantine flagpole did not shake in the slightest in the howling wind, piercing straight into the air. The black satin fluttered in the wind, and not a single flake of falling snow adhered to it. The eyes of the honor guard members glowed, their fighting spirit surging as they followed the flag and their father toward the final raven's nest, blocking the way to Phoenix Cliff. Dense sharp sounds suddenly rang out, and thousands of crystalline lights appeared high in the sky. Nimrod's figure suddenly vanished, 10,000 meters up, behind a snowy Shrike. The body of a sniper holding a long rifle exploded. The Mentor of Disorder's massive form suddenly appeared, surrounded by 2 soul-eater bees. The snowy Shrike's body sank, and the rider turned his head in shock. The Primarch raised his right hand and squeezed his skull. Bang! The tough skull was crushed into fragments, drifting down like dust. Nimrod raised his left hand, aimed at the snowy Shrike beneath him, and shouted in Dun language, "Seal." Extremely thick mucus wrapped around the crystalline body in layers. Bang bang bang. The dense barrage of shots fired at the black-armored giant crossed and slid past. He had already vanished into thin air. Bang! The bodies of 5 snipers exploded, turning into 13 fist-sized soul-eater bees. Nimrod appeared out of thin air from a suit of lightweight black armor. The Mentor of Disorder planted soul-eater eggs in the minds of the Eldari one by one, traversing the psychic door and flashing across various parts of the snowy Shrikes. The Eldari warriors turned their heads frequently. The airflow rushing behind them always made them feel the black-armored giant had suddenly appeared. Hundreds of Eldari riders frantically steered their snowy Shrikes to dive and attack the ground. They shouted loudly to dispel the pervasive fear. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Crystalline points of light continuously enlarged in Jirgil's black eyes, and his right knee slammed onto the ground with a bang. Crack! A crack was smashed into the hard ice, and the light of dawn rose. Bang bang bang. Long beaks struck the invisible wall created by the Guardian, sliding past at an angle amidst the ripples. The Eldari looked at the black-armored giant in shock. They grew more frantic, raising their sniper rifles to shoot at the monster on the ground. The pouring dense barrage clanged against the ruthless shockwave before falling powerlessly. The Guardian suddenly stood up, the light of dawn soaring into the sky, and the giant white birds were tossed away one by one. The Eldari riders gripped their reins tightly, trying to control their close partners. However, the dawn storm was unstoppable, sweeping them away with destructive force. In the center of the storm, blades of light tore through the snowy Shrikes along with the Eldari warriors. White feathers mixed with flesh and blood, drifting across the sky. The honor guard members looked at the fluttering battle flag, raised their bedrock pattern bolters, and launched an attack. The severe cold did not affect the stability of the firearms made with Squat's technology in the slightest. The diamond-tipped rounds boomed and flew, suppressing the Eldari's weak counterattack. When the Mentor of Disorder Nimrod stood before the Canyon of Raven's Nest number 93, over 1,000 soul-eater bees swarmed overhead. With a thought, the soul-eater bees, as long as half a normal person's body, struck the mountains like a sudden hurricane. Their crystal wings buzzed, and the uneasy fear caused by the piercing noise spread. The Eldari raised their guns and fired in unison, rows of barrages flying out. Several soul-eater bees exploded into puffs of blood, their corpses tumbling down. Witnessing the mucus-filled mouthparts and ugly limbs, the Eldari couldn't help but have their hair stand on end, fear rising in their hearts. These strange alien birds were not elegant and beautiful like the birds of their homeland, they were ugly and bizarre. Arg! Hundreds of Eldari suddenly clutched their heads and rolled, their heads splitting with pain as if something were wriggling frantically inside. The surrounding Eldari backed away in shock and suspicion, seeing their heads split open and ugly bee-like creatures fly out. Chills ran down the Eldari's spines, they suddenly understood where the ugly creatures in the air had come from. Buzz buzz. The newly born ugly monsters flew toward the valley entrance, gathering above the head of the black-armored giant who was stepping into the valley. It was him, he was the one driving those ugly and ferocious flying creatures to devour their kin. The Eldari shouted and raised their weapons, firing angry barrages at the giant from all directions. The bullets whistled through the air, but as they came within 10 meters of the black-armored giant, they suddenly rippled as if hitting a heat wave. The bullets vibrated and rippled, their speed slowing down more and more. Thousands of bullet tips decayed rapidly, becoming covered in rust. Hundreds of bullets disintegrated quickly, pouring down as dust and sand. Within the space-time ripples permeated by the entropy power field, not a single bullet touched the black armor. Light and shadow rose in the Primarch's eyes. He raised both hands and grabbed the silver towers between the mountain walls. He suddenly squeezed hard, and the silver towers trembled simultaneously. Rumble. The mountain peaks shook, and gravel flew everywhere. The Aeldari all raised their heads, watching in horror as their home was torn apart out of thin air and came crashing down with a whistle. Shadows obscured the bridges as they slammed down, crushing hundreds of Aeldari into meat paste. Nimrod looked around at the mountain peaks, which gathered and constricted like a basin. He immediately had an idea. With a flap of his golden wings, Nimrod suddenly soared into the air. The Primarch spiraled upward, his psychokinesis spreading out. Rising 1,000 meters to the center of the towers, he stood suspended in midair. Amidst the flashing light and shadow, he clapped his palms together forcefully. Snap! The sound lingered. The terrifying sound waves formed by impact echoed within the multi-prism, magnifying layer by layer. Crack crack. The shining prism made a piercing grinding sound, and the unrestrainable terrifying sound waves suddenly exploded, sweeping through the surroundings. Arg! Piercing screams echoed within the silver towers as the Aeldari's heads exploded and their bodies collapsed. The snowy Shrike's bodies went limp, their razor wings curling up. The sound waves echoed back and forth among the mountains, rumbling loudly. Boom! A silver tower's stairs exploded, and silver bricks poured down. A mudslide buried dozens of Aeldari. The Aeldari looked at the terrifying giant in the sky, their bodies trembling. The continuous mountains of Raven's Nest number 93 caused the psychokinetic shockwaves to echo and spread continuously, and silver towers collapsed one after another. The deluge of the landslide was overwhelming, carrying fragments of magnificent buildings and broken corpses, spreading out in a rolling mass. Aeldari were swallowed one by the mountain torrent, their tough bones crushed by the immense force. The soul-eater bees instinctively fluttered, avoiding the terrifying calamity of destruction and circling around the mentor of disorder. The honor guard followed standard-bearer Jirgil, quickly evacuating the canyon amidst the falling rocks. Debris struck their black armor with dull thuds. They retreated to the valley entrance and looked up at the majestic figure in the sky. The Gene Father had destroyed a raven's nest alone. Chapter 814. I will preserve the crystallization of your civilization and offer it to my lord. A shadow-patterned stormbird landed silently, and Lord William Wood of the 12th Battle Group disembarked from the deck. Beside him followed a figure even more elegant and taller than an Aeldari, its right hand gripping a gleaming spear. William gazed into the distance at the sky, at the rolling white torrent surging away. Tens of thousands of snowy Shrikes flew toward Rookery 93. The Black Emperor had launched a swift offensive, forcing the enemy forces at Phoenix Cliff to swarm out in an attempt to keep the deity at bay. The corner of William's mouth curled up in a slightly mocking expression as he looked up. The Aeldari's only city, like their rookeries, was embedded within the mountain rock. Towers, proportionally scaled-down dwellings, workshops, and various facilities were densely packed together, forming a complex labyrinth along with the subterranean passages within the mountain peak. The obsidian eyes of the seer psyker flickered. Even Astartes would face immense difficulties launching an attack in such a complex environment. This elegant city of art would be reduced to ruins in street-to-street fighting. But William had a plan. He would fulfill the Black Emperor's divine decree and preserve the Aeldari's Phoenix Court. The marionettist turned sideways, activating his spirit-body threads, vision to look at the soothsayer puppet connected to him. The Black Emperor had aided him on the Aeldari craftworld Margot Silas in creating a puppet from the most powerful soothsayer. I am pleased to serve you. The soothsayer puppet bowed, speaking in an accent that, though not fluent, carried the elegant cadence of the Aeldari. After rising, she lifted her graceful arm, extending her left hand and aiming it at the mountain peak. William gazed uneasily around him as a surging tide of warp energy rolled in. He had never seen anyone capable of mobilizing such a vast amount of warp energy. The Black Emperor was a deity walking the mortal world and did not count among them. The Emperor and Magnus perhaps could, but he had never witnessed it with his own eyes. William looked up at the sky. The swirling blizzards and interspersed hail and solid ice of the Antarctic region suddenly exploded, dispersing into a thick mist. The mist was not pure water vapor, it was mixed with a hazy fog only visible to psychers. The heavy mist pressed down, enveloping the entire city like a gauzy curtain draped over the whole mountain. William stared at the forming supernatural mist and silently opened the warband's communication channel. Attack! From the landed Monarch pattern landing craft, the Seer squad leaders charged at the forefront. In one hand they held divining rods, channeling spirituality into them, while their other arms brandished bolter pistols, directing their battle brothers forward. William stepped forward. The Seer Psyker's vision was unaffected. He saw the clown assault teams, concealed by the psychic mist, swiftly approaching the fortress at the mountain's base. The clowns leapt up, nimbly flipping in midair, slapping melta bombs onto the fortress walls. Without stopping, the clowns' bodies tumbled down, leaving the fortress behind them. Boom, boom, boom. One extended bunker after another erupted into the sky, flames creating rippling waves in the mist. The magicians leapt amidst the flames, rapidly ascending, scaling the mountainside in the blink of an eye. They agilely charged into the panicked ranks of Aeldari warriors. The shriek of lightning claws flashed briefly, tearing through the tight formation. The Aeldari warriors frantically searched for enemies in the abruptly appearing thick fog, but their vision was limited to a 2-meter radius around them. The perception range of the Order shadows was also limited by the psychic mist to about 15 meters, but the divining rods of the Seer squad leaders guided them toward the enemy. The Order shadows reacted before the enemy could, firing deadly barrages from their bedrock pattern bolters. The attacks erupted from the rear and flanks of the panicked, searching Aeldari, ruthlessly taking their lives before they could even see their foes. The marionettist, William, unimpeded, led his soothsayer puppet up the magnificent flying buttress avenue. The avenue stretched and curved upward, its endpoint being the Phoenix Cliff Grand Library spoken of by the Black Emperor. William faintly saw the shadow of the building at the end. Suddenly, countless Aeldari warriors wearing ornate feathered helmets surged from both sides of the path. They stood shoulder to shoulder, end to end, forming a dense phalanx. The Seer Psyker William looked toward the upper regions. The magicians had already breached that area, tearing the Aeldari leaders and politicians to shreds. In this moment of crisis, the enemy's elite forces were not at the political center, but here, guarding their grand library. Clearly, the Aeldari cherished their culture immensely, the accumulated civilizational wealth of their race over millennia. Do not worry. I will preserve the crystallization of your civilization and offer it to my lord. The marionettist, William stared at the shield wall formed by the Aeldari warriors before him, a thought stirring in his mind. The soothsayer puppet took a step forward, its singing spear sweeping out in a spinning arc. The gleaming spear erupted in dazzling light, allowing the Aeldari warriors to see the tall, elegant figure. They did not evade the attack but resolutely raised their weapons, firing a dense barrage at the invading enemy. William saw the soothsayer puppet's slender fingers pluck, manipulating supernatural threads of fate in a way even a Seer Psyker could not comprehend. Dozens of projectiles deviated from their straight trajectories, colliding with surrounding bullets. The deflected trajectories grew like a rolling snowball, the barrage crashing together like a swarm of hornets. Boom! As the explosion's thick smoke billowed up, the singing spear whistled as it flew to the front of the Aeldari line. Bang, bang, bang. In a series of detonations, the Aeldari were blasted into fragments. The soothsayer puppet raised a hand, and the singing spear spun back into its raised left hand. The soothsayer puppet then raised its right hand. Just as its hand reached its highest point, a crackling roar erupted overhead. William looked up. A psychic storm crackling with blue lightning arcs was brewing out of thin air. The soothsayer puppet violently swung its right arm down, unleashing streaks of destructive lightning. In silent stillness, the elegant light black armor exploded into shards, and resilient bones turned to dust. William strode forward, his combat boots imprinting the Aeldari's ashes onto the scorched avenue. As he advanced, the mist gradually dissipated, and the grand structure became clearer. As the mist completely receded, the pure white sky reflected a silvery white pyramidal structure. The Auspex scan scrolled across the tactical interface. Height 600 meters, width 2 kilometers. William gazed at the pyramid standing as part of the mountain's main massif. The Phoenix Cliff Grand Library. The Aeldari's greatest repository of knowledge and history. Suddenly, the pyramids of Prospero surfaced in his mind. Although he had never visited that city of light, Tizca, many warriors within his warband, based on the friendly agreement between the two legions, had traveled to the ruins of Prospero to hunt Psychnuan. They had brought back holographic images of the pyramids of the 5 great schools and Primarch Magnus, recounting to him what they had witnessed on the homeworld of the 1,000 Suns. The similar pyramids and grand library, even the Shrikes, which like the Psychnuan were flying creatures, everything before him made William unconsciously think of Prospero. The sounds of explosions gradually subsided, and William reigned in his thoughts. I have fulfilled my Lord's divine decree, preserving the grand library intact. Chapter 815, Terminator Allocation, the Armor System of Order Shadows, Beander Physique and Strength. Chapter 815, Terminator Allocation, the Armor System of Order Shadows, Beander Physique and Strength. After delivering the last snowy Shrike to the Nation of Disorder, Nimrod did not head to the Great Library at Phoenix Cliff. He delegated the tasks of organization and record-keeping to the librarians and the attendants of Arsena Dun. Nimrod returned to the Sovereign Shadow and summoned the chapter masters to convene a meeting. Inside the Primarch's office, Nimrod leaned against his throne and first looked towards Rozicki Czech. The new power armor has passed field trials. You are to be responsible for its large-scale deployment. Complete the refit within 15 years, fully replacing the Mark E and Mark III. Nimrod aimed to complete the full refit before the great birthday celebration. While other loyal legions would still be using the Mark II expeditionary pattern as their primary equipment to face the suddenly erupted civil war, his legion would counter with the new generation of power armor boasting superior performance. As you will. The Forge Lord bowed in acknowledgement. Nimrod then swept his gaze over the assembled chapter masters and continued. The new pattern of Terminator armor, the Underworld pattern, has also passed field trials. Considering the circumstances of each warband, I have decided to formalize the equipment of the 3 existing Terminator types. The Saturn pattern Terminator prototypes will be primarily equipped by the 1st, 2nd, 8th, and 11th battle groups. The mental burden of the 3 Terminator patterns can be met by Beyonders of Sequence 7 or higher. The limiting factors for equipment are physical strength and whether the combat style requires agility. The 8th battle group, primarily following the Twilight Giant pathway, possesses the most robust physiques. Sequence 9 inches warriors possess supernormal strength and supernormal agility. Sequence 7 inches weapon masters again gain super strength, super constitution, and super agility. Sequence 6 inches Dawn paladins receive a terrifying enhancement. Even ordinary humans at this stage have a physique comparable to an Astartes. They can still exhibit supernormal agility even while wearing the Saturn pattern Terminator prototype. The 11th battle group, composed mainly of Beyonders following the evolved Black Emperor pathway, ranks approximately 2nd in this aspect. The core ability of Sequence 8 inches Barbarians is physical enhancement, granting Beyonders fearsome strength and a powerful physique. When Nimrod became a barbarian, he awakened genetic memories early, growing to a height of 4.11 meters. Despite Old Man Huang's design not granting him inherent advantages in size and strength, he still ranked among the foremost of the Primarchs. The subsequent Sequence 7 inches Briber brought a minor improvement in constitution. By that time, Nimrod could already overpower the vast majority of Primarchs in terms of strength, but without using Bribe Weaken, he still fell short of the ferocious Leman Russ, let alone Vulcan. On Nocturne, he narrowly lost to Vulcan in a contest of strength. The power burst of Sequence 6 inches Baron of Corruption is not a constant enhancement, but the force unleashed in that instant can even surpass that of a Dawn Paladin of the same sequence. By this stage, Nimrod could, while maintaining power burst, surpass all Primarchs in strength, including the terrifyingly powerful Vulcan. The constitution of a Sequence 5 inches Mentor of Disorder depends on the state of their ambition. The greater the ambition, the stronger the physique. An ambitious individual might even exceed a Guardian of the same sequence. The current Nimrod, even without using power burst, can rely on his own ambition, not grand, but simply seeking godhood and control over his own fate, to drive a constitution and strength surpassing all Primarchs. The main Beander pathway of the first battle group is Justiciar. Their constitution receives a certain improvement at Sequence 7 inches Interrogator, and at the sequence 5 inches Disciplinary Knight stage, their physique becomes more robust and their flesh more solid. The second battle group, primarily following the Sun pathway, gains enhanced constitution at sequence 9 inches Bard. After becoming sequence 7 inches Solar High Priests, their constitution is further enhanced, and upon reaching sequence 6 inches Notary, it receives a tremendous boost. The mid-sequence Beyonders of these 4 battle groups bear little physical burden wearing the Saturn pattern Terminator prototype, though with slight variations. Dawn Paladins can exhibit superhuman agility while wearing the Saturn pattern Terminator prototype. The combat styles of Disciplinary Knights and Notaries do not rely on agility. Mentors of Disorder also possess agility not inferior to Guardians. Not only can ambition make them swifter, but their ability to stretch and extend allows them to attack from bizarre angles. There are also Beyonder abilities that can influence this aspect, such as distorting, distance or altering, geometric, displacement. The effects of the potion evolution materials for the Black Emperor pathway are quite evident. If William hadn't obtained the Soothsayer's Marionette, Pell would now be the strongest under my command. The ironclad Terminators will be primarily equipped by the 4th battle group and the Chaplains. The 4th battle group, primarily following the Death pathway, gains improved physical fitness at sequence 9 inches Corpse Collector, and at sequence 8 inches Gravedigger, their physique becomes more robust and their movements more agile. The chaplaincy of Order Shadows is composed of Beyonders from the Visionary and Sun pathways, with 5 per company, 4 of the former and 1 of the latter. Although the pathway from sequence 9 inches Spectator to sequence 7 inches Psychiatrist offers no physical enhancements, upon advancing to sequence 6 inches Hypnotist, their physical fitness receives a considerable boost. The Stygian pattern Terminators will be primarily equipped by the 3rd, 5th, 6th, 7th, 9th, 10th, and 12th battle groups. These 7 pathways differ, but can be broadly categorized into 2 types. One type comprises Beyonders who themselves receive no physical enhancement, the 5th battle group, primarily following the Door pathway, and the 10th Warband, primarily following the Hanged Man pathway. The other type comprises Beyonders who receive some physical enhancement but, for various reasons, need to maintain agility. The 7th battle group, primarily following the Red Priest pathway, is the most typical. Sequence 9 inches Hunters have significantly enhanced physical fitness, with improvements in strength, speed, reaction, and body control. Sequence 8 inches Provokers also see slight improvements in strength, reaction, speed, and agility. Their constitution is enhanced, but agility, reaction, and body control are also their strengths. To preserve these advantages, the more balanced Stygian pattern is better suited for the 7th battle group. The same applies to the 9th battle group, whose main pathway is Tyrant. Sequence 9 inches Sailors possess exceptional strength. Sequence 8 inches Folk of Rage receive a great boost to both strength and agility. However, sequence 6 inches Wind Blessed possess certain levitation and gliding abilities. Wearing the ironclad pattern would prevent them from flying. Even with the Stygian pattern, they must combine it with the Lord Hunter Suite's auxiliary system, which abandons mimicry functions but employs a hinged frame structure to allow the Wind Blessed to fly. The 3rd battle group, primarily following the Darkness pathway, gains enhanced constitution as Midnight Poets. In Darkness, they are even on par with Gravediggers, but their combat style also requires a degree of dexterity. The main pathway of the 12th battle group is Fool, and they are similar. Although sequence 8 inches Clowns possess decent strength, their true advantages lie in superb body coordination and balance, as well as outstanding agility and speed. The Ironclad and Saturn patterns would make them too cumbersome, robbing them of precise body control. Most librarians of Order Shadows follow the Hermit pathway. Their armor cores are based on squat servitors. The runic arrays of the Grimner Sage can amplify psychic power to a degree. More crucially, their circuit-breaking mechanism can sever the connection to the warp in time during a power surge. The Tech Marines, primarily following the Paragon pathway, and the Apothecaries, primarily following the Moon pathway, are in a more special situation. Beyond combat duties, they have unique tasks. Whether its servo arms or narthecium gauntlets, they impose certain requirements on the armor itself. The armor is manufactured based on their individual needs. All high-ranking members of Order Shadows will have the honor of having their armor personally forged by Malevolus, who originally crafted armor only for the Gene Primarchs. The Master Armorer will tailor it to their characteristics and the growth and adaptive systems of the Lord Hunter suite, allowing their abilities to receive greater amplification the longer they use the armor. Pell, who had just arrived at Helios, and the other 11 lords looked grave. They rejoiced at the armory's abundance but also sensed the deliberate preparations of the Black Emperor. The prophetic psychers, Winner, Flamini and marionettist, William, felt the brewing storm of war. As you will. The Forge Lord Rozicki respectfully accepted the command. Chapter 8:16, An Unexpected Harvest. Seeing that the Black Emperor had finished issuing orders and had no further business, Arsena Dun spoke up. My lord, the chief librarian has discovered a peculiar item among the collections of the Aeldari Grand Library. As the Primarch attendant spoke, he approached the control console, connected a data slate, and projected a holographic image with his control rod. It is a bird-shaped statue, half of which consists of the snowy white feathers of a snowy shrike. The other half resembles a bat wing. Nimrod examined the dark bat wing with interest. 2 skulls hung from it. Both ends of the bat wing had sharp spikes. The chief librarian reports that its right wing seems to be shrouded in shadow. Interesting. Nimrod rose from his throne. Thomas's Eye of Secrets, which could never be closed before his promotion to Sequence 4, allowed him to see more than ordinary people. Tell him I will go inspect it immediately. A moment later, a Skyhawk shuttle flew out from the Sovereign Shadow. The standing attendant Arsena remarked with admiration, the Grand Library of Phoenix Cliff truly is a treasure trove. The librarians and readers estimate it will take 2 months just to categorize and record everything. Nimrod nodded. He was not surprised in the least. He remembered the guardian of the Grand Library of Tizca, Enku Enan, who supervised thousands of servitors armed with quills and took 3 months just to complete the transcription. Only Magnus alone had read all the texts, absorbing all the knowledge contained within the entire library. As Nimrod pondered this, the polymath, Arsena continued. In accordance with your command, I have selected 300 apprentices for instruction. A smile spread across the face of the Primarch attendant, whose silver hair was like snow. Now, 49 polymaths have become generalists, gaining an understanding of spells in all aspects. We are just 1 person short of fulfilling your order. Nimrod nodded in satisfaction. The promotion ritual for Sequence 5 inches Mysticism Magister required, as he knew, teaching at least 50 generalists. He knew that completing this ritual meant the Mysticism Magister would be comprehensive in the field of mysticism, with no weaknesses. Nimrod had no doubt that these 49 individuals met the requirements. Arsena was always meticulous and executed his orders to the letter. Keep up the good work. The moment you complete the task will be the moment you gain new power. A glimmer of joy shone in Arsena's narrow blue eyes. As you will. As they spoke, the black Skyhawk shuttle flew into the clouds of Helios. The craft shuddered in the air currents, but then Nimrod's personal pilot, Nelson, found the smoothest route amidst the turbulent airflow. The black Skyhawk gradually stabilized, approaching the southern polar peak, the Silver Peaks. With a slight tremor, the Skyhawk shuttle landed smoothly on the passageway leading to the Silver Pyramid. The landing gear deployed, and Nimrod descended the ramp with Arsena. Flanking the entrance to the Grand Library stood 2 librarians wearing psychic hoods and holding force staffs. The mystery prior saw the Gene Father approaching. His majestic figure was more imposing than the entire Aeldari royal city. He was confined within a narrow body, just as this world was merely his vessel. Their bodies trembled slightly as they quickly bowed their heads. Father, you have performed your duties diligently. Well done, Nimrod said with a smile, then walked through the opening doors. As soon as he stepped inside, his vision was filled with rows upon rows of bookshelves. Primitive books woven from Helios bird feathers, yellowed paper books, exquisitely bound silver metal books. The librarians, maintaining Magnus's first state of mind, held data crystals, inputting information. The readers, under the Primarch attendant's command, moved among them, diligently transcribing with quills on parchment. The central aisle and the sides were also adorned with various works of art, most with themes related to mountains and birds. To the right stood a semi-oval sculpture, tens of thousands of stones of varying sizes and materials stacked together to form a lifelike mountain peak. To the left stood rows of bird specimens, a pterodactyl with wings spread, a shrike with a sharp beak poised to strike. My lord, Chief Librarian Thomas, holding a psychic staff, bowed in greeting. Take me to see that statue. Nimrod nodded to the librarians and readers, who had noticed his arrival and were bowing respectfully. With a wave of his arm, he signaled for them to continue their work. It is on the 13th level. Thomas stepped aside to lead the way. The telepathic psyker sent a thought impulse to the Black Emperor. Nimrod's eyes flickered as he received the message from Thomas. A cold, dark voice, as if coming from the other side of a veil, spoke. Thomas, I know you. You possess superhuman intellect and keen insight, which have not been fully utilized. Now, you have a chance. Do not give my wing to Nimrod. You will gain unimaginable knowledge and... The voice cut off abruptly, replaced by Thomas's sudden sneer. Enough. Devil, your temptations are meaningless to me. Your words profane my lord. You are just a rat hiding in the sewers. The psychic vision vanished abruptly. Nimrod continued walking without pause, ascending the elegant silver staircase with anticipation. Thump, thump, thump. His combat boots swiftly traversed step after step as he reached the 13th level. Nimrod's obsidian eyes were immediately drawn to a statue standing in the center. In the Mentor of Disorders vision, its right wing was shrouded in thick threads of shadow. What an unexpected harvest indeed, Nimrod said with a smile. The bat wing on the statue's right side felt exceptionally familiar to him. It was unmistakably, in his memory, the right wing of Bellicor. Combining the shadowy threads he saw and the conversation within Thomas's mind, Nimrod could confirm this was yet another fragment of Bellicor's sacred relic. An unexpected harvest. I never imagined Helios would also hold a fragment of Bellicor's sacred relic. Nimrod's wings flapped once, lifting him into the air as he reached out his right arm to grasp the wingtip. Hiss! The shadowy wing suddenly flickered. The bright lights overhead dimmed, and the black stone wing became somewhat indistinct. Nimrod had anticipated this. Black mist rose from his palm. His right arm muscles rippled as he exerted a slight force. Crack! As the stone wing tore, a piercing shriek suddenly exploded in the minds of Thomas and Arsena. The cry, cold as a blade, was laced with resentment and hatred. Nimrod. The cry vanished abruptly, and the black bat wing disappeared simultaneously. Thomas looked at the Black Emperor with awe. That sewer-dwelling devil is indeed no match for my lord's might. He took out a scroll from his robes and presented it to the Black Emperor. My lord, these are the spell notes you instructed me to prepare. Nimrod took the scroll. He already possessed all other materials for the mysticism magister promotion. The only thing missing was a copy of someone else's recorded spell notes. The notes could be from a sequence 7 inches warlock, of the hermit pathway, a sequence 7 inches witch, of the demoness pathway, or from the White Tower pathway's own polymath and mysticism magister. They could also be copies, as long as they were not his own. Nimrod activated his Ling vision and gazed at the scroll's professor's spiritual body. Seeing the lavender spiritual body, filled with mysterious patterns, was whole and unified, he gave an order. Entrust the task of copying the Grand Library to others. You are to carefully record the image of the arc fringe cluster, sketch its true form, and master all corresponding mystical knowledge. The promotion ritual for sequence 5 inches constellations master was the same as he remembered: select, observe, and draw the complete image of a constellation, restore its true form, and master all corresponding mystical knowledge. Chapter 817. No false reporting of casualties, instead no reporting at all. I really am too loyal. 989. M3. The Sovereign Shadow, having left the Arc Fringe Cluster, the Primarch's office. Arsena Dunn held a data slate and began his report. My lord, I have summarized the Legion's casualties during the conquest of the Arc Fringe Cluster. A total of 10,470 people sacrificed their lives. Nimrod pondered in silence. Although he didn't know the exact casualty figures for the Thousand Sons, Space Wolves, and Word Bearers, he could infer from the fact that the two legions had gained no advantage before Leman Russ sought help from Magnus, and from the combat strength of the Shrike Knights, that the total casualties of the 3 legions should be over 10,000. While he was pondering, the Primarch attendant continued the report. Among them, the 6th battle group suffered the heaviest casualties. While competing for air superiority with the Ealdari in covering landings, they encountered flying creatures like Shrikes, resulting in a total of 1,592 fighter jets crashing. Quote. The 11th battle group had the lowest casualties. In the process of reclaiming 5-star systems, they only lost 380 people. After listening to Arsena's report, Nimrod issued an order. Do not report the losses to the War Council, hide the existence of the Arc Fringe Cluster. The Arc Fringe Cluster has developed for thousands of years and has formed a relatively complete system. It is a series of resource-rich territories. I understand. The Primarch attendant noted down the Black Emperor's instructions. No false reporting of casualties, instead no reporting at all. I really am too loyal, Nimrod sighed in his heart. However, it is worth it. Among the territories not reported to the War Council, the Arc Fringe Cluster was only smaller than the Saktrata Abyss sector, and was even larger than the Gardinal system with its 11 planets, the 9 planets of the Terrace system, Aureus, and the Olympic Jingyuan Federation. As Nimrod pondered, the silver-haired Arsena put away the data slate. My lord, I have followed your command and trained the 50th Polymath Generalist. Very good. With a thought from Nimrod, in the first layer of the Nation of Disorder, a space monkey immediately used the replica of the senior warlock Thomas's notes and other potion materials to begin concocting the Sequence 5 Mysticism Magister potion. He said to Arsena, "It is time to bestow new power upon you. But to consume the potion, you need to gather the 50 people you taught and drink it in front of them. Thank you for your gift." Arsena's narrow eyes flickered with joy. He immediately followed the Black Emperor's command, pressing the Vox bead to issue orders, summoning everyone to the lecture hall. After letting go of the Vox bead, the Primarch attendant reminded him. My lord, tomorrow at 10, the Emperor convenes the War Council. I know. Nimrod nodded slightly, and with a turn of his hand, a bottle of dark red potion appeared in his palm out of thin air. He gently placed the potion on the table and said with a smile to Arsena, "Go, enjoy the new power I have bestowed upon you." Arsena tucked the data slate under his right arm and respectfully picked up the potion with both hands. His blue eyes stared at the brass-colored scales bobbing up and down in the dark red liquid. Then, he gave a deep bow and turned to leave the Primarch's office. Arsena's office was within the Primarch Palace, and he had built the lecture hall right next to it. Even if he had built it inside the Primarch Palace, no one would have criticized him, as everyone knew Lord Nimrod's trust in the Primarch attendant, but Arsena still did not overstep. 2 attendants dressed in black robes and holding data slates bowed to their mentor. Arsena nodded slightly and stepped through the cold mist as the hatch slid open, entering the room. The interior was very different from most parts of the Sovereign Shadow, especially the adjacent Primarch Palace. It had a regular rectangular structure, unfolding like the pages of a book. The polymaths, dressed in black robes and holding data slates, stood in neat rows. They all bowed in unison to their mentor. Under the reverent gazes of the crowd, Arsena ascended the obsidian podium. It was the most irregular object in the entire lecture hall, a tapered cylinder with the right side facing downward being an almost slanted sector, while the left side was a smooth curve. Arsena looked around at the 50 generalists he had taught, then tilted his head back and drank the potion in his right hand. The polymaths watched their mentor's actions, they all knew what it was. The power bestowed by Lord Nimrod. They had all received similar gifts, and it was precisely the miraculous powers they obtained that allowed them to stand out. The potion slid down his esophagus, tumbling and transforming into a translucent, curved, blood sausage. As the blood sausage rolled, bursts of information streams exploded in Arsena's brain. Arsena clenched his teeth, the information stream pouring into his head seemed as if it would burst his brain. Dense text and images rolled across his narrow blue eyes, and the faces of the 50 apprentices below became somewhat blurred. Arsena vaguely saw someone looking up with a thirst for knowledge in their eyes, and someone gripping a stylus tightly, seemingly not wanting to miss anything he said. The overlapping figures were somewhat blurry, swaying in his vision. The veteran detective suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He remembered the Black Emperor's instruction to gather the generalists he had taught. Teaching might help me master the power my Lord has bestowed upon me. Today, we will review the knowledge we have learned. What are mystic arts? Arsena's thoughts were in disarray. He could not teach new content, so he decided to complete the teaching in this manner. Mystic arts are secret spells with specificity and uniqueness. He recalled the notes of the chief librarian, Thomas, he had read, and after a moment's thought, added new content to this review. The difference from the spells created by warlocks is that mystic arts can often omit spell components, guiding incantations, and the vast majority of casting steps, making them faster and more secretive. Of course, not all mystic arts can omit those, but mystic arts with prerequisite preparations either have very special effects or are extremely powerful. Arsena gradually found his train of thought during the narration, and the knowledge swarming into his mind began to roll in an orderly fashion, merging into different memory areas of his brain like precisely dispatched traffic. He realized he had found the way to control the new power bestowed by the Black Emperor, so he continued his lecture. Mystic arts are also different from psychic spells that rely on mobilizing the power of the warp. Our power relies on our own spirituality, driving it to leverage the power of the material world. Casting mystic arts depends on knowledge. It is your analysis and imitation of spells. This was the domain of the polymath. Of course, as long as your knowledge accumulates to a certain level, you can create your own mystic arts. As a fire and telekinesis psyker, Arsena concisely explained the difference between psychic spells and mystic arts. As soon as he finished his explanation, he felt all the chaotic knowledge in his head pull together and settle. Arsena thought for a moment and thought with joy. When I became a mysticism magister, I obtained 11 mystic arts. Praise the Black Emperor. Chapter 818, Changes in the War Council. Nimrod's psychic projection crossed the void, descending upon the golden palace of Terra. As soon as he took his seat, he immediately noticed that it was different from many past War Council meetings. Since Old Man Huang spent more and more time on Terra, his Keeper of the Seals would usually accompany him, appearing at the last moment. But today, Malkador had taken his seat early, a smile on his face, which was weathered by the tolls of imperial administration. Lorger, your father is very satisfied with your performance. Nimrod followed the gaze from beneath the hood toward where Lorger sat. Lorger Aurelian, who used to sit alone in the back row, had rapidly ascended to the 6th position on the opposite side. This meant that his achievements among the Primarchs had risen to 9th. Beside him was Sanguinius with his white wings, and above him was Ferus Manus, who had served as a commander in the early days of the Great Crusade. Rebute Gilliman, whose legion size and conquest records were drawing closer to those of Nimrod and Horus, looked at Lorger with pleasure and a nearly imperceptible hint of guilt. Nimrod noticed that not everyone reacted positively to Lorger's transformation. Besides the expressionless Lion L. Johnson and the stone-faced Rogel Dorn, Perturbo's icy blue eyes were somber. Clearly, Perturbo, who had spent the last century guarding the edge of the western galaxy far from the center of the Great Crusade, was unwilling to accept his achievements slipping to 13th place. Nimrod withdrew his gaze. Beside him were Lion, Dorn, and the loathsome wolf, Russ. Now, only 8 Primarchs had achievements higher than Lorger's. As expected, Malkador still truly appreciates Lorger. He knew that although Malkador taught Primarchs like Russ, Lorger was definitely among those he appreciated the most. When the City of Perfection was destroyed, he was the only one who tried to comfort Lorger. Even after the Council of Nicaea, it was he who drew inspiration from the chaplains of the 17 Legion to promote the chaplaincy system across many legions, so that they would follow Old Man Huang's orders to completely disband the librarians. But Lorger had taken the opportunity to exploit this, spreading chaos worship throughout the legions. During the great birthday celebration, he had more than once privately stated that he believed his lord, the Emperor, had treated Lorger inappropriately at Kur. He felt that Lorger was the Primarch who least deserved to fall and the one he most wanted to redeem. I have received a revelation and understand what I must do. Lorger said with a double meaning that only Nimrod understood. It must be said, Lorger, this high priest of chaos, is quite capable. He's a master of development. The size of his legion has grown significantly, and the speed of compliance has skyrocketed. Lorger had few achievements for over a century after returning to the Empire, but after the pilgrimage ended in 968, the number of compliant worlds grew substantially. Nimrod felt that by 999, 30 years later, the worlds he brought into compliance would be second only to those of Horus and Guilliman. However, these worlds are quite different from the stable imperial worlds of the past. Nimrod knew that in the past, the word-bearers had, patiently, transformed the worlds they passed through to offer them to the Emperor. Although few in number, each was a world truly integrated into the Empire. They not only accepted imperial technology but also fully embraced imperial systems and culture. Aside from their faith, they were the most perfect imperial territories. Of course, in the future, these worlds they had built with their own hands would also be the ones the word-bearers most desired to destroy. These newly compliant worlds were being ravaged by the word-bearers' cold, religious extermination style, as they forced the faith of the Chaos Gods upon them. Except for Chaos cultists and modified word-bearers, everyone else was brutally murdered or enslaved. They squeezed and seized every resource available on these worlds to strengthen their legion, leaving nothing behind but devastation. If I hadn't obtained the Arc Fringe Cluster, the 4 systems the word-bearers passed through would be no different from the Xenos worlds exterminated by the Dark Angels or the ruins left behind by the Space Wolves and World Eaters. While Nimrod's thoughts were racing, the palace doors opened. He turned to look and immediately noticed another difference. The Mars Forge director, who used to walk in side by side with the Emperor, arrived alone. This new Mars Forge director was tall and had no face. A cold steel surface was implanted with a pair of strange green spherical diodes that replaced his eyes. The edges of his ragged red robes revealed his chest, where tendril-like servo mechanisms and ribbed steel pipes had replaced his fleshly organs and blood vessels. Behind his back was a set of mechanical limbs like spider legs, covered with saws and other mysterious machinery. Kelberhal. Nimrod's eyes narrowed as he watched Kelberhal, whose mechanical limbs were swaying. He knew well that the man before him was a true genius among the oil men. In just a few short decades, he had risen rapidly from an apprentice to become the most powerful person on Mars. He was the most creative among the oil men, having designed and built Abyss-class warships more powerful than the Gloriana class. In this regard, only Dolor could compare. He was powerful in combat, the only one who could potentially contend with the tyrant of Shana, Anacharis Scoria. Furthermore, he was ambitious and unwilling to be restrained. He had torn up the Olympia Treaty and openly led his followers to rebel against Old Man Huang. Unlike sages like Arkan Land, who were socially inept and marginalized, he was strong-handed and skilled in politics, consolidating factions on Mars and various Forge worlds that were dissatisfied with the Emperor. Kelberhal walked to one end of the long table and sat down, his consciousness sinking into his built-in cogitator and accessing personal memory engrams as he waited for the meeting to begin. Nimrod leaned back in his seat, the cold metallic sensation reaching his body through a psychic connection. As he watched Lorger's seat ascend and Kelberhal become the chief forgemaster, he realized the changes coming to the War Council. 48 seconds later, the heavy doors opened again, and the Emperor entered the palace with the Captain General of the Custodes, Constantine Valder. He sat down after receiving the salutes and tributes of everyone, surveying the Primarchs. The Emperor's gaze swept over Lorger, nodding slightly in approval. After being rebuked countless times and remaining unchanged, Lorger had finally transformed. He had actively embraced his role as a general, leading his legion to conquer many worlds for the Empire. Although it was regrettable that a custodian had died in the rebellion, the word-bearers were still satisfactory. The Emperor's gaze then swept over the only empty seat, belonging to Angron. He was violent, murderous, and uncontrollable, but he was still a capable general. He had conquered even more worlds than the kind Vulcan and the last to return Korax. The Emperor withdrew his gaze and looked at his keeper of the seals. Before this meeting, Malkador proposed an idea to me. Chapter 819. What sane person thinks about writing a biography for themselves while still alive? Malkador proposes that a remembrancer be stationed with every expeditionary fleet, alongside the Empire's greatest generals, The Emperor looked around at the Primarchs. They are poets, journalists, photographers, and writers. They will record this great crusade for humanity. Magnus's multicolored eyes shifted to orange. I support Malkador's proposal. In fact, since the beginning of the Great Crusade, many people have spontaneously gathered around the expeditionary fleets to record everything. But they receive no support. They are roughly driven away by soldiers, or even intentionally abandoned on dangerous, barbaric worlds. Malcador gripped his staff with his right hand, staring appreciatively at the book hanging from the Primarch's belt. You trust them? I have heard that Mahavastu Callimachus has been ghostwriting for you. Magnus's eyes faded into blue. That is correct. The army is no place for them, Leman Russ said with distaste. If all these remembrancers want to walk the front lines, they should be given weapons. That way, at least before they die, they can fire a damn round at the enemy, and they can also soak up one of the enemy's bullets. Those are the only two ways they'd be useful. They are a burden to the expeditionary fleet and require extra forces for protection, Rogel Dorn stated bluntly. We would have to consider their safety whenever we take military action. Their presence is detrimental to our military operations. Because Nimrod saved Omega from the clutches of Sloth on Bal Saver, he had always been the apparent Primarch of the 20th Legion. Only the Emperor, Malcador, and Constantine Valder, the Captain General of the Custodes who had once clashed with Alfarius during the defense of the Imperial Palace, knew of his existence. Seeing few supporters and that most Primarchs opposed the formal entry of remembrancers into the legions, the Emperor's gaze fell nearby, ignoring the taciturn lion. Horus, Nimrod, Rebute, what are your views? Guilliman felt the eyes of his other Primarch brothers upon him, the pressure weighing down on him through the psychic projection. After deliberating for a few seconds, he spoke slowly in a more tactful manner. I believe that history should be recorded. I really hope you hold the same attitude toward the history of Imperium Secundus. Nimrod's lip curled. His gaze swept imperceptibly across the Keeper of the Seals. Material for the Empire's propaganda machine. Before the establishment of the Council of Terra, writing down glorious achievements for the Primarchs to be remembered in history, as a consolation for their loss of power. I have no need for such glorious records, and besides. He thought of Horus appointing Petronilla Viva of Capanus' family to write his biography, and couldn't help but complain in his heart. What sane person thinks about writing a biography for themselves while still alive? I do not agree, Nimrod expressed his stance clearly. To him, remembrancers were a minor nuisance. Most of them came from Terra and were loyal to the Empire, and they had ideological conflicts with the Order Shadows, in many aspects. Like the iterators in the Order Shadows, who had a low profile, they were a small trouble. Iterators had varying degrees of influence across the expeditionary fleets. The chief iterator of the Luna Wolves, Chiral Cinderman, held immense influence throughout the entire 63rd Expeditionary Fleet. Gokonda Pike, before her retirement, could even act as the Emperor's voice to rebuke Fulgrim for his recklessness. But iterators had almost no influence within the Order Shadows, Ultramarines, Dark Angels, Word Bearers, Space Wolves, and World Eaters. The Xenos purged by the Dark Angels, and the worlds passed through by the Space Wolves, and World Eaters, left few survivors, leaving reconstruction to the subsequent colonial fleets. The Ultramarines went deep into every world to guide its construction. Iterators were not as skilled as these superhuman warriors who were experts in politics. The Word Bearers completely changed the institutional culture and even the faith of occupied worlds, making iterators even more useless. The Order Shadows currently sat between the Ultramarines and the Word Bearers, having not yet promoted the faith of the Black Emperor on a large scale, nor was there a place for iterators to play a role. I welcome the formal inclusion of remembrancers into the expeditionary fleets. Horus felt his father's mind was made up, and he also hoped that the achievements he and his brothers had secured for the Empire would be remembered. Remembrancers will enter each expeditionary fleet. You must cooperate with their work, the Emperor said in a deep voice. His voice was incredibly piercing, reaching the minds of the Primarchs scattered across the galaxy, countless light years away, through the psychic projection. Nimrod silently accepted this outcome, glancing at Magnus. Well, although it's a small trouble, there are also things that can be exploited. I can control the remembrancers to write down the side that is beneficial for promoting my achievements and grand image as propaganda material, just like Magnus manipulated Mahavastu Callimachus to write the Book of Magnus. He habitually found a point in the rules that could be exploited within a disadvantage. This was not difficult for him, a master of mind control. Seeing that the Primarchs had accepted his command, the Emperor continued. Another reason for summoning you is that a species of Xenos called Bone Drinkers has recently invaded the segmentum solar. Russ and Conrad Kurz have been purging them, but the progress is unsatisfactory. Many transport routes are plagued, and the supplies sent to the expeditionary fleets. An emotionless mechanical voice sounded, coming from the person sitting opposite the Emperor, the other head of the Aquila, the Mars Forge director, Kelberhal. Material supply efficiency has dropped by 5.2%, of which ammunition supply has dropped by 10.48%. He spat out a string of numbers, making the members of the War Council realize the urgency of dealing with the Xenos. The wolves are already hunting them, it won't take much longer. Russ roared unwillingly. Conrad Kurz pulled his arms in, standing like a carrion vulture. We don't have time, the Emperor said in a deep voice. The Xenos must be dealt with immediately to restore the flow of transport. His gaze swept over the Primarchs, finally landing on Nimrod. Nimrod, my Pegasus, I need you to act immediately and purge the Bone Drinkers. Nimrod glanced at Omega, the situation regarding the Bone Drinkers flashing rapidly through his mind. He remembered that these Xenos, called Bone Drinkers by the Empire but actually named Horus, were eventually exterminated by the Alpha Legion. The Alpha Legion's apothecary collaborated with the Oil Men's biologist Sage to develop a biological weapon. The Alphas used their specialty in infiltration operations to discover that some human worlds were offering living sacrifices to the Bone Drinkers to avoid total annihilation. Alpharius then dispatched agents to infiltrate these worlds to gather intelligence, and after successfully gathering the Xenos spores in one place, destroyed them with cyclone torpedoes. After the surviving Horus escaped, they tried to prey on humans on other worlds, only to find that the nearby humans had already been infected with an artificial virus specifically designed to kill them. Ultimately, the Xenos race that both the Space Wolves and Night Lords found troublesome was completely exterminated by the Alphas. Infiltration, biological virus. My Legion can do that too, and Mikkel should have the ability to target only the Bone Drinkers. Such troublesome Xenos should be good potion materials. Thinking of this, Nimrod readily accepted the mission. I obey your command. While Russ and the other Primarchs harbored dissatisfaction over the Remembrancers entering the legions and their psychic projections faded rapidly, Nimrod looked toward Terra. Well, that Remembrancer should be starting their journey soon too. A smile played across his lips as he ended the psychic projection and returned to the Sovereign Shadow. Chapter 820. Life or Death, the best way to plant a mole in the Inquisition. Chapter 82. Life or Death, the best way to plant a mole in the Inquisition. Nimrod returned to the Sovereign Shadow, and after returning to his palace, he immediately stepped out and arrived at the Nation of Disorder. He ascended the throne of the fourth layer of space, extending his spirituality to touch the spiritual orbs of Chief Apothecary Mikkel, 10th Warband Leader Ramsey, and 12th Warband Leader William Wood. The War Council has placed me in charge of the Bone Drinkers who are wandering and rampaging through the segmentum solar. This matter is entrusted to you, the assassins and the treasure-stealing team will coordinate with you. The Faceless of the 12th Warband have already begun to take shape, and like the Shadow Ascetics of the 10th Warband, they are well suited for infiltration operations. I have a great interest in the Bone Drinkers, hunt them down and sacrifice them to me. The Scarlet Scholar, Mikkel, the Shepherd, Ramsey, and the Marionettist, William looked at each other through the black mist, vaguely discerning one another, before bowing in salute. By your will. After sending the two back to the real world, Nimrod extended his spirituality again to touch the spiritual orbs of Tierney, the Dream Stealer, and leader of the treasure-stealing team, and Maria Kurnikova, the Demoness of Pleasure, and leader of the assassins, handing down his orders. Leaning back on his throne, he thought of the man who was about to become the Remembrancer Lemuel Gomon, one of the 4 future founders of the Inquisition. Nimrod extended his spirituality to touch the spiritual orb of Kian, the captain of the 5th Company of the 4th Warband currently on Terra. After confirming no one was around him, he pulled him into the Nation of Disorder. Wrapped in black robes with a mask covering even his face, Kian looked around at the black mist swirling about him. He looked up at the Black Emperor deep within the black mist and knelt on one knee. My lord. Nimrod leaned back against the throne. What is the situation with Lemuel Gomon? My lord, Following your orders, I have been keeping a close watch on the Gomon family and the lords of the Sangha region. Lemuel Gomon is a commercial genius. He is socially adept, charitable, and spends most of his wealth on philanthropic endeavors. He has never been deceived in business, even when he first entered the industry and dealt with the most treacherous individuals. I believe he possesses some sort of ability similar to mind reading. Your guess is correct, he is a natural-born psyker, Nimrod spoke. He is also one of the few psykers with a special ability. He is an aura reader, capable of discerning truth from falsehood by reading the auras of others. An aura is a more vivid manifestation of emotion than a psyker's etheric vision, and it is similar to a Beyander's spirit vision. Besides Lemuel Gomon, in Nimrod's memory, the navigator Cassia of the Othello family in the future Coronis expanse also possessed this talent. The gifts of the warp are not identical. Psykers possess all sorts of strange and varied abilities. Lemuel's future close friend, Camille Shivani, who served as an architectural archaeologist in the Remembrancer team, was also a specially gifted psyker, a psychometrist. By touching objects, she could read the imprints left behind by anyone who had come into contact with them, and even experience the emotions contained within those memories. A psychometrist's ability in this regard provides even more complete information than what the most excellent divination-type psykers can obtain. Another of Lemuel's close friends, the historian Callista Eris, was also no ordinary person. Her prophetic abilities were extremely powerful. When Tzeentch obscured the tide of the Black Raven School of the Thousand Suns, making it impossible for even Azek Ahriman and others to foresee, she was sacrificed to predict the future. The death of his friend eventually led to the falling out between the master and apprentice, Lemuel and Ahriman. It was precisely based on his talent as an aura reader that Lemuel Gomon created the psychic probe technique, which became the most commonly used psychic interrogation method of the Inquisition, breaking the mental defenses of countless people. Of course, most of the Inquisition's future psychic techniques also originated from what Lemuel learned from Ahriman. Nimrod reigned in the series of memories regarding Lemuel in his mind and continued listening to Kion's report. Having received clarification from the Black Emperor, Kion understood why Lemuel Gomon was able to rise so rapidly and amass a vast amount of wealth. He continued speaking. Lemuel Gomon and Marika met at a fundraising banquet. Marika is the daughter of the Lord of the Sangha region. At the time, the Lord of the Sangha region wanted to raise funds to purchase an entire quarry of Proconnesian marble on the Anatolian peninsula to donate entirely to the Imperial Stonemasons Association. The then Union chairman, Duke Singh, promised to use the stone to construct a statue, and even suggested that the emperor himself might attend to bestow honors. Kion paused and added, "The person who carved the statue was the sculptor Ostant Dreifer, who once built the statue of Lord Korax that stands in the Plaza of Heroes." Kion looked up at the Black Emperor upon the throne. Seeing that mentions of the Emperor and Korax did not catch his attention, he furrowed his brows and continued. Lemuel Gomon and Marika fell in love amidst a bottle of palm wine and the stars at the banquet, and they were married the following year. The wedding expenses far exceeded the annual income of many families under the Gomon name, Kion said, casting a reverent glance at the Black Emperor high on his throne, shrouded in black mist. "Because you once mentioned to General Patton that he should keep an eye on the collateral branch married into the Sangha region, he sent a direct great-grandson to represent him at the wedding." Like Patton, Kion did not know why the Black Emperor placed such importance on a wealthy merchant. His wealth was negligible. He was a rare psyker, but the librarians of the Order Shadows were far more powerful than Lemuel. Beyonders like Arsena Dun and Malina Scala were also far stronger than Lemuel Gomon. Was it truly worth it to have him leave the company and remain stationed on Terra for so long? Kion's obsidian eyes swept past the majestic figure in the black mist. His body trembled slightly as he reined in his thoughts and continued. The first 7 years of their marriage were very happy, but not long ago, Marika fell ill, breaking their beautiful life. Her initial symptoms were migraines, which then developed into unexplained fainting and short-term memory loss. Lemuel Gomon sought treatment from the best doctors in the entire North African region, only to finally discover that Marika suffered from a highly aggressive astrocytoma, an incurable brain tumor. Both radiotherapy and high-potency chemotherapy failed. Nimrod nodded slightly. Kion's report was similar to his memories, except that his own appearance and interest in the Lord of the Sangha region had triggered a reaction from Patton Drake. Without his attention, this general, who, after missing out on becoming the Marshal of the Solar Auxilia, remained the second in command of the Auxiliary Army, would clearly not have paid attention to a lord in the North African region. Based on your understanding of Lemuel Gomon, how deep is his obsession with Marika? Kion was startled. Could it be that the Black Emperor had been focusing on him from the very beginning? What is so special about him that he receives such attention from my lord? He did not answer immediately, only speaking his judgment cautiously after recalling all the intelligence. Lemuel Gomon's love for Marika is as unmoving as the mountains and seas. For every cell of the astrocytoma that is destroyed, there are always new variants to fill the void and continue destroying her brain. After finding no success with famous doctors, he has begun to seek various strange treatments, including hypnosis and molecular correction therapy, comprehensive herbal treatments from homeopathy and naturopathy, Ayurvedic theosophical healing, and even Qigong, acupuncture, and breath control methods. Kion couldn't help but sigh. Lemuel Gomon refuses to give up. No matter how slim the chance of success, he is willing to try anything to save Marika. He has even attempted the forbidden, summoning eldritch powers. Nimrod nodded with a furrowed brow. His original plan was to have the gatekeeper, Kion, collect Marika's soul, and then control this founder of the Inquisition by allowing the two to meet later. Saving Marika was not difficult, but the current Lemuel Gomon was of little significance to him and not worth such a great effort. What Nimrod needed was the future him, Prometheus, one of the four founders of the Inquisition. The one whom Magnus instructed Ahriman to teach various psychic knowledge and techniques. The one tempered by the cruel fires of war after the burning of Prospero. And especially the one who underwent a total transformation after briefly carrying a soul fragment of Magnus. Not the one on Terra, basking in love with Marika. But now he couldn't help but have doubts. Would Marika's departed soul be enough to ensure that the stubborn man would be satisfied with seeing only a spirit and remain always subservient to him? On the other hand, would Prometheus, having grown through countless trials, be held back by the soul of his beloved wife? Would a living Marika be more suitable? Life or death? What is the best way to plant a mole in the Inquisition? Nimrod pondered for a long time before making a decision. Chapter 821. Bone Drinkers, Are My Bones Not Tasty? Segmentum Solar, Andrew's System, the Bridge of the Keith. Captain Brian's entire body was covered in spore-like organisms. A piece of his neck was missing, with a deep hole gnawed into his flesh, where spores were visible in the place of his bones. No one on the bridge found this scene strange, they were all covered in spores as well. The entire ship was the same. The ache Harris had parasitized them, granting them a brand new life. Brian's throat trembled under the parasite's drive, relying not on bone movement but on the vibration of countless spores. Starport, the Keith is sailing smoothly, requesting docking. His voice sounded airy amidst the tugging of the fuzz condensed from countless spores. Brian, you rascal, what did you do last night? Amidst the banter, Brian's body shook, his boneless frame crashing onto the console, wriggling like a large fish. A thumping sound transmitted through the Vox channel. Brian, what are you doing? Wake up. The starport navigator's voice was tinged with irritation. After a few more seconds, Brian's throat trembled. Cough. I have a cold. His chest slid out from his writhing body. Within the split chest cavity, the sternum and ribs were packed with dense spores. All right, I've arranged it for you. The starport navigator asked no more and hung up. 4 hours later, the guidance lights in the starport docking area of Andrews Prime lit up. The Keith descended slowly. The moment the landing deck was lowered, shaky figures walked down amidst the cold mist. They wobbled toward the working port workers and threw their arms around them. The port workers pushed them away impatiently, cursing loudly. Damn, I'm not a broad from the red light district. Get lost. I'm not interested in men. Pa, what the hell is this? Amidst the shoving, the fuzz clung to the workers' bodies. They put down their work, cursing as they swatted at it. Billowing spores scattered, covering their goggles and stuffing their respirators. While they were swatting at the spores, the bodies they had pushed down leaned back limply, embracing them. A crew member parasitized by the ache Harris opened a mouth full of spores and bit down on a stevedore. You're fucking crazy. The stevedore roared in anger and delivered a flying kick to the crew member. Bang! The crew member's body slammed into the ground, his fluttering clothes revealing a large portion of his chest. The stevedore's eyes widened, staring at a puddle of viscous flesh stuffed with fuzz. Ah! Terrified, he turned and ran. A strand of fuzz quietly landed on the stevedore's protective goggles, hanging by the corner of his eye. Soon, the area near the bridge of his nose began to wriggle, as if insects were crawling under the skin. The horrific scene he had just witnessed flashed through the stevedore's mind. He raised his hand in a panic, even forgetting to take off his protective gloves. Bang! In his panic, he crashed into a nearby forklift and stumbled to the ground. Damn it! He cursed as he tried to get up, but his nose bridge and eye sockets flared with agonizing pain, as if thousands of maggots were gnawing on him. Ah! The stevedore's eyes were a bloody mess. The bone drinkers had already devoured nearly half of his face. He reached out frantically to grab at it, and the Horus immediately wrapped around his gloves. The spores passed gently through the pores of the fiber, adhering to the flesh. Thud! Hundreds of Horus pounced together onto his thick fingers. Ah! The needle-like pain made the stevedore scream, and several strands of fuzz slipped into his mouth. The bone drinker slid down his esophagus, swarming toward his throat. The stevedore collapsed, his body covered in spores. The port workers kept pushing away the strange crew members, but once their work clothes were touched, they felt something constantly scratching amidst dense rasping sounds. They swatted at their bodies in disgust and fear, but the tens of thousands of Horus always managed to find a gap to slip into their clothes. Amidst the fluttering fuzz, the sound of fibers tearing rang out repeatedly. The work clothes issued to the port workers less than 3 months ago split open in several places. Like venomous snakes competing for food, the fuzz swarmed frantically toward the tiers. The work clothes puffed up, filled with fuzz, looking like inflated cotton jackets. Ah! The stevedore screamed, his body trembling and heaving. The Horus surged frantically like drills. They tore through the epidermis, dug out the flesh, and cast it aside. The stevedore reached out feebly, his hands coming away greasy and covered in his own flesh. More unsatisfied bone drinkers swarmed into every part of the stevedore's body, frantically sating their hunger. Within dozens of seconds, the sturdy stevedore was hollowed out, his 206 bones were devoured by the bone drinkers. When he wobbled back to his feet, he was covered in blood-stained spores. Around him, body after body stumbled to their feet, their eye sockets filled with fuzz as they looked toward the control consoles and the glowing city. Whoosh! Countless spores surged forward in a grand, rolling wave. The next day, a black bird-shaped vehicle spewed air as it landed slowly in the starport's docking area. Hundreds of port workers parasitized by the Horus wobbled over from all directions, surrounding it. Fuzz fluttered, preparing to drink bones and prey. The landing gear slid down, and the landing deck lowered. No one walked out. The cockpit lights were extinguished, and it was completely empty. Whoosh! Dense spores drifted above the port workers' heads as the Horus' confused thoughts surged. The shadows cast by the lights suddenly rose, wrapping around a parasite. The shadows enveloped tens of thousands of Horus along with their parasitized host, casting them into the thick darkness. Whoosh! The Horus trembled in unison. They felt a terrifying maw within the shadows, devouring their kin. Dozens of boneless bodies wriggled limply, stumbling away in flight. A dark figure suddenly grew out of the shadows. The Lord of the 10th Warband wore a new suit of armor built on the foundation of Stygian pattern terminators, combined with the adaptive system of the Lord Hunter suite. Ramsay had bestowed his original armor upon a Rose Bishop of the Warband. Having gained enhanced abilities and experience, he became the second person in the Warband capable of entering the bodies of flesh and blood creatures while wearing his armor. The shepherd extended his smooth right hand, and a vast expanse of deep shadow, not belonging to the living, rose from the ground. The shadows were not illusory, they were like an airtight net, binding several spore-covered bodies within and crushing them. The Horus fled in a panic, the condensed fuzz scattering into individual spores that drifted with the wind. The biosystem psyker raised his left arm, and fine bioelectric currents leapt forth. Whoosh! The Horus were struck down by the bioelectricity, merging into the dense sea of spores. The shadows hammered like an anvil, constantly compressing the spores and slapping them onto the bodies. With a wave of his right hand, Ramsay summoned the thick shadows from the ground, which, carrying the dense sea of spores, were cast toward the shepherd. The bone drinkers darted about uneasily. They felt as though they had been stuffed into the body of some horrific monster. Ramsay stuffed the parasites into his body one by one. He looked around as those bodies stumbled away, clumps of spores falling off and then wrapping back around the bodies like pulled ribbons. He watched the fleeing alien bone drinkers, who treated him as if he were some terrifying monster. Bone drinkers, are my bones not tasty? Ramsay wore a smile on his face, which was perfectly identical to Nimrod's. He shrugged and strode toward the shadow-patterned Stormbird. Inside the cabin, there was not a single spore. Chapter 822. The Emperor's orders are meaningless, the Black Emperor's oracle must be fulfilled. The bottom level of the 10th Warband's flagship, the Relic-class battleship Thorn Rose. The apothecaries of the Order Shadows habitually placed their laboratories in the deepest parts of the battleship. Lord Ramsay walked along the spiral staircase to the laboratory entrance hanging a spiral sign. As soon as he stepped inside, his field of vision immediately darkened. The Order Shadows laboratories were not neat and bright like those of other legions, they lacked polished walls and bright lights. The light came entirely from the surrounding silos, illuminating the operating tables where the apothecaries supervised the legion's medical thralls performing modification surgeries. Light projected out from them. The closer to the central experimental table, the dimmer it became. Ramsay's gaze shifted, and he quickly adapted to the dim environment. His high nose bridge trembled slightly. As the foremost expert in the biochemical field below the Primarch, recognized even by Hather Mayat, the temple head of the Thousand Suns, Bright Feather School, he could clearly perceive the bottles of blood sealed with stasis containers and runes. Ramsay knew that the apothecaries bestowed with miraculous power by the Black Emperor had preferred blood meals since becoming barons. They usually fed on blood from Fenrisian beasts like the kraken sent by the Space Wolves. This had been the case since the Black Emperor crushed and beat Russ on Duran. Occasionally, they would also eat the namesake beasts sent by the Salamanders, a testament to the friendship between Lord Vulcan and the Black Emperor. Lord Ramsay. The Warband's apothecary bowed in greeting. Ramsay nodded back and said to Chief Apothecary Mikkel, "I have captured 13 parasites of the bone drinkers." Mikkel stared at Ramsay, seeing no containers behind him, and understood that he must have used some strange ability bestowed by the Black Emperor to contain those parasites. "Prepare the containers." The 10th Warband's apothecaries acted immediately, inputting a series of runes on the console. Amidst the sound of hinges, silos filled with different colored medicinal solutions were lowered by mechanical arms. Thud, thud, thud. The hatches opened, and medicinal liquids of various colors, yellow, green, red, orange, and purple, emitted distinct odors. "They can briefly leave the host body," the master of the flesh domain said with certainty. He had probed the bone drinkers with biochemical psychic power. "It doesn't matter, they will sleep soundly." As Scarlet Scholar, Mikkel spoke, a hazy moonlight rose above his head. The soft moonlight spread, covering the 13 experimental chambers. In the water-like moonlight, Ramsay felt his 2 hearts beating slow down, and the blood flow throughout his body decelerate. The Master of Flesh's eyes flashed, his obsidian-like eyes looking up at the hazy moonlight. "Your ability is strange, it makes every cell seem to lose its activity. The moons of every star system present different lunar phases, this is what I saw in the Tyche system." Scarlet Scholar, Mikkel's voice drifted from his black hood. "Lunar phases." Ramsay chewed on the word and walked to an experimental chamber. He raised a hand, shadows rose, and a parasitic body silently slid into the experimental chamber. Ramsay gazed at the dense spores, they seemed to be asleep, clinging to the parasitic body without escaping or moving. He then placed the bone drinkers' parasites one by one into the experimental chambers. The hatches closed, and as the chambers rose, the moonlight overhead gradually withdrew, only shrouding one of them. Inside the other experimental chambers, the bone drinkers began to move. Thud, thud, thud. Amidst the dull thudding, runes flashed within the chambers filled with green medicine, and the liquid rapidly disappeared. When the medicine was completely absorbed by the parasites, gray radiation detection beams hit the parasites. In the orange experimental chamber, red runes flashed, and then, as if boiling, a series of bubbles surged. ... The 10th warbands, potions professors, immediately spread out around the consoles, checking experimental data and reporting to the chief apothecary. Physiological functions, individual diameter 1.5 mm. The Xenos individuals have distinct collective parasitic traits and instinctively generate a physiological need for biological bones. Each feeding provides enough nutrition to ensure their survival for 49.2 standard days. Bone drinkers must depend on a host body to exist. After leaving the body, they will die in 5.8 hours. Ramsey listened to the apothecaries' reports until the runes in the 12 experimental chambers stopped flickering. A potions professor was the first to make a suggestion. Catachan Spikestock, Scarlet Scholar, Mikkel thought for a few seconds. It's worth a try. Ramsey then saw the apothecary who made the suggestion and another person walk toward the console. A servo arm was lowered into the experimental chamber shrouded in moonlight. With a faint suction sound, the parasitic body's left shoulder, along with a clump of fuzz, was sucked up and slid into an experimental chamber flushed with medicinal liquid. At the same time, a spherical object about 2 meters high, covered with thick hair like leaves, was placed into another experimental chamber. The experimental chamber rotated rapidly. The spikestock seemed to be stimulated. Countless needles shot out from its spherical surface, clattering against the chamber walls and splashing drops of liquid. The liquid flowed down, gathered by the bottom collector, and was injected through a tube into the experimental chamber containing part of the parasites. Beep, beep, beep. The chemical juice produced by the spikestock dripped onto the parasite's shoulder. The fuzz quickly turned pitch black and drifted off. It worked, the potions professor, who made the suggestion, shouted excitedly. No, Mikkel interrupted his cheering. This will only exterminate them. My lord's oracle is to capture them. Correct, Ramsey said. He looked at the chief apothecary, and both read the same thought in each other's obsidian eyes. The emperor's orders are meaningless, the Black Emperor's oracle must be fulfilled. The apothecary who had just spoken and the other, potions professors, looked toward the lord, gazing at the face that was identical to their gene father's. He also snapped out of the brief joy of success, thinking about how to complete his father's command. The potions professors offered one suggestion after another: the paralyzing toxin of the Catachan Miller catcher, the anesthetic from Nuceria. After repeated failures, only the legs remained of the parasitic body. Scarlet Scholar, Mikkel suddenly spoke. Since the bone drinkers are unique and a single medicine cannot achieve the goal, then we shall use a compound medicine. Miller catcher, Nuceria anesthetic. 3.3 to 1.1. The potions professors realized and immediately prepared according to the ratio he stated. Over a dozen solutions, including dark green, beige, and gray, were injected into an experimental chamber. The experimental chamber pumped and rotated, round after round. When it finally stopped, it had mixed into a black solution. The right lower leg of the parasitic body was cut and moved to another experimental chamber. Drip, drip, drip. The black solution dripped down. The trembling spore clusters suddenly stopped, and strands of fuzz hung down. It's a success. Lord Mikkel's suggestion was indeed effective. All thanks to my lord's grace. Mikkel said piously, thinking silently in his heart. Praise be to my lord. Ramsey frowned slightly and asked, we have the capture medicine, but do we use humans as bait? My lord likely would not wish to see people sacrificed in large numbers. No need, Scarlet Scholar, Mikkel said. The Ovega from Attila will do, we will mix the capture medicine into it. Bone drinkers within 500 kilometers will swarm in like wild dogs smelling bones. That is good then, Ramsey smiled. He had witnessed the entire research process of the apothecaries and fully believed that their abilities far exceeded those of the apothecaries of other legions and the biological sages of the Adeptus Mechanicus. Chapter 823. The Order shadows are stronger than the Space Wolves and the Night Lords. Andrus Prime, Hive City No. 13. Thousands of people were shivering as they hid in an underground shelter in the upper nest. Since the light of the Emperor was spread to Andrus with the arrival of the expeditionary fleet, it had served as a major transit point for the Imperium and had never been attacked. There's nothing to fear. The security force must have already suppressed the rebellion. A man who served the Water Guild as an overseer for a water purification pool stepped onto a stack of crates and craned his neck, looking out through the only small window in the shelter that was above ground level. Thick dust covered the window. The overseer covered his nose and mouth with his left hand and gripped his right sleeve tightly to wipe the window. Cough, cough. He squinted his eyes, looking out through the scattered dust. On the ground, mothers holding their children and white-haired old men all looked up at him, hoping to hear good news. The overseer's pupils suddenly dilated as he saw a member of the security force with the Emperor's double-headed eagle on his shoulder pauldron, holding a lasgun. ZZZT. The sound of the beam ionizing the air echoed faintly. Following the turbulence caused by the beam in the air, the overseer saw the beam accurately hit a rebel covered in fluff. The blinding light blasted a large hole in the rebel's chest. Good shot. He waved his arm vigorously. The overseer's excited cheer caused the others in the shelter to relax, and smiles appeared on their faces. Suddenly, the overseer's waving arm stopped, and he stumbled as he fell down. A white-haired retired man from the Power Guild helped him up. What happened? Monster. The overseer was dazed, not yet recovered from the terrifying thing he had seen. The old man frowned and shook the man's shoulders hard. Calm down and tell us, what did you see? I saw them. Lasguns, can't kill them. The overseer's eyes were vacant. Some of the fluff scorched, but they're still walking. Bang. The shelter door shook, and the alarm lights flashed red warning runes. They're here, we're all going to be eaten by them. The overseer slumped to the ground and spoke in despair. I heard they attacked some worlds on the edge of the sector, and the space wolves and the night lords have been hunting them, a scribe wearing a void port uniform said through his respirator. Aren't they the Emperor's angels? Why haven't they killed all the monsters? The wife of a merchant guild representative, wearing a silk nightgown, asked with a trembling body as she held her child. I don't know. Maybe there are as many of them as there are greenskins, so many that even they can't kill them all, or maybe they're just hard to kill. The voice from the respirator sounded lost and ignorant. The overseer suddenly bounced up from the floor and looked at the door in terror. Ah, fluff, they're coming in. Everyone turned to look and saw strands of fluff, crawling in through the cracks of the door. We're dead. We're going to be eaten by monsters. The wealthy merchant's wife held her child tightly and shrank back. She had only taken a few steps back when she bumped into someone behind her. She turned around to see that the area was filled with shivering people waiting for death. She powerlessly held her child tight. In the past, they had lived well. Although they weren't as wealthy as the noble lords high up in the Nest Tower, they had no worries about food or clothing, bathed in the glory of the Emperor and the Imperium of man. Now, however, they could only cower in a dark shelter, waiting to be eaten by monsters. Gone, the overseer said uncertainly. Everyone's eyes widened. They saw that there was no more fluff in the cracks of the door, and there was no more thumping sound of knocking. The Emperor's angels. It must be them. The respirator vibrated. Look. The overseer walked out from the crowd with trembling steps. He moved step by step to the crates and climbed up clumsily. Covering his nose and mouth, not daring to make a sound, he looked out. MMPH. The overseer's pupils dilated. He saw monsters covered in drifting fluff lunging at a giant, furry creature. He had never seen that kind of creature before. When he had looked out not long ago, that creature wasn't there, it was as if it had appeared out of thin air. The monsters were on top of that creature, and the fluff on their bodies was surging frantically toward it, as if something were attracting them. In an instant, that creature was filled up. After a while, it began to swell, with fluff wrapping around it in layers until it was round and bulging, like a giant ball. What's happening? The retired old man from the Power Guild asked. The Water Guild overseer said blankly, I don't know how to say it, but those aren't the Emperor's angels. It's a kind of carnivorous livestock. He watched as the sphere expanded rapidly, exceeding the limit of what could be seen through the narrow window in an instant. Corpses lay scattered on the ground. ZZZT. A short burst of static suddenly sounded from the shelter's speakers, followed by a deep voice. People of Andrus, attention. I am the Order Shadows. By order of Lord Nimrod, Primarch and Sovereign of Vostonia, the 10th Warband of the Order Shadows has been commanded to rescue you. The Xeno threat is being resolved. All who hear this broadcast, remain in your dwellings. This is an order. You must comply, or you will be devoured by the Xenos. Quote. This is great. It's the Emperor's angels. The overseer shouted excitedly. So lucky, it's not those brutal wolves, the Void Port scribe murmured, his voice not carrying beyond his respirator. Even if the wolves cleared out the invading Xenos, they wouldn't consider the casualties among people like them. The prosperous Andrus would be turned into a ruin. Everyone would die. Time passed minute by minute, but the people in the shelter were no longer in despair. They looked curiously through the window at the fluff outside. The fluff disappeared, and Black Armor Warrior appeared on the streets 3 hours later. The Overseer waved his arm vigorously and shouted loudly, "Order Shadows! Emperor's Angels!" A Black Armor Warrior noticed him and gestured downward with his left hand. He responded to me. Ha ha! The Overseer shouted happily to the crowd. The Vox broadcast sounded again 2 standard days later. Residents of Andrus, the Xenos have been purged and driven away. You may return to your homes. With smiles on their faces, the people walked out of the shelter doors, followed the stairs, and came up to the ground. The Overseer saw black armored giants on the street, carrying massive firearms. He ran over and shouted loudly, "Emperor's Angel, thank you for saving us." The other survivors followed in his footsteps, shouting loudly. The Starport scribe looked around, then gazed toward the starport in the distance, memories of those strange bodies swallowing the starport's defense forces flashing through his mind. He then thought of the rumors he had heard over the past year, which were forbidden to be mentioned in the Hive City. Praise Lord Nimrod. The Order Shadows are stronger than the Space Wolves and the Night Lords. They have dealt with the Bone Drinkers. Chapter 824. Bjorn, do the Order Shadows really rely on sorcery to achieve all this? The feudal world, the royal palace of Sampedo. The demoness of pleasure, Maria Kurnikova, elegantly took a sip of the fine wine in her glass, her eyes shimmering. Mellow and delicious, with a long-lasting finish. She had long since grown accustomed to transitioning from an assassin in the shadows to a socialite moving within aristocratic circles. Having tasted countless fine wines, the wine in her glass was not particularly outstanding. The veteran, which, offered her praise only because, through 15 banquets, she had already mastered King Peep's preferences. This 64-year-old king enjoyed the praise he felt he deserved after winning his right to rule through a long struggle. Dressed in silk finery, wearing a crown and holding a golden scepter, King Pepe wore a smile. Lady Kurnikova, this is a vintage I personally buried 42 years ago. At the time, I said that only when I ruled Sampedo and became its king and the Empire's planetary governor would I personally unseal it. Congratulations on fulfilling your wish, Maria said, her red lips parting slightly. The crown rightfully belongs to you. I wonder if I might be honored to hear the story of your glorious journey to the top, Maria remarked, steering the conversation. According to her intelligence, Peep's rise to kingship was inseparable from the help of the Bone Drinkers. Her time was running out, the Grey Fleet of the Wolves was sailing toward this world. Although the Emperor had the Black Emperor deal with the Bone Drinkers, the Wolves had not left like the Night Lords, they had not given up the hunt. Maria knew that once the Wolves arrived, the punishment they delivered would burn this world to ruins. Although Pepe and his officials sacrificed to Xenos, the serfs did not deserve to be slaughtered. They were no different from the people of most worlds that had submitted to the Empire, they didn't even know of the existence of the Empire or the Emperor. They worked just as they had for thousands of years, paying taxes to the king. The Empire appointed planetary governor, the king, as long as he submitted to the Empire and followed the orders of the officials sent by the Keeper of the Seals, was no different from any other king in history. King Peep's face broke into a mysterious smile. Lady Kurnikova, I was able to set things right all thanks to the help of the apostles. We contribute to their great cause, and they deliver punishment upon the usurpers. By contribute, you mean a sacrifice, don't you? Maria thought coldly, though her face beamed with a smile, her blue eyes shimmering like water. I wonder if I might be honored to meet the apostle. Of course. Pepe gazed at the woman with skin as fair as water and a supple waist. The apostle has always been willing to grant enlightenment and help to more people. Therefore, to see him, you must bring your servants. You must have brought tens of thousands of servants, haven't you? He thought of the void ship docked in orbit. Of course, it would be my honor. I will bring them to meet the apostle. 2 sidereal hours later, 10 cars spewing black smoke roared out of the royal city, heading toward a valley outside. Inside the gold-painted car, Pepe glanced at the dashboard in front of the driver's seat, they were 500 meters from the valley entrance. He turned to look at the sultry beauty beside him. We're almost there. Where are your servants? The demoness of pleasure. Maria brushed her hair aside and activated spirit vision, seeing dense clusters of light points within the valley ahead. Her fair finger tapped the communication bead in her ear, then pointed to the sky. They are already here. Desire flared in Peep's eyes as he gripped his golden scepter tightly. Your servants will become their food, and you will become a plaything for my bed. Your worship and your wealth will all be. Pepe suddenly shivered. Just as he was about to order the driver to turn up the heater, white frost suddenly reflected in his eyes. PFF'd. 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 3 ice crystals pierced the heads of the king, the driver, and the attendant. Blood dripped onto the frost-covered seats and the floor. Bang! The car door closed gently. The wheels had also become mired in the demoness of pleasures, frost manipulation. Behind her, frost and black flames surged as the witches quietly dealt with the entire convoy. Maria looked up at the sky. The black transport had opened its hatch and was dropping its cargo. One by one, Ovegas with inflatable bags attached descended from the sky, crashing into the valley. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless polymer stalks covered in fluff rose from the ground, growing taller in an instant than the nest tower Maria had seen in Vostonia's monarch city. Maria pressed her communication bead. Send a message to Lord William. The Xenos in Sampedo have been dealt with. At the same time, on the feral world of Milton, Lord William Wood of the 12th Battle Group walked ahead of the local barbarians. The marionettist was not accompanied by his soothsayer marionette. She had been ordered to crystallize and take root in the flagship's divination room. Nor was he wearing the new armor crafted by Armor Master Malevalis, based on the growth and adaptive systems of the Stygian pattern Terminators and the Lord Hunter suite. After advancing to marionettist, the faceless transformation ability had improved significantly, allowing him to reduce his height by 1/10 at the cost of his body becoming 3 sizes broader. Even so, marionettist William was still a head taller than the tallest man on this world, the barbarian chieftain Vandenberg. A vision suddenly flashed through the mind of the veteran clown, William. The fluff on Vandenberg's chest drifted, and a strand was suddenly caught by the wind, falling toward his broad back. Just as the fluff began to drift, he lengthened his stride with his left leg. Whoosh! The fluff brushed past his body and fell to the ground, then drifted up again, grazing the leg of William's trousers. After drifting 3 times, the ache Harris landed unwillingly on Vandenberg's hairy foot. Haha, Brother Wood, you're not lying to me. Vandenberg dragged his massive frame forward, his muscles rippling as he moved. You really want us over there, and you'll keep us full. Brother Vandenberg, how could I lie to you? William's voice was booming. He already knew from the message sent by the chief apothecary that the intelligence and cognition of the bone drinkers were derived from their hosts. He observed that the bone drinkers on this world likely possessed low intelligence. The first batch of bone drinkers might not have visited a civilized world before coming here. Nevertheless, William cautiously played his role well. It was the habit of a veteran, faceless. Of course, he also knew what the bone drinkers gathered on the barbarians wanted to eat, his and others' bones. My boss said, the more brothers you can bring, the more you'll get to eat. Have you gathered all the tribes? Haha, I've already called all my brothers. The fluff on Vandenberg's chest drifted, and the surrounding ache Harrises drifted with the wind. Look, they've all come, everyone in the whole world. William looked around. Rows of barbarians with drifting fluff on their bodies were swaying toward them. Very good. The veteran magician raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Snap. The performance begins. Fireworks bloomed, and Ovegas adorned with colored ribbons descended from the sky. A greeting gift I prepared for you, the food you crave. Enjoy. As William was admiring his magic performance, the communicator at his waist suddenly buzzed. After listening to the report relayed by the sound array master, he said with a smile, tell the wolves they're late. The Wolf's Lair of the Nidhogg, flagship of the Space Wolves' Third Great Company. Wolf Lord Ogve Helmscrot listened to the words of Wolf Priest Nyat Leadbringer, the hand holding his Fenrisian mead trembled slightly. The targets of those hunting packs had all been snatched by the Order Shadows. Suppressing his anger, he looked toward the young Blood Claw. The Blood Claw's short hair was tied into a bunch with a leather cord. His face was long and solemn, covered in intricate tattoos that made his muzzle even more prominent. The unusually protruding muzzle was like that of a beast. The visitor from beyond Fenris, founder of the Imperial Iterators, Remembrancer Caspar Ansbach-Hauser, called him by the name, Bear. That was the corresponding term in Gothic, but in the hearth cant of Fenris that outsiders could not understand, his name was Bjorn. Bjorn, what have you discovered? What about the ships passing through the worlds where the bone drinker Xenos are active? You tracked them, what did you find? Bjorn felt the eyes of the wolves fall upon him, they too were the pack's prey. While not as significant as the Xenos-infested worlds cleared by the Order Shadows, they were still valuable prey. Wolf Lord, they were dealt with by the Order Shadows using strange methods. What methods? Their warlock tricks. Asked the rune priest Longfang, whose Fenrisian name was Uvru Hioros. I am not sure, Bjorn said, speaking his true thoughts. They provided those ships with a popular cargo, a type of meat livestock called ovega. The harassment by the bone drinkers caused a severe food crisis, so the ovegas were very welcome. Bjorn's face was full of confusion. Some ovegas vanished into thin air. I tracked the cargo and transfer records of 5 ships, they just disappeared. I interrogated the captains, cargo masters, and all relevant personnel of 2 ships, but found no cause. Sorcery. Bjorn looked at the certain Uvru, his brow furrowed. Do the Order Shadows really rely on sorcery to achieve all this? While Bjorn was puzzled, in the Chukununso system, the armed transport, Vostonia's fire, Tierney watched as barges landed one after another. The swindlers commanded the marauders to move the bone drinkers the Black Emperor wanted into the cargo holds. The swindlers had successfully used thought misdirection and mental interference to deceive the captains of various void ships, making them carry ovegas without realizing it. Once the bone drinkers on the ships were lured, they led the marauders to skillfully transfer them within the cargo holds before quietly departing at the ports. Tierney gazed at the spheres of various sizes and thought silently. It is time to sacrifice to my lord. As Tierney prepared the sacrificial ritual, in the 4th layer of the Nation of Disorder, Nimrod had already received the first batch of Hereses sacrificed by the 10th Warband. He gazed at the spiritual radiance upon them. As expected, they are potion materials. I just don't know which pathway they belong to. Is it the sequence 4 feet Shaman King of the Moon, or the sequence 4 feet Classical Alchemist of the Mother pathway? I also don't know how much is needed for each portion. Surely it won't be a barrel or a vat's worth. While Nimrod was thinking, he sent them into the 7th layer of space, where they were entwined by masses of threads of rules. With a thought, he touched the spiritual light sphere of the Scarlet Scholar. Mikkel has arrived at Terra. Chapter 825, You Are My Everything. 99. M30. The Gomon family estate, Mobei region, Terra. A mahogany door, a species long extinct on Terra, sealed the bedroom off from the noise outside. The dark hardwood bedposts were thick and exquisite, carved with grapevine patterns and topped with heavy brocade. Damask sheets were spread over a down mattress, and upon a silk pillow embroidered with the Gomon family crest lay a pale, beautiful face. Lemuel, Marika softly called her husband's name. Give up, she said weakly, her gaze gentle and calm. There is no way left, you have tried everything. No. Lemuel was dressed in a light linen robe covered in interlocking colored embroidery, spirals, bulls, lightning, and many indistinguishable patterns. It had been woven by a blind tailor in the Sangha region according to Lemuel's design, with patterns taken from scrolls kept in the secret library of the Mobei mansion. After exhausting all known medical treatments in the world without being able to cure his beloved Marika, Lemuel turned his gaze toward forbidden occultism, many books of which were strictly prohibited by the Empire. He had secretly performed 11 dangerous rituals, 5 of which involved prayers to malevolent deities rumored to exist in regions like North Africa. The imperial truth denounced such things as false fallacies, and the Empire strictly forbade them all. If the Adeptus Arbits found out, even a wealthy merchant like him would be executed. He clenched his cuffs, hiding the marks left by reconstructive surgeries, scars branded from his 4 blood sacrifice rituals. He had performed rituals to summon evil gods. But he was disappointed, no deity responded to him, not even Moloch, a god rumored to have haunted this land since before the establishment of the North African floating hive cities, whom he sought in his desperation. Lemuel held Marika's hand. The radiant light she once possessed was now dull and lifeless. He read despair in her. Lemuel leaned against the window, his eyes half closed. He could still perceive a colorful tapestry, a scene more brilliant than the peak works of Baclan Roger or Serena DeAngelis. The cobalt steel calculations and dark brown doubts of the financial director, the industries Lemuel built in the first half of his life, were still generating profit, but the increasingly high and mysterious expenses, of which even he was unaware, filled him with anxiety. Swirling around Marika's personal maid, her wardrobe maid, her jewelry maid, 4 ordinary maids, and 4 chore girls were blue-black shadows and brown worries. The brown of the 12 family nurses was even deeper. They would never find an employer more generous than Gomon. Lemuel suddenly opened his eyes, blocking out the world he had been able to perceive since his youth. The Lord of Sangha knows General Drake, and Lord Drake is close with Lord Nimrod. Although he was married to Marika, he was not considered a relative by the Lord of Sangha. Especially since General Drake held the Lord of Sangha in high regard, even marrying a collateral branch daughter to his heir. Father contacted Lord Drake and made a request, Marika said with a bitter smile. Why would Lord Nimrod and the Order Shadows care about the life or death of a lord's daughter? Lemuel, I beg of you. Marika's arm suddenly surged with strength as she shook her husband's arm. I have accepted death calmly, you should accept it too. Lemuel's tall, North African frame trembled, but the eyes within his sunken sockets remained persistent. You are my everything. I will never give up. There must be a way. Lemuel's mind raced, grotesque legends flashing through his thoughts. Suddenly his eyes lit up, as if he had caught a life-saving straw. The Himalayas. Lemuel shouted loudly. Legend says there are secluded sages there who have complete mastery over body and mind. They must have a way to save you. 4 days later, on the villa's balcony, Marika watched Lemuel depart. Her husband had quickly sold off all his assets, carrying the proceeds with him as he set out resolutely with his attendants. As Lemuel's figure vanished into the morning mist, 2 lines of tears rolled down from the corners of Marika's eyes. She knew this was a final farewell. Her father had once said that the builders of the imperial palace had long ago driven away all the sages who lived there. Perhaps her shrewd husband, who had never been deceived by anyone, knew this too. He simply refused to accept it. Supported by the only servant who hadn't been let go, the family nurse, Marika lay back in bed against the silk pillows to wait for death. At that same moment, at the Drake family mansion in the Himalayas. Of the many Drake family mansions, the one closest to the heart of the empire was only 2.5 kilometers in a straight line from the Eternity Gate. Among the battle standards at the Eternity Gate, more than 150 were raised by Barton on behalf of the regiments under his command. In General Barton's private reception room, he welcomed 2 visitors. One was Evos Jovan, the chief medical officer of the Solar Auxilia, whom Barton had saved after Jovan touched upon forbidden knowledge. After Barton recommended Evos to Lord Nimrod, he was immediately given a position of great importance. The medical center he built on the agricultural world of Rhine was famous throughout the empire, the first choice for surgery for countless powerful figures. He was also responsible for the modifications of the Order Shadows. In recent decades, he had produced more Astartes than anyone else. Barton hadn't expected Evos to pull himself away from his many duties to come to Terra. Lord Nimrod assigned him an important task. Realizing there was an opportunity to serve Lord Nimrod, a sharp light gleamed in Barton's eyes. The other visitor was a tall giant, his entire body shrouded in a hood. He was an Order Shadow. Kyan, also shrouded in black robes, stared at the newcomer. It's actually Chief Apothecary Mikkel. Is Lemuel Gomon really that important? He is just a wealthy merchant. Why does my lord value him so highly? Barton looked at the black-robed man and spoke admiringly. The Order Shadow's actions are swift and effective. The Bone Drinkers Xenos, which neither the Space Wolves nor the Night Lords could resolve, vanished completely within 3 standard months. It is all thanks to my lord's power. Mikkel's voice drifted from the hood. Recalling the Black Emperor's oracle, he asked. Lemuel Gomon, what is he doing? Barton was startled. He thought for a few seconds before remembering the wedding his great-grandson had attended on his behalf. The groom was Gomon. He was just a wealthy merchant from the North African region. Just as Barton was about to order intelligence gathered on Gomon, Kyan spoke. He has sold his family property and just set out on the road to the Himalayas, hoping to find a way to save Marika from the secluded sages. Ever since he realized the Black Emperor was focused on Lemuel Gaiman, he had been watching him. Under his command, the Shadow Guard of Terra had focused their attention on Gaiman. In that case, let us depart, Mikkel said. The Black Emperor's oracle was to save his wife, Marika, after Gaiman set out for the Himalayas. Barton reacted quickly. To Gaiman's home. Correct. The task for Evos and me is to treat his wife's illness. Lemuel Gaiman. Barton pondered the name repeatedly, unable to think of anything special about him that would make Lord Nimrod value him so much. The Lord of the Sangha region rushed to the Gaiman family estate in the Mobei region. 2 hours ago, he had received word that Lord Barton had responded to his hopeless request. Marika could be saved. The Lord of Sangha stood respectfully at the landing pad. Hearing a sound, he looked up as an elegant black aquila descended from the sky. He immediately stepped forward. He saw a Drake noble, who had held his head high at his daughter's wedding, now respectfully leading the way. Behind him was a robust man. General Barton wasn't wearing his metal-laden military uniform, but he was still tall and imposing, his black civilian robes and matching cloak emphasizing his majestic presence. The Lord of Sangha was stunned for a moment. Behind General Barton were 3 more black-robed figures. 2 were giants far exceeding normal human size, and 1 was even as tall as an Astartes in power armor. Could they be Astartes? Did General Barton request the Order Shadows for my sake? The Lord of Sangha thought in disbelief. The Lord of Sangha quickly walked up to the group. Lord Barton. After bowing, he asked respectfully, and these lords? We are here to treat Marika's illness, Mikkel said. He didn't explain much. If not for the Black Emperor's decree to keep the disturbance to a minimum, he wouldn't even have had Barton inform the Lord of Sangha, he would have let the moon shroud the Gaiman residence. I understand, the Lord of Sangha complied. My lords, I have ordered preparations. No preparations are needed. You only need to take us to the sickroom, Evos said. Only then did the Lord of Sangha notice that the shorter black-robed man was followed by a surgical bed. The mechanical legs of the surgical bed creaked as it followed beside him. Scalpels, forceps, and other surgical instruments on it swayed in the wind. The Lord of Sangha had never seen such an eerie scene. He shuddered and quickly stepped aside to lead the way. Very well, please follow me. Rest assured, you will be fine after a sleep, Mikkel said to Marika, who was lying on the surgical bed. The Scarlet Scholar spoke as he pulled a bottle of red potion from his black robes. Before he even opened the bottle, Evos, who had just been promoted to biologist by Lord Nimrod, twitched his nose. Your medicine contains a thick aura of life, it is worth more than a hive city spire. A flash of shock crossed Marika's eyes. As the daughter of the Lord of Sangha, she naturally knew the value of a hive city spire. Lemuel's entire fortune was probably only worth about that much. My lord, this is too precious. I have no way to repay you. Mikkel said softly, do not worry. You only need to have a good sleep. As the Scarlet Scholar spoke, he gently inserted a syringe containing a mixture of dozens of agents, including a 10,000-fold dilution of the Primarch Omega's blood and Nuceria anesthetics, into Marika's scalp. You will not feel any pain. When you wake up again, the cancer in your brain will have completely vanished. Astrocytoma will be far from you. Thank you, my lord. Tears of life and hope welled up in Marika's eyes. When Lemuel sees me, he will surely be overjoyed. Her thoughts gradually became blurred, and she slowly drifted to sleep under the effect of the drugs. Evos, the rest is up to you. Mikkel looked at Evos. We cannot disappoint our lord. Rest assured, I will never fail Lord Nimrod's trust. The veteran harvest priest placed a syringe filled with oak sap grown on Rhine onto the rack. The doctor, who had been sought after by countless powerful figures for surgery his entire life and had saved the lives of countless solar auxilia on the battlefield, picked up the phase scalpel. Chapter 826. The Terra nobles who independently chose their gene Primarchs, and the one who wants to compose Nimrod's biography. 991. M3. In the Mumbai region of Terra, Lemuel Gaiman hurriedly entered his mansion. After entering the Himalayan region, his communicator suffered signal interference, losing all connection with the outside world. The guide he hired told him it was the wondrous arrays of the Emperor's palace that were interfering with communications. Lemuel did not retreat. He pursued every rumor, searching for the sage said to be living in seclusion there. However, in the end, he only found 2 caves. The sage who had lived in seclusion there had long been driven out by the builders of the palace. Only after Lemuel emerged from the Himalayas did he regain contact with the outside world and learn that 11 months ago, the Sangha Lord had brought people to treat his wife, Marika. Desperate, he immediately rushed home. Without even putting down his backpack, he quickly strode up the marble steps. The family nurse hurried after him. Mr. Gaumond, Lady Marika has been taken away. Lemuel turned, asking angrily. Where did she go? I paid you so much money to take good care of her. The family nurse took a frightened step back. It was the Sangha Lord, and a lord from Terra, who took your wife. Lemuel pushed past her and strode outside. No matter who had taken his beloved wife, he was determined to bring Marika back. He had just stepped out of the villa gates when he saw the Sangha Lord, dressed in splendid robes and holding a staff, walking towards him. Lemuel strode over. Lord, how is Marika? Lemuel. The Sangha Lord wore a smile. He noticed the slight marks on Lemuel's dark skin, the imprints left by the Himalayan wind and frost during his long trek. His eyes softened further. Lemuel's love for his daughter Marika was famous throughout the North African region. Lemuel was taken aback. The Sangha Lord had never addressed him so intimately before, not even in the 7 years since his marriage to Marika. The Sangha Lord intimately put an arm around Lemuel. Lemuel, you need not worry. The Order Shadows sent by Lord Drake has taken Marika. I believe she must already be saved. Order Shadows. Lemuel was stunned. General Drake had actually responded to the Sangha Lord's plea. Lord, please take me to see Lord Drake. Lemuel, between you and me, there's no need for such formality. The Sangha Lord said with a smile. I am Marika's father, you are her husband. From now on, you should call me father. Yes, Lemuel, from now on we are brothers. Lemuel saw the Sangha heir, who had never been so close to him before, also walk over with a smile and intimately put an arm around him from the other side. He stared at the honey-colored aura shimmering around the two of them, and his heart turned cold. Could it be they offered Marika to Lord Patton for some evil purpose? Lemuel was about to voice his accusation when he suddenly remembered he had lost most of his fortune. Even at his wealthiest, he was no match for the Sangha Lord, let alone qualified to compare with General Drake. Lemuel's thoughts raced. He put on a smile and followed the Sangha Lord's earlier words. Father, in that case, please take me to see Marika. I believe you can understand my longing for her. She is not on Terra. A commanding voice suddenly rang out. Lemuel turned his head to see a tall, imposing figure walking over. Lord Drake. The Sangha Lord bowed in greeting. He noticed the general was even more robust and majestic than nearly a year ago, his very stride exuding power. The brawler, Drake strode over. Before the black-robed Order Shadows left, they had given him a vial of pure white potion streaked with traces of blood. That was Lord Nimrod's reward. He had received a new boon. Kyan was still on Terra, but upon learning of Lemuel Goman's return, he did not come himself, only asking Drake to relay a message. The Order Shadows has taken Marika. Seeing the famous General Drake, Lemuel was startled. Seeing the sincere, pure white aura shimmering as the man spoke only deepened his confusion. He stared at General Drake, pressing further. Is Marika still alive? She is not dead. Patton spoke up. He had not seen Marika that day either, she had left lying on Ivo's Yovin's automated surgical bed. The Order Shadows is treating her. You may yet see her in the future. It's the truth. Lemuel stared intently at General Drake, the pure white aura never wavered. He sighed in relief, feeling deep remorse for his suspicion of General Drake. Lemuel's mind went blank for a few seconds. He clenched his teeth. Is there anything I can do? He did not want to just wait like this. You should go to the 15th Legion to search. You know, ordinary medical methods are useless for Marika's cancer. In the realm of the arcane, besides the Order Shadows, there are the Thousand Suns. Lemuel's eyes lit up, then he frowned again. He was just a wealthy merchant. How could he possibly approach the Emperor's angels, the Thousand Suns? The only thing he possessed was wealth, but that held no meaning for the Astartes. One thought after another flashed through Lemuel's mind until one word settled in his thoughts, Remembrancer. The first day of 992, North African Hive City. The Adeptus Administratum review officer idly flicked through the data slate in his hand. Lemuel Gomon. Your preference, the 15th Legion. What talent do you possess that would allow you to follow the great, Thousand Sons? Lemuel respectfully handed over a bound stack of documents with both hands. My lord, I have prepared meticulously and am confident I can keep pace with the Thousand Sons. The Administratum review officer took it, feeling its weight, and a smile appeared on his indifferent face. He looked up at the man before him, seeing the lightning bolts, spirals, and other embroidered patterns on the flaxen robe. Where did the patterns on your clothes come from? My lord, these are my own designs, inspired by scrolls from my collection. Lemuel replied, nervously watching the review officer who showed a faint glimmer of blue interest. He had sold off all his assets, including the family estate in the North African hive city he inherited. He now had nothing, only this one chance. To Lemuel's surprise, the Sangha Lord had genuinely supported his all-or-nothing venture, providing significant help. That was why he had surpassed tens of thousands of applicants and gotten this interview opportunity so quickly. Not bad. You are indeed quite suitable to follow the Thousand Sons. Lemuel watched as the review officer swiped on his data slate, recording something. Go back and wait for the news. Days passed. Lemuel Gomon felt each day like a year. His initial certainty gradually turned to doubt until, in the end, he had no confidence left. After nearly 45 days of torment, he finally received an electronic missive. Lemuel Gomon, the Adeptus Administratum Remembrancer Qualification Review Department congratulates you. Your review application has been approved. You are hereby authorized to proceed to the 15th Legion to record the immortal achievements of the Thousand Sons during the Great Crusade. Please follow the attached schedule and report to the Cairo starport on the specified date. Present your electronic identity credential and electronic key to the review personnel upon reporting. Once again, congratulations. We wish you a pleasant journey and hope you bring back records of the Great Crusade for the Master of Mankind and the Sigillite. Lemuel swung his arm forcefully. He gazed into the void. Marika, I will definitely find a way with the Thousand Sons. Wait for me. At the very moment Lemuel Gomon, through arduous effort, obtained his Remembrancer qualification for the Thousand Sons, a luxury shuttle belonging to another North African Remembrancer, Petronilla Viva, landed on the flight deck of the Sovereign Shadow. Petronilla carried the blood of the Capanus family of Cairo. Her family was one of the most powerful and prestigious noble houses in the Terran court. Her lineage was far nobler than that of the Sangha Lord, allowing her to freely choose which legion she wished to join. Her choice was Nimrod and the Order Shadows. Petronilla's shuttle was modified from an Astartes model, far more comfortable, luxurious, and spacious than the standard type, capable of carrying her personal belongings. Her olive-skinned arms rested on a maplewood desk. Her father had told her this heirloom was a gift from the emperor himself to her father's great-great-grandmother, commemorating the Great Oath of Ural. Before her shuttle took off from Cairo starport, her father had given her the maplewood desk. Countless rogue traitor vied to assist her, ensuring her shuttle reached its destination after only 3 transfers. Petronilla parted her red lips and elegantly took a breath. Although her family could send her to any legion, that was the extent of it. Her noble birth did not mean she could obtain everything she desired, including her goal, abandoning her role as the Capanus family's court representative to become a remembrancer, to compose a biography of Lord Nimrod. Chapter 827. I witnessed Horus's fall with my own eyes, but you won't witness mine. 993. M30. Sovereign Shadow, Upper Deck. The maplewood table gifted by the Emperor to the Capanus family had been moved to Petronilla Viva's assigned cabin, but her progress was far less than expected. So far, the Remembrancer had not yet met Primarch Nimrod in person, let alone convinced him to accept her as his biographer. The closest Petronilla had come to Primarch Nimrod was on the subjugated world 33-81, but as soon as she was granted permission to set foot on the surface, the Primarch's black iron bird had already ascended. She still remembered what Wylan, the chief speaker of the 33rd Expedition Fleet, had warned her. Lady Capanus, my experience of over a century tells me that people like us in this fleet will never have our moment. I have no choice, but you do. You should go to another expedition fleet, follow another Primarch. No moment for me. Petronilla clutched her only gain, 2 photos of that unremarkable world. I'm not here to be a photographer. Petronilla set the photos aside and whispered as she opened a labeled leather document bag. Repeated reading had left slight wear marks on the leather ties. Petronilla pulled out a thick stack of 1,000 parchment sheets. She moistened her right hand and carefully placed the topmost photo. A photo of Primarch Nimrod. Primarch Nimrod was renowned, but few photos of him survived. The photo in Petronilla's hand came from the sculptor who erected Primarch Nimrod's statue in the Plaza of Heroes, taken with the Primarch's own permission. He stood casually, yet with heroic vigor, his perfect physique as towering as the statue she often gazed upon. Petronilla gazed at the photo for a long time, her eyes filled with longing. Petronilla, you can do it. Her gaze shifted to the document records in her hand, occasionally tapping the data slate with a golden memory pen. As Petronilla flipped through the files, flashes of inspiration occasionally touched the memory pen, and the organic crystal core captured the superficial thoughts in her frontal lobe, displaying scattered high Gothic phrases on the screen. That was her source of inspiration. Great Crusade. Commander of the Randan War. Conqueror of Xenos. Destroyer of the Midu Xenos. Liberator of the Colonnad Abyss. Eternal victor over humanity's foes. Blood King. I didn't embark on this long journey from Terra just for things one can obtain while lying in a grand bed. Petronilla put down the document and looked at the data slate. Her gaze swept over the lines of words, finally resting on Blood King, a term only mentioned by Terra nobles in private. When she served as a senior court representative for the Capanis family, she had heard dozens of Terra dignitaries briefly mention it, their tones betraying undisguised fear. Petronilla's eyes suddenly lit up. I've got it. She turned her padded chair and pressed the call button on the edge of the desk. How may I help you? Babes, I want the velvet dress, the scarlet high-collared one. At once, my lady. 6 minutes later, Petronilla had changed into the velvet dress with the help of her maid. She walked out of the inner room of the suite, holding a document embossed with a double-headed eagle watermark. Open the door. After recognizing Petronilla's voice, the door smoothly slid open. She stepped out of the cabin door, and the golden eyes of her bodyguard, Maggard, who was standing outside, turned to look at her. Maggard's eyes were not natural, they had been replaced by precise and expensive visual enhancement bionic eyes by the Capanis family's surgeons to fulfill his duty of protecting important family members. Dressed in golden ring mail and silver chainmail, he bowed slightly, awaiting his mistress's instructions. We are going to see Arsena Dunn, Primarch Nimrod's attendant. A moment later, in the Primarch Palace's attendant's office. Arsena held the document, the veteran detective scrutinizing the details of the paper document. The content of the document was personally written by the Keeper of the Seals, whom he had met when he negotiated with Malkador on behalf of the Black Emperor. The angular, short lines and the many omitted, scribbled characters indicated that the Keeper of the Seals had hastily stepped away from state affairs. The upward flying letter tails indicated that Malkador was preoccupied but still made time for the Capanis court representative. Esteemed Lady Capanis, I will convey your request for an audience to my lord. Petronilla straightened her nose. Mr. Dunn, I have one more sentence, please convey it to Primarch Nimrod. What? The Primarch attendant's narrow blue eyes gazed at the colorful lips of the Capanis noble. I can offer Primarch Nimrod value that others cannot provide. Petronilla elegantly rose and walked away, carrying a dignified handbag with a golden clasp. She can bring me value. Nimrod leaned back on his throne, repeating the sentence with interest. Yes, my lord, that is what she said. The silver-haired Arsena stated with certainty. Petronilla viva. Nimrod was not unfamiliar with her. He remembered that she would leave the Terra court after Horus became Warmaster and go to the 63rd Expedition Fleet. She earned Horus's admiration, becoming the Warmaster's exclusive chronicler, documenting Horus's glorious achievements for posterity. She witnessed Horus's fall on Davin, tears streaming down her face, and wrote that highly symbolic sentence, I witnessed Horus's fall with my own eyes. After Horus emerged from the Davin temple, Petronilla also became his confidant during his internal conflicts, recording many of his chaotic thoughts, and was the only one who knew his true intentions when he destroyed Aureus. Of course, Nimrod had already preemptively taken Aureus, a federation with powerful manufacturing capabilities and a complete set of independent STC templates, which contributed new power armor technology for the development of the Mark IV. Aureus's lightweight solar generator was the other of the two STCs acquired by Horus, besides the power armor, capable of meeting the power demands of the Epsilon 5 Forge complex. After Ryan Ramirez's modification, it also powered the portal device, increasing the energy supply rate by 36.8%. The Tech Marines are still researching fortresses and other aspects. The fallen Horus would never allow anyone other than himself to know what he saw, what he did, and most crucially, the blueprint for the future. Ultimately, Horus apologized to Petronilla while personally breaking her neck. This moment also marked his decision on the path he would take. Nimrod collected his thoughts and glanced at the hanging brass clock. I will meet her at 11 o'clock. Miss Viva, I witnessed Horus's fall with my own eyes, but you will not witness mine. Flames flickered in Nimrod's eyes as he thought silently. As you command, my lord. Nimrod's gaze turned to the corner of the office. Marika's hand, organizing documents, trembled slightly. He had dispatched Chief Apothecary, Scarlet Scholar Mikkel, to escort and protect her, with Evos Jovan, the former first medical officer of the Solar Auxilia, personally performing the surgery to save Lemuel Goman's wife. To ensure he could influence Lemuel, one of the four founders of the future Inquisition, Nimrod decided to corrupt Marika, so he appointed her as a scribe. Nimrod soon discovered that Marika loved and excelled at the work of a scribe. He noticed that Marika's comprehension and memory could even rival some Sequence 9 readers. Perhaps her memory was disordered when she had astrocytoma, and after recovery, she particularly enjoyed mentally stimulating work. Or perhaps the diluted omega blood in the potion enhanced her brain. Most likely, Evos's extraordinary medical skills cured and simultaneously enhanced her brain. Of course, the role of a Primarch's scribe was a position coveted by imperial dignitaries, so Marika assumed the name Lorraine. The Capanis family and the Sangha lords are both in North Africa. Marika might have had a chance to meet Petronilla Viva. Even if they haven't met, the Capanis family holds immense power on Terra, especially in North Africa. If Miss Viva were to investigate, she would likely discover Lorraine's true identity. Thinking of this, Nimrod called out to the corrupted Marika. Lorraine, my lord. Marika put down her work and quickly came to the desk, bowing. When she woke up, she was already on the Sovereign Shadow. Marika was astonished to find that she was fortunate enough to receive attention from the Primarch himself. She then realized that it was Primarch Nimrod who had saved her. Marika found it incredible, she was merely the daughter of a Sangha lord, Lemuel's wife. Why would a towering figure like a Primarch instruct someone to save her? She had nothing to repay him with but to work diligently, constantly checking documents for even a small classification error. Your work is diligent and effective. Nimrod said, smiling at the nervous Marika. I am very satisfied. You should take on greater responsibilities. I will appoint you as the scribe of Vostonia. You should have already noticed that the documents you are currently responsible for are all pre-classified. After you arrive in Vostonia, you will communicate with various departments to verify and create documents. Marika knew that Vostonia was Primarch Nimrod's landing place, the homeworld of the Order Shadows. Primarch Nimrod appointing her as the scribe of Vostonia represented his trust in her. Marika bowed, my lord, I have no way to repay your grace of rebirth. And I will do my utmost to serve you. Arsena, you will escort Marika on my behalf. Nimrod looked at the Primarch attendant. Arsena understood, as you command, my lord. Nimrod watched Marika follow Arsena out, and the prayer of Hather Mayat, the chief librarian of the Thousand Sons, flashed through his mind. My lord, Lemuel Goman, whom you commanded me to observe, has become the Legion's remembrancer. He is friends with historian Callista Ors and architectural archaeologist Camille Sifani. Chapter 828. I provoked Lord Nimrod and actually got my wish. Marika boarded the Black Skyhawk shuttle, heading for the transport ship bound for Vostonia. At the same moment, Petronilla Viva let out an excited, light exclamation. Lord Nimrod has agreed to see me. She called out in a lively tone, stepping with courtly dance moves. Barbas, select a gown for me. After trying on one luxurious gown after another, Petronella finally settled on an elegant and dignified outfit, a cream-colored long dress paired with a figure-hugging ivory underlayer. She also abandoned the heavy makeup typical of the Terran court, using only a touch of antimony sulfide powder to slightly darken her eyeliner. She wore a rose gold necklace of a net-like design on her forehead, adorned with sapphires and pearls like falling raindrops, covering her brow. Wearing a reserved smile, Petronella arrived outside the doors of the Primarch's office and said to her bodyguard, Maggard. Maggard, you will remain outside. Petronella knew that Maggard had always admired the Astartes and revered the Primarchs as deities. He would be extremely eager to catch a glimpse of Lord Nimrod's presence. But today, she was unwilling to share Lord Nimrod's attention with anyone else. As you command. Maggard replied with regret but meticulous obedience to his mistress's order, his gaze curiously taking in the two figures at the door. One was an order shadow of the honor guard, his tall stature similar to the warriors he had seen on this ship. The other was not an Astartes, but a spear-bearing warrior who was the tallest and strongest he had ever seen, aside from the Custodes and the Astartes. What drew Maggard's attention more was the man's repulsive chill, akin to that of the Sisters of Silence who walked the palace halls. Maggard. Nimrod looked up towards the door. He remembered that name. After following Petronilla Viva, Maggard had sworn allegiance to Horus's power and charisma. Maggard was a formidable warrior appreciated by Horus. The Cullian blade he wielded was an ancient blade from the Capanus family vault, capable of severing the bond between soul and body. Using the Cullian blade, he had slain numerous Nurgle corrupted creatures on Davin, his combat record even surpassing that of most Luna wolves. Horus had bestowed power upon Maggard, and in worship of his warmaster, Maggard had killed the remembrancer Ignis Carcassi. Nimrod withdrew his gaze and stood to welcome Petronilla Viva as she stepped into the office. Her attire was understated, unlike the peacocks of the Terran imperial palace. Her light makeup accentuated her naturally perfect features and figure. She dressed up quite deliberately. Petronella's eyes swept quickly across the office. The absence of anyone else to distract Lord Nimrod filled her with secret delight. Her gaze fell upon a massive heavy chainsword and a chilling war axe, and her eyes lit up. Petronella knew those were the weapons of the Primarch Leman Russ, Siren's Bite and the Winter's Edge. She also knew from intelligence reports that they were testaments to the Wolf King's 2 defeats at Lord Nimrod's hands. They, like Lord Nimrod's jet-black armor, were proof of his supreme martial prowess among the Primarchs. The finely crafted armor, with its interlocking plates, was forged for Nimrod by Ferrus Manus. In the duel between the two Primarchs, Lord Nimrod had emerged victorious. Petronella gazed at the approaching black-armored giant. His perfect physique was even more imposing than seen in photographs or when gazing up at statues. His obsidian eyes were as deep as the legendary Nile. When they fixed on her, she felt she was being regarded as the focal point of the galaxy at this moment. His tangible charisma made her dizzy. She struggled to rein in her thoughts with the mental discipline honed in the court. Lord Nimrod. Petronella lowered her head, performing an elegant and elaborate curtsy, and extended her smooth hand, waiting for a kiss. Lady Vivar of the Capanus family. Nimrod ignored her hand and spoke directly, a breach of court etiquette, but she quickly regained her composure. I am Petronilla Viva of the Capanus family. Lady Vivar, do you wish to serve as my chronicler? Though phrased as a question, Nimrod's tone was certain. Petronella had never imagined her intentions could be hidden from a Primarch, let alone Lord Nimrod, renowned for his keen insight and perception. She stated frankly, if you would grant me that honor. Lady Vivar, my fleet has many remembrancers. Why should I bestow this honor upon you? Petronella straightened her neck like a swan, meeting his intense gaze, and declared proudly. Those remembrancers are nothing but a rabble of low standards, none among them can replace me. I will craft an immortal image for you. If you possess the wise eyes of legend, you will surely perceive this. Her tone, her eyes, held a challenge as she looked up at the giant before her. In the ensuing silence, Petronella's heart pounded wildly. Images flashed through her mind, the bloody king and the sanguinary years on Terra. She suppressed the instinctive urge to bite her lip, awaiting Lord Nimrod's reaction. Nimrod was taken aback. Although he had restrained the innate, superhuman, majesty, granted by the mentor of disorder, it was genuinely surprising that Petronella dared to speak so boldly. Truly fitting of you. Directly challenging Horus, who had become Warmaster, and being praised by him for having wolfishness. Lady Vivar, please have a seat, he said, and with a thought, a leather sofa slid sideways to align parallel with the desk. Petronella let out a soft sigh of relief. She lifted her skirt hem and walked with composed grace to the sofa, seating herself elegantly before looking across the black long table at Nimrod, who had resumed his seat upon the throne. Lady Vivar, you claim you can offer me unique value. Yes, Petronella said confidently. The glorious honor I will write for you will make the Terran nobility revere you. I believe no one knows better than I how to craft an image of a monarch worthy of aristocratic admiration. Kyril Sinderman's treatises are tiresome, Dion Frolaster's compositions are flashes in the pan, and Ignace Carcassi's poetry is of decent quality, but he portrays the grand achievements of the Great Crusade in a rather unflattering light. Though Nimrod showed no outward sign, he acknowledged Petronilla Viva's point. As a noblewoman, she understood better than Kyril Sinderman and others what the nobility wanted to see and believe. Seeing Lord Nimrod's noncommittal expression, Petronella continued. Fear may protect your interests, but it cannot inspire followers. Oh. Nimrod chuckled lightly. Conrad Kurz would disagree with you. But you would not. Petronella stated with certainty. Fear stems from the unknown. You need a more comprehensive image. The Terran nobility would willingly follow such a you. Petronella elaborated her ideas, watching Lord Nimrod's calm expression with trepidation. She saw the giant rise, and she too lifted her skirt hem to stand. Lady Vivar, congratulations. From this moment, you are my chronicler. The Terran nobility possessed immense power and wealth. If he could bring some of the families alienated by fear under his sway, it would be a significant boon. At the very least, it was worth a try. As for normal people not having biographies written while alive, Nimrod reflected that he could not be defined as a man, and he had no such taboos. He was a Eternals and had already acquired a portion of the Black Emperor's resurrection abilities. Seeing Lord Nimrod stand and extend a hand more lustrous than marble, Petronella was momentarily stunned. A flicker of joy rose in her eyes. She had gained initial acceptance. Petronella happily extended her hand. The large hand covered and enveloped her delicate one. A blush tinged Petronella's cheeks. I will not disappoint you, my lord. Lady Vivar, I have a question. You could have chosen which expeditionary fleet to join. Why did you come to my side? As is well known, Horus's achievements are greater than mine. You are the most perfect Primarch. Petronella withdrew her hand, feeling a sense of loss. Your military exploits are outstanding, your martial prowess supreme, and your governance is exemplary. The territories under your rule are a model for the Imperium. Petronella's steps were unsteady as she left, as if walking in a dream. Only after exiting the office doors, passing the burly man standing opposite the Order shadow, and feeling a sudden surge of unease, did she realize her smooth back felt cool, as if damp with sweat. Unbelievable. I provoked Lord Nimrod and actually got my wish. After Petronilla Viva left, a faint sound of prayer echoed in Nimrod's ears. He rose and went to his private chambers, then took a step forward, arriving at the nation of disorder. After seating himself, Nimrod extended his spirituality, touching the constantly expanding and contracting spiritual light spheres. He then saw Chief Librarian Thomas kneeling at an altar in prayer. My lord, I have followed your divine decree, recorded the vistas of the Arc Fringe Cluster, outlined its true form, and mastered all corresponding arcane knowledge. With a thought from Nimrod, the space monkeys of the first layer immediately began concocting the potion ingredients for Sequence 5 inches Constellation's Master, using materials like siren dust collected from the Gate of Elysium region of the Sol system. Within the altar of the Mancora Librarium, black mist surged, a door opened, and a transparent vial appeared in Thomas's hand. I thank my lord for this gift. Only after piously thanking the Black Emperor did Thomas examine the potion in his hand. Within it, starlight seemed to converge into numerous illusory eyes. The scrolls professor raised his head and drank the potion. Countless crystalline orbs, dotted with brilliance yet quite illusory, immediately surfaced in his mind. Countless celestial phenomena manifested, and resplendent constellations shone. Thomas's mystic eyes gazed upon the flowing stars, becoming intoxicated by the starlight. Suddenly, a voice imbued with majesty rang out. Reign in your consciousness. Outline the star chart of the Arc Fringe Cluster. Instinctively obeying the Black Emperor's decree, Thomas began arranging the scattered stars, placing them in orderly patterns. Moments later, the newly advanced, Constellation's master, Thomas prayed devoutly once more. Praise my Lord. I thank my Lord for your guidance. In 997, the librarians shall assemble at the Carium Gate. Accompanied by the majestic voice, a data crystal drifted down. I shall follow your will. Thomas responded piously. In the fourth layer of the Nation of Disorder, Nimrod again extended his spirituality, touching the spiritual light sphere of 7th Battle Group Lord Sanchez. Confirming that no one was around him, Nimrod instructed him to perform a prayer ritual. After bestowing the data crystal upon the Raffin, he issued a command with a thought. You, along with Thibaut, Borte. Nimrod named 15 conspirators in succession. Based on the data crystal, devise a conspiracy to capture the Raffin progenitor alive. Your plan must ensure that you can flaunt the complete conspiracy before him. Nimrod then individually instructed the lords of the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 10th, and 12th battle groups that when assembling at the Carium Gate in 997, they were not to bring any auxiliary army troops. He remembered that the Raffin progenitor could manipulate minds across thousands of light years, inciting rebellions. They had even controlled a Reaver Titan crew to attack the Lion. Although the Raffin were a powerful and dangerous ancient race, they were also a treasure trove. The Raffin possessed unique interstellar navigation technology and numerous psychic weapons. Their origin space fulfilled the requirements for the promotion ritual of the Door Pathway Sequence 5 inches Traveler. Ordinary Raffin were the sole missing ingredient for the Sequence 5 inches Dreamwalker potion of the Visionary Pathway. After fully digesting the Mentor of Disorder potion, Nimrod had seen this formula on the profane slate. The Raffin progenitor was the sole missing ingredient for the promotion to Earl of the Fallen. Chapter 829. Isn't Togan a fanboy of Horus? Why did the person he admires become me? 997. M30. Carium Gate Sector, Sovereign Shadow, Primarch's office. Nimrod leaned back against his throne and spoke to Petronilla Viva, who was picking up a Rhine specialty jade berry with her fingertips. Petronella, I am about to embark on a dangerous crusade. Over the past 4 years, Petronella had proven her capability. Horus had chosen her as his documentarist not simply because she was a high-ranking court representative of the Capanus family. The fact that she had not been corroded by him was enough to show that she possessed superhuman willpower. My flagship has arrived at the Carium Gate, you can wait here. Of course, you can also head to any known world. Petronella was wearing a simple emerald green gown today, with ornaments woven from topaz and silver hanging from the hem. She narrowed her eyes slightly, enjoying the middle notes of the crisp pear echoing in her mouth. Without savoring the aftertaste, she shook her head slightly but firmly. No, my lord, I am your documentarist. It is my responsibility to record your heroic presence on the battlefield. This is the best opportunity. A dangerous battlefield is exactly the kind of heart-stirring scene I dream of. As expected of someone who dared to step onto Davin. Nimrod gave Petronella an appreciative look, his tone tinged with a warning. The Xeno's mind control abilities are even stronger than Magnus's. You won't have the chance to write down your own thoughts. Although Nimrod believed Magnus was the Primarch who could deal with the Raffin progenitor most easily besides himself, in the field of the mind, neither he nor Magnus was a match for the Raffin progenitor. The Raffin progenitor could exert mind control across thousands of light years and even delve into the consciousness of Titan crews. Before the great birthday celebration, whether it was entering Horus's warp imagery to stop him from falling to chaos in the temple on Davin, or sending a message to Old Man Huang on Terra, Magnus had needed to sacrifice psychic thralls for power. For the latter, he even had to use the webway discovered by Argos. I can maintain the composure required of a documentarist, that is why you chose me, isn't it? Petronella proudly lifted her smooth neck, making the gray necklace around it stand out. She raised her left hand and lifted a shimmering gemstone from her chest. My father, upon learning that I had become your documentarist, had someone present this heirloom to me. It allows me to stay calm. When following you, that is not easy, especially when your deep eyes are gazing at me. Don't rely on it, Nimrod cautioned. He knew Petronella hadn't been corroded by him because of this gemstone necklace, but it might not be enough to fully protect her. Nimrod looked up toward the door, his gaze sweeping over the golden-bladed rapier. Against the Harith, the Corian blade of Maggard would be very effective. As he withdrew his gaze, it passed over the standing Etzik. You've convinced me. Wonderful, thank you for your understanding. Petronella tucked the gray gemstone back in. The moment you defeat the Xenos will surely be the most brilliant chapter. Nimrod pulled open a drawer, pretending to take something from it. In reality, black mist churned in his palm, and a skull appeared. As the skull touched his hand, he immediately felt a stinging pain in his palm. Nimrod placed the skull on the table. It's for you. Petronella's body trembled slightly, but she didn't want to lose her composure before Lord Nimrod. Suppressing her panic, she examined the unsettling skull. The discomfort wasn't from its appearance. There were many holy relics in the Capanus family's treasury, and skulls accounted for about a quarter of them. Petronella's discomfort was an instinctive revulsion, a rejection in the spiritual realm. Is this the skull of a soulless one? Petronella had seen those repulsive ladies around the Emperor and Malcador. She had once examined herself and determined that her dislike for the soulless ones was not some courtly lady's jealousy, but an influence that transcended reality. Exactly. You can use it to craft an ornament, like a ring or earrings. It will protect you during the upcoming journey. This skull was a remnant of a deceased Visa untouchable. Over the past 60-odd years, the Visa people had inevitably died due to war and natural causes. The Visa people, less inclined toward ancestor worship than most in the Imperium, had naturally offered up the skulls of the dead after discovering that their worshipped Buddha god, Nimrod, was interested in them. Nimrod currently had 49 skulls, while another 45 had been fashioned into mystical items by astronomers, such as Forge Lord Rozicki Czech. I like this gift very much. Petronella joyfully picked up the skull. The skull was cold to the touch. Her fingernails, which she had patiently maintained and polished to a smooth, rounded edge, couldn't help but tremble. Petronella looked delighted, like a little girl receiving a present. It is the best gift I have ever received, just like when my father gave me the maple table the Emperor had gifted to my great-grandmother. I will have it made into jewelry and carry it with me. My lord, a deep voice rang out inopportunely. Hasek, come in. Petronella, holding the skull, turned her smooth neck to look at the door. Two Astartes in white armor walked into the Primarch's office, one after the other. Golden lightning emblems were engraved on their shoulders, the symbol of the white scars, swiftness like the wind. Petronella's eyes shifted. Hasek Noyan Khan. The commander of the largest brotherhood under Lord Chagatai. Hasek glanced at the noblewoman sitting on the sofa to the right of the Primarch's desk, then stood before the desk. My lord, Khan token of the Moon Brotherhood has always admired you and hopes to fight alongside you. Considering Togan and the noblewoman, he did not use the address, my master. Lord Nimrod. Khan token stood beside Hasek, gazing at the towering figure on the throne. Deeply buried memories were awakened in Khan token. Back then, he was a child from the Nordic peninsula, and his name was Harlan Swenson. He had the honor of witnessing Lord Nimrod walking through the Eternity Gate via a holographic projection. Seeing him now in person, Lord Nimrod was far more imposing than in his memories. Nimrod looked with slight surprise at the emotional Togan. Isn't Togan a fanboy of Horus? Why did the person he admires become me? He remembered that during the great birthday celebration, among the White Scars, rebels, Hasek and others recognized Horus's path, while Togan's stance was more a result of his personal cult of personality surrounding Horus. Togan had always wanted to be a Luna Wolf, but his training results hadn't been exceptional enough to allow him to choose his legion freely. Since Togan worships me, I can't keep him at arm's length. I might as well corrode him. Worshipping me is better than struggling for atonement after a failed rebellion on Prospero. But I recall Togan belongs to Gemulin Noyan Khan, not Hasek. How did he end up here alone? Nimrod thought for a moment and remembered that Gemulin's control over his subordinates was the loosest among the Noyan Khans. Each brotherhood possessed the greatest degree of autonomy. The Moon Brotherhood and other brotherhoods were like the free-soaring eagles of Shigoris. Thinking of this, Nimrod understood that Togan had come on a solo trip to seek out his idol. He stood up with a smile and reached out his hand to Togan. Togan, welcome. I am about to begin a hunt. You are welcome to join. Togan looked at the large hand, more lustrous than a marble statue, and restrained himself from reaching out with both hands. He extended his right hand and grasped Nimrod's large hand. Lord Nimrod, I shall be the blade in your hand. Click, click, click. The remembrancer pen read Petronella's thoughts and automatically wrote a line of text. Even warriors from other legions have extraordinary respect for Lord Nimrod. Khan token of the White Scars, worships Lord Nimrod, and Hasik Noyan Khan, his respect for Lord Nimrod is at least equal to his respect for Chagatai. Nimrod's eyes flickered as he took in what Petronella had written. Light and shadow flickered in the Primarch's eyes as his consciousness spread out, sweeping past black holes and circling around an olive-colored manor. With a thought, he mused, Chagatai wouldn't want to see this, it would be harmful to the bond between a Primarch and his sons. The Untouchable's skull could not suppress a Primarch's psychic power, and the Capanus family's heirloom could only stop him from delving deep into the soul, but it could not stop a master of the mental realm from influencing Petronella's shallow consciousness, the thoughts in her brain. Petronella frowned and, turning her remembrancer pen thoughtfully, erased what she had just written. Nimrod withdrew his consciousness. For some time now, he had been controlling the content presented in the documentary biography by influencing Petronella's thoughts. He smiled. Petronella, you should go back and rest. Petronella's thoughts were interrupted, and she lifted her skirt. Very well, my lord. She walked toward the door, nodding in greeting to the Primarch attendant, Arsena Dunn. Petronella watched as the 8 lords and Chief Librarian Thomas, wearing his psychic hood, filed into the office one after another, knowing that Lord Nimrod was about to hold a war council. This was something she could not participate in, even though she had won Lord Nimrod's initial trust, to the point where he addressed her as Petronella instead of the formal Ms. Vivar. Military secrets remained beyond her reach. Arsena came to the desk and waited for the door to close and the clicking of high heels to fade before speaking. My master, an astropathic message has been sent to inform the various factions of the Imperium that the 11th Legion will handle the rebellion on Indra Sul. Nimrod nodded and looked at Sanchez, the lord of the 7th Battle Group. Your plan. My master, I have studied the information in the data crystal. The Xenos leader on Indra Sul is relatively weak, so my plan is. In the data crystal Nimrod had given Sanchez 4 years ago, it was already pointed out that the Raffin progenitor on Indra Sul was weak. He remembered that when Alavain, a librarian of the Dark Angels, fought a Raffin progenitor, the thought in his mind was, the monster Korax slew was a ravenous, physically withered creature that had exhausted the psychic resources of its world and was gradually fading. After listening to Sanchez's plan, Nimrod flipped his right palm, and a black blade appeared out of thin air. It will assist you in realizing your plan. As he spoke, he sent a thought pulse to Sanchez, informing him of the Black Blade's special attack effects. The Black Blade was a mystical item of the Ferryman level, sequence 3 of the Death pathway, which he had obtained upon slaying a Nephilim bishop. Thank you for your gift, my master. With this, I will surely succeed. Nimrod nodded and looked at Wilshire and Santiago Borgkamp, who was stationed at the Carium Gate. The 2nd and 5th battle groups will assist the 7th. By your command. After Wilshire accepted the order, Nimrod spoke to Howard Fend of the 1st Battle Group, Bukayo Arshaven of the 3rd, Adams of the 4th, Ramsey of the 10th, and William Wood of the 12th. Depart. Target. Muspel. The veteran reader, Arsena's brain immediately recalled information on Muspel. A world brought to compliance by the 9th Legion. Correct. Nimrod nodded slightly. But Sanguinius did not eradicate the Xenos of Muspel. Chapter 830. Happy New Year to all Order Shadows, you should not have come to my world. Chapter 830. Happy New Year to all Order Shadows, you should not have come to my world. The Bridge of the Void Hunter, a relic-class battleship and flagship of the 7th Battle Group. Chapter Master Sanchez, wearing a Russ Wolf helmet and with a Kraken sword at his waist, stared at the target on the holographic star map, Indra Sul. He was no stranger to this world. During the Second Randan War, he had engaged in a contest of hunting and intrigue against Wolf Lord Amlodi Skursenson of the Space Wolves 5th Great Company. At that time, he had just become a conspirer. In the struggle to purge the Randan Xenos and Sloth, he won a duel and earned the cloak he now wore, woven from the hide of a death wolf hunted by Russ himself. Indra Sul was a keynote in that past contest. The conspirer had ultimately thwarted the plot of that insidious old wolf, other word make, against the Legion. Though he was now a true conspirer, his current target was even more terrifying and far stronger than himself. He still had the confidence to defeat an ordinary Raffin, whose combat power rivaled that of the Custodes. But as for a Raffin progenitor, only the two strongest combatants among the Primarchs, Lord Sanguinius and Lord Angron, had ever defeated them. The Black Emperor's oracle was to weave a conspiracy to capture or even mock such powerful beings. The conspirer, Sanchez, felt a heavy pressure. He could not let the Black Emperor down. He lightly touched his waist, finding confidence in the black blade gifted by the Black Emperor, a weapon that even he found frightening. Sanchez looked toward the librarian Okafor. Over a century ago, they had worked together to thwart Wordmake's conspiracy. Okafor, please patrol this ship. The 8 warbands of the Order Shadows deployed this time had all reduced their crew sizes since receiving the Black Emperor's decree. The Order Shadows and the Iron Hands possessed mimic chambers, so the required number of crew members was already lower, only 60 to 70% of other Astartes legions. The proportions varied for different types of vessels. The Lords had requisitioned Order Shadows who had unfortunately aged due to encounters with the Harud and had been forced to retire from active service to serve as instructors and train candidates. They also called upon servants who had completed parts of the augmentation surgeries but ultimately failed to become Order Shadows. Finally, the remaining posts were filled with recruits and some servitors. For the sake of his plan, the conspirer maintained a crew of 2,500 on the ship. Such a scale was quite tempting to the Herif, yet it could be suppressed at a relatively small cost. Sanchez knew he could not defeat an enemy army led by an originator on the Xenos-infested Indrasul. He had to disperse the Herif. The conspirer's plan had begun 3 years ago. He had equipped the crew with low-damage solid projectile weapons and deactivated the ape field of the warband's void ship. Leave it to me. Okafor pulled his psychic hood over his head and walked out, clutching his force staff. At the same moment, on the middeck, a whisper from beyond the material world seeped into the mind of Edwards, the deck enforcer captain. Yes, Edwards murmured, like someone half asleep and half awake. He saw a distant star shining, and he was bathed in its approving cold light, as if it pulsed for him alone. I understand. Edwards left his deck, something he never did. The internal structure of this ancient ship carrying Astartes was like a labyrinth. Edwards did not have structural diagrams for areas other than the deck he was responsible for. But his steps were swift in the darkness without the slightest hesitation, as if every fork in the road and every pipe had long been branded into his mind. Edwards passed through one fork after another, climbing along conduits until he reached a ventilation vent. He saw 12 other people. Edwards suddenly felt an irresistible drowsiness, following the life flickering deep in his brain. He closed his eyes and walked forward. He muttered under his breath, Order Shadows, they shouldn't have come here. That's right, we must kill them. A distant power poured into the minds of the 13, and they opened their eyes in unison. They were meeting for the first time, yet they felt connected by something. They said in unison, the plan, we understand. Power core, energy conduits. The 13 turned around, the pressure in their brainstems intensifying as the suggestion sank into the abyss of their memories. On Indrasul, the voice of planetary governor Yeltsin permeated the entire world. The Order Shadows have illegally deposed your legitimate governor. He did not use Vox channels, yet the billions on the planet all heard his voice. Tens of millions grew restless and agitated, with voices of condemnation rising one after another. The Order Shadows are the Emperor's angels. Lord Nimrod is a noble scion of the Emperor. The Order Shadows saved us, liberating us from the clutches of the Xenos. We should accept the orders of the Order Shadows. You are the Emperor's subjects, and I am the ruler authorized by the Emperor. Yeltsin screamed, and an energy surge whipped up a violent shockwave. Above the world of Indrasul, over 1,000 individuals emitted bursts of psychic shockwaves. The Herif, acting as psychic focal points for the originator's spirit, supported a mental network that spread in all directions. Whoosh! Invisible psychic tendrils wrapped around the entire planet within the supernatural realm. The voices of opposition gradually died down, and the entire planet fell into silence. The people of Indrasul stopped in their tracks, standing still like the walking dead. The dissenters felt a prickling pain at the back of their necks, as if a pair of eyes were staring at them. Only Yeltsin's voice echoed in everyone's mind. The Order Shadows have no right to remove my rule. You are my subjects, you must fight for me. Kill them. The psychic roar echoed for a long time, and the frozen people of Indrasul suddenly moved, as if waking from a collective dream. Fight for Yeltsin and Indrasul. Kill the Order Shadows. Men and women, the elderly and children, all lined up toward the nearest armories. Even if they had never known where they were before. They took the weapons, skillfully loaded the bullets, and chambered rounds. People who had never received military training now knew how to shoot. They walked toward strongpoints and bunkers, setting up weapons. At the planetary governor's estate, Yeltsin gazed into the void. A cold smile curled on his lips, and the entire estate was covered in a layer of chilling frost. Order Shadows, you should not have come to my world. His voice seemed to come from a distant space, ethereal above the void. Mottled ridges rose on Yeltsin's neck, and hardened black veins were surfacing on his sagging flesh. He felt his own weakness, the mental manipulation just now had cost too much. Damn it. Food on this world is becoming scarcer and scarcer. Order Shadows. Scions of Nimrod. Before you leave this world, I will surely bury you here. Happy New Year to all Order Shadows, may you take the lead and gallop ahead like a swift horse. In view of your outstanding performance over the past year, Primarch Attendant Arsenadun, on behalf of the Black Emperor, informs you that you will receive the following Legion benefits. On the first day of the new year, you may choose any Sequence 9 potion to become a Beander, reaching the limit of mortals in a certain field. You will digest the potion on the second day. On the third day, you drink the Sequence 8 potion to continue improving. On the fourth day, you complete the digestion. On the fifth day, you drink the Sequence 7 potion to further improve. You will successfully digest it on the sixth day. On the seventh day, you drink the Sequence 6 potion and advance to the mid-sequences. You digest the potion on the eighth day. On the ninth day, you complete the ritual and advance to Sequence 5. You complete the digestion on the 10th day. Congratulations on advancing to the high sequences on the 11th day, becoming a demigod, also known as a saint. Your life and spirit undergo a qualitative change, you gain divinity, and you unlock your mythical creature form. On the 12th day, you successfully digest the potion. On the 13th day, you advance to Sequence 3, and you can respond to prayers. On the 14th day, you digest the potion. On the 15th day, you advance to Angel, becoming a complete mythical creature. On the 16th day, you complete the digestion. On the 17th day, you become an Archangel and can bestow power upon believers. On the 18th day, you successfully digest the potion. On the 19th day, congratulations on completing the Apotheosis ritual, accommodating the uniqueness, becoming a true god, and mastering authority. On the 20th day, congratulations on controlling and fusing with a Sephira, becoming a half-outer deity. On the 21st day, congratulations on fusing with the uniquenesses of neighboring pathways and becoming an outer deity. On the 22nd day, congratulations to the non-pillar outer deity for advancing to a pillar. Finally, I wish you a happy new year, and remind you once again to please make your choice as soon as possible. Choose your pathway. Chapter 831. The terrifying Raffin progenitor, flames instantly kill 2 conspirer captains. The Order Shadows, 7th Battle Group's fleet, upon reaching Indrasul's orbit, immediately deployed into an attack formation. Data on the battle group's liberation of this world during the Second Randan War was called up. The Mimic Chamber, managed by the detective, guided the artillery supervisors, who were pyromaniacs. Lance beams, like fingers descending from the sky, precisely struck critical defensive nodes. A sudden burst of light engulfed the orbital defense facilities. Missile platforms and anti-air arrays turned into ruins without firing a single shot. The multiple sonic booms of hypersonic shells echoed, and deafening roars reverberated through the fortresses and bunkers. Ah! A terrifying shriek, overriding the explosions of the real world, echoed in the void. On the bridge of the Relic-class warship Voidhunter, Okafor, who had recently been promoted to Constellations Master by studying the constellations and occult knowledge of the Sak-Trata Abyss, gazed at Indrasul with his unclosable eye of secrets. The Psyker saw tendrils extending from beyond the Veil of Shadows, rooting themselves in Indrasul. Rays of light surged, like millions of sharp blades, shattering the tendrils into specks of dust. The tendrils disintegrated and quickly dissipated. The orbital bombardment has been highly effective, at least 1/10 of the Xenos have lost their parasitic bodies. Warband Lord Sanchez opened the communication network, initiate orbital insertion. He glanced at Visa, the tribal chief beside him. Harif couldn't peer in here, so he spoke directly. The Harif on the ship are yours. Reaper Lord, I have them under control. Okafor blinked his eyes, full of mysterious meaning. As drop pods rained down on Indrasul, whispers from beyond the real world sounded in Edward's mind. He murmured, yes, I know, it's time. Captain, what? The deck enforcer asked in confusion. Edward's gaze fell upon his squad. His tone was deep, as if from another world. The Order shadows have betrayed the Emperor, we must stop them. What? The enforcers suspected they had misheard. Captain, but, we must act immediately, go to the armory and get melta-bombs. Edwards repeated. A distant power climbed up the enforcers' necks, and they all said in unison. Yes, that's right, we must act. Their steps were synchronized, lifting their left legs and landing them simultaneously, like advanced servitors tuned to the same frequency. It's just past this deck area, Edwards said. Although it was his first time going to the Order Shadow's armory, its layout was imprinted in his mind. One star after another suddenly appeared, dazzling brightly. These were not the stars Edwards had seen, pulsating for him. They truly hung overhead, casting brilliant rays that converged into a magnificent pillar of light, enveloping the surroundings. Ah! The surrounding enforcers rapidly dissolved, collapsing and dissipating in the starlight. The distant stars pulsed, and a scream made Edward's neck tingle. Order shadows. Edwards raised his hand, about to shoot the black armor warrior. A roar sounded before his action. The servitors on both sides of the librarian raised their bedrock pattern bolters and attacked the enemy. Constellation's Master Okafor stared intently at the parasite that neither the Pillar of Stars nor the bolter had killed. He was hunched over, his joints bending unnaturally. The damage he suffered caused black patterns to appear on his face and hands, and his patterned intestines spilled onto the deck. Order shadows. He gasped, sweeping his gaze over the bloody flesh on the ground, and roared. You killed my slaves. As he roared, he violently swung his arm, squeezing the remaining psychic power from this body and shaking his arm. Bang! Bang! Two sturdy creatures forged by Squat's craftsmanship were crushed into black sand. Constellation's Master Okafor's body instantly became transparent, as if turning into a statue formed by aggregated starlight. The statue shattered, and brilliant starlight surged, escaping the range of the telekinetic cover. Specks of starlight reassembled, forming Okafor's body. Constellation's Master Okafor, relying on his intrinsic constellations, dodged Harif's attack and opened his mouth. Roar. The griffin's roar directly struck Edwards. Harif shrieked in agony. He had endured the fall of interstellar empires and the birth of deities, but the pain caused by that roar was an experience he had never known before. Every nerve in his distant body, transcending the material world, bled from the shriek, and the impact tore apart the psychic tendrils he used to control his slaves. The griffin's roar echoed throughout the 7th Battle Group's warships, tearing apart the psychic tendril network covering the entire fleet. Indrasul, the planetary governor's mansion. 100 children raised laser pistols. They didn't aim, yet the laser beams they fired converged into an ocean, engulfing the green giant wolf that ran like the wind. The Catachan wolf was incinerated into fragments, and the Order shadows crashed heavily to the ground. Black smoke rose from the Mark IV exterminator armor's legs, and the scorched armor no longer looked like newly issued military gear. He strode forward, rushing into the collapsed building. 100 elderly people raised their arms, and as their laser guns aimed at the ruins, they pulled the triggers. Dazzling beams penetrated the smoke, streaming into the eye lenses of the rapidly moving Order shadows. Bang! A corpse hit the ground. Ordinary civilians, driven by Harif, who had never touched a gun, unleashed combat power comparable to elite solar auxilia. Amidst the terrifying roars of beams ionizing the air, black armor warriors fell one by one on their charge. Suddenly, the defenders stopped, and the civilians stared blankly around them. The lingering smoke filled their dazed minds, and the wreckage of the black armor warriors entered their vision. Oh God! What have we done? Bang bang bang! The civilians dropped their weapons in horror, as if it wasn't them who had skillfully used weapons to kill moments before. Attack! Reaper Lord Sanchez's voice, like a blade, rang out on the battle group's command channel. Silently, Catachan wolves soared into the air. 1st Company Commander Thibaut Stevens, who had recently become 5th Company Commander, and 7th Company Commander Borte. The conspirators charged in unison towards the planetary governor's mansion. They did not unleash flames to incinerate the civilians who had killed their battle brothers. They knew these people were Xeno slaves, and killing them was meaningless. Their target was clear, the Raffin progenitor entrenched within. They also did not deliberately avoid them. The Catachan wolves coldly crashed through the crowd, their claws tearing through the bodies of those blocking their path. Amidst splashing blood, the 4th Company and 13th Company commanders were the first to leap inside the mansion. A flock of flaming crows rose above their heads. The conspirators waved their arms, attempting to spiritually guide the flock of crows to fly forward. Order shadows, die. 2 dazzling psychic rainbow flames, faster than the cold voice, had already shot out before the words were uttered. The 4th Company commander's personal energy shield instantly exploded, torn apart like a thin sheet of paper. The Stygian pattern terminators were incinerated into ash, their bodies and the Catachan wolf beneath them consumed in a boiling fireball. The 13th Company commander's Catachan wolf fell to the ground. The conspirator pressed his hands, and 2 fire snakes rose. Puff! Psychic flames engulfed the crimson fire, and colorful light consumed the black armor warrior's body. The Thunderwolf King's body, much larger than a rhino-armored vehicle, passed over the civilians, and Sanchez's eyes narrowed. The terrifying Raffin progenitor instantly killed 2 conspirator captains with flames. No wonder only Lord Sanguinius and Lord Angron had ever defeated them. Chapter 832. I witnessed the birth of the Eldari, but few can compare to you in the manipulation of fire. Psychic flames shining with multicolored light surged toward him. Conspirator, Sanchez raised his hands. The moment the crimson flames flared up, they were rapidly compressed into a brilliant white by his spirituality. The conspirator, Sanchez swung his arms, and the brilliant white flames spun out. The brilliant white vortex spiraled, surging directly toward the psychic flames. Boom! The multicolored flames crashed into the conspirators' brilliant white flame vortex, which seemed to come alive. The churning flames split into over 1,000 streams of brilliant white fire, taking myriad forms, some like crows, others like fire serpents. The 1,000+ streams of fire moved simultaneously, meeting the psychic flames from different directions. Brilliant white spears crashed head-on into the psychic flames, shattering in a series of explosions, yet causing the psychic flames to dim slightly. Brilliant white arrows spiraled in from the sides, melting away while further dimming the multicolored light. The psychic flames continued forward, but were constantly weakened by the brilliant white flames from all sides, their light growing ever dimmer. The conspirators, including 1st Company Captain Thibaut, 5th Company Captain Stevens, and 7th Company Commander Thibaut, looked up. Sanchez's mastery over fire left them in awe. In the inner court, they were all viscounts of the Lord Sovereign, and likewise people who had received 4 consecutive bestowals. But their control and development of the power bestowed by their father varied greatly. Time and effort were not the only factors determining their ability to command fire. Lord Sanchez's talent and ability in commanding fire far surpassed theirs. No one could manipulate flames as magically as he did. He alone blocked the psychic flames of the Raffin progenitor. While Thibaut and the other conspirators were dazzled, they all raised their hands to release brilliant white flames, aiding their lord. Borte exerted himself to disperse his spirituality into as many streams of fire as possible. 840 streams of flame soared into the air, whistling toward the rolling, shining flames. The streams of flame he released whistled through the air, though not as dazzling as Sanchez's. His ability to command fire was clearly stronger than that of the other conspirator captains. Boom, boom, boom. The collision of flames sent ripples of light surging into the sky like blooming fireworks. I witnessed the birth of the Eldari, but few can compare to you in the manipulation of fire. Planetary Governor Yeltsin stepped out, his human form covered in black patterns, the psychic flame streams between his hands blindingly bright. Though he spoke in praise, it was honey concealing a poisoned arrow, an attempt to tear through the mental defenses of the Order's shadows to create a psychic shock. I have witnessed the rise and fall of countless interstellar empires, and the birth and death of gods. The Raffin progenitor's tone carried a lofty condescension, using his tens of millions of years of antiquity to further strike the defenses of the Order shadows. Your empire, your father, are but dust in the torrent of time. The captains maintained the third level of the telema state of mind, completely unmoved by the Xenos' psychic shock. His name is Nimrod, right? The conspirators had known from the data distributed by the Black Emperor that the Raffin progenitor was born before the Eldari and had witnessed the war in heaven and the fall of the Catan. They were not shocked by his long lifespan, but they were all enraged by his insult to their father. However, they were exerting all their spirituality to control the brilliant white flames and had no energy to spare, not even enough to shout in anger. Heretic. Borte and Thibaut, having a bit of strength left, shouted in rage. The desecration of the Black Emperor filled them with fury. The veteran provoker Sanchez recalled the Black Emperor mentioning that the Raffin progenitor of Indrasul was the oldest one in existence. He had already begun to age and was the weakest of the progenitors. You're nothing more than an old thing clinging to life. The provocation struck the Raffin progenitor's distant mind directly. Fire flared in his eyes as he released his power without reservation. Die. The vision in Sanchez's obsidian eyes suddenly changed as he looked down upon the battlefield from a higher perspective. He saw the psychic tendrils wrapped around Yeltsin, extending all the way beyond the material world into a distant, unknown sector of space. He saw where the tentacles were buried. Sanchez abruptly retracted his right hand and drew his kraken sword from his waist. The motor roared. The siren's bite, which had once split an iceberg with a single strike from Russ, was a heavy chainsword also forged from the largest kraken fang of Fenris, and now it leapt forth. The Fenrisian runes engraved by the iron priests of Fenris flared up, sending surging storm power straight into the psychic flames. The cruel storm of Fenris tore through the psychic flames, opening a path to Yeltsin. Sanchez, inheriting the Gene Father's warp vision, stared at Yeltsin's weakness. The Thunderwolf King pounced suddenly, charging straight at Yeltsin. The Catachan wolf pack roared in unison, following the Thunderwolf King as they lunged at the enemy. Yeltsin threw back his head and let out a shrill psychic scream. Two figures suddenly leapt out from the shadows, both raising arms covered in black patterns. A telekinetic shock descended from the sky, slamming a conspirator into the ground. The telekinetic shock tore through the personal energy shield, slamming the Stygian pattern terminators along with the conspirator and the Catachan wolf into a pile of black sand. He roared and raised his hand, aiming at Stevens. Bang! Stevens, who was struggling to control 720 streams of fire, swayed as a dark memory from his past suddenly surfaced. Back then, he was a member of the Honor Guard, facing the death threat of Wolf Lord Amlodi Skursenson of the Space Wolves' Fifth Great Company. No. Stevens' obsidian eyes shone, and time seemed to freeze. In his warp vision, the movements of the Herif parasite became slow. No enemy shall ever decide my life or death again. The conspirator said coldly. He was no longer that weak self, his Gene Father had bestowed power upon him. When he was a provoker, he had even relied on a trap to defeat Lucius. He was now the captain of the Emperor's Children's 13th Company and a renowned swordsman among the Astartes. Stevens suddenly drew the Catachan fang from his waist and threw it. Whoosh! The blade, coated with dozens of types of Catachan toxins, flew and struck the Herif parasite. Flare! Multicolored hues rapidly spread across the parasite's body, the black patterns tightened, and the skin cracked. Bang! The tendrils in the warp vision exploded, and the parasite collapsed simultaneously. Stevens felt his own immense power. Illusions shifted within his obsidian eyes, and the one who fell seemed to have the fierce face of Skursen. His vision slowly returned to the normal flow of time, and he immediately saw Borte easily swinging his sword to decapitate a Herif parasite. I must continue to work hard to improve my control over fire. Even if I can't be like the Lord, I must catch up to Borte. As Stevens made his resolution, he looked forward. The shadow of the Thunderwolf had already covered Yeltsin's body. Damn it! The Raffin progenitor's gaze was cold. Nimrod's offspring were more troublesome than he had imagined. He abruptly raised his arm, the black patterns bulging and covering the entire limb. Bang! A telekinetic shock, like a giant hand striking down, slammed heavily into Sanchez's back. The cloak woven from the black mane of a great death wolf fluttered, sending out ripples of energy. What? While Yeltsin was astonished, the sharp fangs of the Kraken sword bit into his body. Amidst a spray of blood mist, Yeltsin's left arm exploded. Black patterns suddenly covered his entire face and neck. "Begone!" Yeltsin shouted loudly, throwing a punch that slammed into Sanchez's right arm. His arm was only as thick as a normal human's, but the power it contained far surpassed any Astartes or Custodes. Bang! The personal energy shield shattered, and the Stygian pattern Terminator's armor broke. Sanchez's right arm was twisted by the punch, and the Kraken sword flew out of his hand. Sanchez's obsidian eyes showed no emotion, his left hand suddenly rose, and the black blade bestowed by the Black Emperor plunged into Yeltsin's chest. "What?" Yeltsin screamed shrilly. He looked down to see a patterned black blade embedded in his body. As the surrounding air vibrated, countless shrill screams rang in his ears. Tens of millions of screams impacted and echoed, hitting him wave after wave. His flesh was stained a thick grayish-green, and his body rapidly withered and dissolved. The Raffen progenitor withdrew at high speed, as if fleeing. Beyond the material realm, in a special dimension of the warp, within the Raffen's progenitor space. The ancient progenitor let out a scream of rage, a lingering grayish-green stain had appeared on his tentacles. Bang! 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 4 tendrils fell away. "My lord!" Thousands of Herif cried out in grief. It was the first time they had witnessed their master being injured. At the same moment, Sanchez silently used his left arm to collect 2 piles of ashes and 1 pile of black sand. They expanded and contracted like hearts, their surfaces having microscopic holes that puffed out crimson flames. They were the power bestowed by the Black Emperor, remains that would persist even if the recipient died. Find all the Xenos parasites. Sanchez intended to hold a sacrificial ritual. He would sacrifice the Black Emperor's bestowals along with the Raffen parasites to the Black Emperor. Everyone immediately sprang into action, gathering the corpses marked with black patterns. Chapter 833, Lion, I have arrived at Muspel first, will you still be absent from the war for Ullanor? In the 4th layer of the Nation of Disorder, deep within the black mist, Nimrod sat high upon his throne, listening to the report from Sanchez, Lord of the 7th Battle Group. Although Sanchez had kept a small number of crew members on the warships to divide the enemy's forces, the invading Herif were quickly eliminated. In Nimrod's memory, a third of the crew of the Indomitable Truth, the flagship of the Dark Angels, had mutinied, causing more damage to the first Gloriana-class battleship ever built than even the Randan War. You have achieved a brilliant victory by defeating the Raffen progenitor, only a Primarch should be able to best them. Although Corvus Corax had defeated an aging Raffen progenitor at Indrasul, it was still a powerful Xenos. My lord, it was all thanks to your gift, I used it to wound the progenitor. Sanchez's right arm was wrapped in stabilizing seals. The potions professor of the 7th Battle Group had prepared a special concoction for him, and his fractured arm was healing at an accelerated rate. I believe it caused damage to its distant original body. Your plan has unfolded smoothly. Upon entering the progenitor space, you will encounter an aging and wounded Raffen progenitor, Nimrod affirmed Sanchez's progress. Provocation had enraged it, and the black blade had dealt the elderly creature wounds that no amount of soul-devouring could mend. Sanchez is truly skilled at provocation. Aside from his talent, his potion ingredients used Gargant-level squigs, making him more adept at provocation than others. Amidst his musings, he looked toward the 5th Battle Group's demonic psyker, Santiago Boardcamp. Santiago, immediately begin researching the traces left by the Raffen at Indrasul to find the entrance to the progenitor space. The Raffen once had a physical home in 6 empty and worthless star systems a few thousand light-years ahead of the Great Crusade. In the northern galaxy, the entrance is there. He remembered that Lion had traveled to the edge of the Ghoul stars to fight the final battle against the Raffen. Nimrod pointed Santiago in the right direction but did not place all his hopes on someone who had not yet ascended to sequence 5 inches traveler. His dice of prophecy would finish its cooldown in 3 months, in the year 998, allowing for divination. Nimrod hoped that Santiago would hone his skills and deepen his understanding of the warp while searching for the progenitor space. As you will. Santiago, the scribe, accepted the command. Finally, Nimrod looked at Wilshire, the lord of the 2nd Battle Group. Wilshire, your mission is to command the intelligent machinery and assist Sanchez in completing the plan. After giving his orders, he willed the three lords back to Indrasul. Nimrod took a step and returned to the real world. He strode outward and arrived at his office. As expected, Nimrod found Petronilla Viva waiting at the office door, having arrived early. His personal chronicler, Petronilla, entered the spacious Primarch's office under the envious gaze of her bodyguard, Maggard. Lifting her skirt, she sat elegantly on the guest sofa. "My lord, before coming here, I reviewed the records regarding Muspel and found some very interesting information." Petronilla looked at the most perfect Primarch with a smile, speaking cheerfully. "Oh, what information?" Nimrod asked with a smile. "In point 123. M30.997, 2 chartered ships were lost in the warp while en route to Muspel. Point 125. M30, an Adeptus Mechanicus craftworld passing through the Gaia sector was forced into an emergency warp jump. The Mechanicus never heard from it again and has presumed it a total loss. Point 129. M30, 5,000 armed personnel from the Muspel Irregulars, 1st Brigade were lost during a training exercise while being transferred to the MUSPELL-12 Astropathic Relay Station. There was no cause found, and no trace of the missing transport or its escorts. Point 131. M30, a fire broke out at an orbital substation, cutting off 90% of the planetary communications and auger arrays. Her memory pen whirled as she looked inquiringly at Lord Nimrod. Clearly, many accidents have occurred within the resident Mechanicus. Furthermore, a transport ship that was supposed to deliver a new batch of detachments and a reinforced Skitarii contingent has been delayed for several months. At present, the various Imperial factions have not yet paid much mind to these subtle anomalies, but you seem certain that a powerful Xenos has invaded this world. Nimrod smiled calmly. He was, of course, certain that a Raffin progenitor had invaded Muspel. It was precisely to deal with this threat that Lion L. Johnson would be absent from the Battle of Ullanor, the largest war against the Orc Empire before the War of the Beast. "Lion, I have arrived at Muspel first, will you still be absent from the war for Ullanor?" A thought flashed through Nimrod's mind as his gaze swept over the delicate piercings on Petronilla's translucent ears and the 2 naturally hanging pendants. "Very good. You are already prepared for the dangerous journey ahead." Petronilla, not receiving an answer, pouted slightly, expressing her dissatisfaction in a youthful manner. She was used to not always getting an answer. Nevertheless, she remained the most envied among the hundreds of remembrancers and over 50 iterators following the 33rd Expedition Fleet. Her success made her the object of jealousy for countless people. The remembrancers whispered in bars that she only enjoyed Lord Nimrod's favor because of her status as a high-ranking court representative of the Capanus family. Her success also ignited the fighting spirit of the remembrancers and iterators. With such a model of success, everyone hoped to become the next. Petronilla raised a smooth hand to pinch her earring, suppressing a surge of instinctive discomfort, and said joyfully, "Even though I am not on Terra, I found an excellent jewelry designer. He comes from the same family as your Star Lord. Boardcamp, your finest jewelry designers all hail from this family. Even on Terra, few possess such skill. What a perfect cut." He completed 64 facets in one go, ensuring it remained a single whole. Petronilla praised the jewelry master's craftsmanship incessantly. She had clearly observed the process closely. "Petronilla, I must interrupt you." Nimrod heard 2 sets of heavy, slightly hurried footsteps and knew the plan had changed. Petronilla was startled. Following the direction of Lord Nimrod's obsidian eyes, she immediately stood up, bowed, and left reluctantly. Hasik Noyan Khan and Khan Token strode into the office. Nimrod had entrusted the planning of this military operation to Hasik to allow him to complete the ritual for ascending to sequence 5 inches Reaper. He had originally intended to send the conspirer, Hasik, to Indrasul to plan the hunt for the Raffin progenitor, but Togan's arrival had changed his mind. 2. Korode, Togan, who was Horus's fanboy in his memory but now his own admirer, Nimrod kept the 2 of them by his side. "My lord." Hasik waited for the office door to close before beginning his report. "An unexpected change has occurred. Muspel's orbital defense system has been activated." Nimrod thought for a moment. "The progenitor learned of his kin's fate at Indrasul and knows we have locked onto him. He is younger, but he also lived through the War in Heaven, and witnessed the rise and fall of countless galactic nations. His wisdom cannot be underestimated. Not only that, his body is still in its prime, making him the most powerful among the progenitors. He gazed at the conspirer. So, do you have a new hunting plan? My lord, I already have a plan, Hasek said confidently, looking at the Black Emperor with adoration. Your presence allows me to handle any change. Chapter 834. Though unable to become an Order Shadow, yet more able to follow in Lord Nimrod's footsteps. The Bridge of the Chin-Za, Muspel System. Khan Tagan of the Brotherhood of the Moon followed Hasek onto a Stormbird, returning to the Noyan Khan's flagship while en route to Muspel. As Hasek stepped onto the leather carpet, Tagan looked around. It was the first time he had seen all the members of Noyan Khan's Stone-Hard Khanate. The portion of the White Scars Legion under Hasek's command consisted of 23 brotherhoods, a scale much larger than the Khanate of Noyan Khan Gemulan who governed him, and was the largest Khanate below the Great Khan. Around Hasek's throne hung Shigori's hunting runes and ritual spears of the Quo tribe, and his seat was woven from ancient slats and leather cords. Shibin, what is the situation? Tagan's gaze followed Hasek's to the Khan he addressed. He knew Shibin was the Khan of the Brotherhood of the Storm. The origin of the Brotherhood of the Storm's name was closely related to the one who had led him into the Legion. One of Jagatai Khan's most trusted, Stormseer Targutai Yesuge, held a position equivalent to Chief Librarian Thomas of the Order Shadows. The Dark Shadow of the Order Shadows, 3rd Battle Group has crushed the system fleet. The result Tagan heard was exactly as he had expected. It was impossible for Muspel's fleet to withstand the firepower of a Gloriana-class battleship. The White Scars had only 1, while the Order Shadows had 4. Lord Nimrod's legion is far stronger than mine. Memories belonging to Harlan Swenson surged, and regret filled his mind once more. He pressed his hand to his waist, feeling the curved power sword Gemulan had granted him when he officially became Tagan. Noyan Khan Hasek, please give the assault mission to me, I wish to fight alongside the Order Shadows. Hasek nodded, the fire in Tagan's eyes illuminating his white armor. You will have that opportunity. Hasek stood, walked to the holographic strategic table, and gazed at the projection. The main continent of Muspel has many settlements. They were categorized as agricultural zones by the 9th Legion's civil census takers, including farmsteads, hunter-gatherer family groups, and subsistence farmers. To its north lies the Shedensville archipelago, 5 of which are vital. Butagen, Talon, Coccyx, Elegy, and Nigris. Tagan gazed at the 5 islands. They were the horns of the headlands and natural fortresses. They had to be seized before an attack on the main continent could begin. Tagan, your brotherhood's objective is Elegy Island. Shibin, I want you to take Nigris Island for me. For the Great Khan. Tagan and Shibin bowed deeply. As the two walked side by side toward the flight deck, Shibin suddenly spoke. We will overtake the Order Shadows fleet and reach Muspel first. Tagan followed his gaze out the shuttered porthole. A black ship painted with a dark black full moon was being gradually overtaken. White Scars Tech Marines had worked for over a century to increase reactor output and refine the maneuverability and flexibility of their warships. I do not believe the endless pursuit of speed is a good thing. Tagan frowned. He still could not understand the culture of Shigoris. The White Scars, ships paid a price, reduced lance range, and the lowest carrying capacity of any legion. Tagan always believed the Order Shadows ships, based on a balanced combination of advantages, were a better design than chasing a single trait like speed. Firepower, defense, and the capacity to carry legion warriors were equally important. Born on Terra, though he had a Korchan name, he could never understand the legion's obsession with riding across the vast steppes. But you seem eager. Shibin's tone was steady, possessing an inner harmony much like his pace. Indeed. Today, I shall pursue speed with all my heart. He wanted to complete the assault and take Elegy Island faster than the Order Shadows 3rd Battle Group. He wanted to prove that his failure to become a gene son of Lord Nimrod was merely a lack of luck. I, Harlan Swenson, though unable to become an Order Shadow, am yet more able to follow in Lord Nimrod's footsteps. 520 jet bikes roared, the engine noise deafening. Khan Tagan's Kizagan pattern jet bike was larger and more rugged than the Shamshir pattern, equipped with enclosed thrusters and a powerful power system. More like a single-seat fighter than a bike, it could even launch short-range assaults in a vacuum. Tagan suppressed his battle lust and checked the tactical interface for information on Elegy Island. The island is composed of gray rock. It has the lowest elevation in the Shettinsville chain, closest to sea level. The tech priests terraforming accelerated natural erosion, grinding the entire island into a perfect flat surface, like an attack carrier for a Starhawk bomber squadron. The island has Hydra flak batteries on rotating platforms and a 500-meter runway. The most prominent among 24 defensive flight squadrons is a Ziffin interceptor. Toggin reached out to flip the safety on the heavy bolter in the center of the bike's nose and gave the command over the Vox, assault. Fast, fast, fast. The hatch opened, and the support clamps slid back and detached. Thrusters spat pungent oil smoke as the anti-grav engine propelled an eager Toggin into the void. Rat-tat-tat. A dense barrage hissed toward them. Toggin poured in more power, leaning down to accelerate his bike's descent. The barrage guided by the Harif missed the Kizigan, piercing the atmosphere by a hair's breadth. Toggin's helmet display had just locked onto the island's runway when a string of red runes flared up. He twisted the handles almost instinctively as a burst of fire grazed his white armor. Boom, boom, boom. His helmet's eyepiece warned him that he had lost 4 battle brothers almost simultaneously. A slender red blade soared upward. A Ziffin interceptor. This aircraft, which the Astartes legions had begun to phase out widely, still possessed excellent performance in the single environment of an atmosphere. More terrifying was the pilot inside. He spent almost no time locking onto targets. Even as the Astartes' helmets flashed warning runes, the deadly autocannons had already spat their rounds. Toggin knew the Raffin had foreseen the Brotherhood's dive trajectory. He glanced at the 1,500-meter death distance on his eyepiece, knowing he had to down that Ziffin, or dozens, even hundreds of brothers would die. Toggin's eyes locked onto the red enemy craft, his body swaying left and right to evade the incoming barrage. The deafening explosions prompted him to instinctively shut his lemon's ear, filtering out the blasts. He slammed on the brakes, the Kizigan swinging sideways, carving an arc in the air. Toggin abruptly cut the anti-grav engine, putting all his weight onto the bike. Boom! The bike roared as it plummeted rapidly. The sudden dangerous maneuver completely exceeded the scope of the Harif's psychic foresight. The Kizigan slammed hard into the Ziffin interceptor. Amidst the crackling, Toggin activated his curved power sword and struck down fiercely. The shimmering deep blue blade hissed into the nose of the craft, slicing down with the momentum. Sparks crackled as the entire fighter was savagely split in two by Toggin. The pilot exploded into a mist of blood in a sudden blast. Whoosh! The Kizigan pattern jet bike lost balance in the impact, spinning as it fell. Toggin raised his left arm and switched on the anti-grav engine. Bang! 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 Amidst a series of pops, the bike's tumbling speed gradually leveled off. Just as Toggin stabilized himself, a shell hissed and slammed into the white metal underbelly. He kicked the bike away, using the momentum to leap and fall. Boom! Toggin slammed heavily onto the runway. Assault! Fast! 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 Chapter 835. The third battle group is faster than Cybin and I. The shadow-patterned stormbirds of the third battle group descended rapidly, and Lord Bukayo Arshaven checked his data slate. Clawhook Island had natural cliffs, making it a natural fortress. He saw the island was densely packed with fortifications, most of which originated from the Dark Age of technology, with a few expansions in Gothic architecture. Swallow-tailed temporary decorations on the ball statues fluttered in the wind. The structures left behind by the 9th Legion engineers were being fully utilized by the defenders. Air-to-ground Hellstrike missiles dropped by Voss pattern lightning fighters slammed into the void generator arrays like waves, their energy impacts rippling across the tactical interface. The armored pods of the anti-aircraft batteries spat out dense barrages, spraying toward the exposed black iron birds. Bukayo examined the terrain presented by the holographic display and selected a landing zone near Elegy Island, where the sea level was lowest adjacent to Clawhook Island. 40 black shadow pattern stormbirds dove simultaneously, their twin-linked heavy bolters roaring to life. Rows of barrages streaked out, sweeping across the castle built deep into the foundations to suppress the circular gun batteries. Yellow runes suddenly flared up. Bukayo followed the direction on his helmet display and looked through the viewport toward a black stormbird. The stormbird skewed in the air like it was drunk, swaying as it circled. Raffin's mental intrusion. The pilot is resisting and has no capacity to send messages. Soul Assurer, Bukayo leaned back, his eyelids closing and drooping to cover his eyes. His breathing gradually became long and steady, and in an instant, he arrived in a gray world, though he was still physically inside the Stormbird's cabin. The Soul Assurer was already very familiar with this world, the world of nightmare. The Soul Assurer's powerful spiritual form reached into the waist of his black Stygian patterned Terminator armor and pulled out 2 scrolls crafted by Chief Librarian Thomas. Feeling that his spiritual form had not yet reached its limit, he picked up 3 more scrolls in succession. The Soul Assurer flew to the window. The gray mist expanded as he moved, but it always covered the area around him. The fire of the barrages and the instruments and warning lights inside the cabin were all unusually dim and tinged with a slight blurriness. Clusters of ethereal oval light orbs enveloped the Stormbirds and the buildings behind the enclosed bay windows, their hazy glow supporting this world. In the manner of a nightmare, Bukayo leapt out of the viewport and, amidst the thick mist, dove into the cabin. He sat in the cockpit and looked to the side. The wind howled, and cold tentacles climbed up the pilot's legs and over his feet. You cannot fight me. The brain lobes of the Order Shadow tightened like muscle, resisting the touch of the unholy and inhuman mental tendrils against his spirit. Xenos, I will fight you until my body fails and my heart stops. The Order Shadow's low voice spoke within his mind. Foolish. The power grew even stronger, becoming unstoppable. A voice abruptly pierced into his mind. Banks, you can help me find him. Yes. Guided by the Soul Assurer, Banks murmured. The Soul Assurer's tone was calm and soothing. Banks, don't worry. Leave it to me. Whoosh. Soul Assurer, Bukayo's eyes were deep as the gray mist drifted. In the haze, he suddenly saw cold rain pelting down on Banks. Within the frigid downpour, slimy maggots drifted with a rustling sound. Soul Assurer, Bukayo stepped into the dense mist, his obsidian eyes searching the surroundings. Although Harif's true body was far away in the thought space, there would surely be traces of the attempt to parasitize and invade Banks's mind. He saw Banks stride onto the training ground, pick up a bolter from the weapon rack, and raise it toward a target. Bukayo's gaze shifted, scanning the gray-black rocks around the training ground, examining every spot and every minute detail. Snap. Harif, tendrils, psychic energy. Bukayo looked around, the information on the Harif issued by the Black Emperor flashing through his mind. His eyes rippled as he chanted in a low voice. The dark night reflects upon the earth. All souls sink into dreams. ... The only destination is silence. Everything around him instantly became gentle and peaceful, everything fell into a deep quiet. In the tranquil atmosphere, a tentacle suddenly wriggled out from the maggots and began to sway. Soul Assurer, Bukayo immediately caught the ripple disrupting the peaceful environment. He instantly detected the imbalance. He abruptly raised his right hand, threw out a smooth fish-skin scroll, and shouted loudly in the Dun language. Paralyze. A pale green light shot out, striking the black armor it was attached to. Swoosh. The tendril suddenly detached, spread out, grew rapidly, and lunged straight for Bukayo. Roar. A psychic shockwave vibrated, echoing through the world of gray mist. The Soul Assurer, Bukayo flicked his hand and threw a gray-black scroll, enveloping the area above the tendril. Freeze. Crystal clear streams of light rained down from midair, landing on the tendril and freezing it within. The tendril, encased in icicle after icicle, crashed down. Bang! The icicles shattered, and the tendril suddenly lunged forward again. A burst of multicolored flames shot toward Bukayo. Bukayo violently threw out another scroll. Lightning strike. A bolt of lightning manifested out of thin air, striking the tendril directly. With a bang, the tendril exploded, spraying fluid everywhere. Crackle. A harsh sizzling sound rang out as pieces of the tendrils rolled onto the ground. Beams of light shone, and waves of telekinetic impact rose and shot toward Bukayo. Bukayo waved his arm and threw a scroll, enveloping the tendrils in intense flames. The tendrils burned rapidly, turning to ash, incinerated in an instant. With the disappearance of the Harif parasite, the hazy light instantly became bright, and Bukayo and Banks emerged from the peaceful atmosphere. It felt like a dream to Banks as his consciousness returned to the real world with a slight sense of awareness. He opened his eyes, feeling a mix of shock from the psychic impact and the strange sensation of a peaceful slumber. Banks calmed down after a few seconds. He turned to look to the side and dimly saw a figure. "Thank you for your assistance, Lord Banks, you performed well. After Muspel, you may go to our Lord's side." Bukayo's voice was ethereal and hollow, as if it didn't quite belong in the physical world. Banks's still somewhat dazed face showed great joy, his obsidian eyes widening. Bukayo leapt out, following the steps of a nightmare, to return to his physical body in the Stormbird's seat. Elegy Island. The roar of the Brotherhood of the Bright Moon's motorcycle squadron filled the air as the white scars held down their triggers. Their flying barrages suppressed the Hydra and Archon batteries, which were spitting out dancing rain of light. 7 different types of guns mounted on the castle swept the area, their rhythmic fire striking the gray-black rocks and kicking up clouds of white smoke. Khan Token swung his curved power sword and strode forward. The shining blade whirled, and slave soldiers exploded, their limbs flying. An eyeless face turned just as he faced a white-armored warrior. An invisible hand flew out from the rampart and, accompanied by a scream, threw him into the sea of people, smashing him against the island's reefs. Bang! Khan Token rolled and scrambled up, seeing what looked like a smoky serpentine body. Its joints crackled, and its sharp fingers, keen as knives, shot toward the Harif. Khan Token raised his hand, blocking a strike aimed at his groin and parrying it away. He spun his body and slashed back at the Xenos. The Harif abruptly raised its palm, and a shimmering psychic barrier rose out of thin air. The shining blade struck the psychic barrier, letting out a piercing boom. Whoosh! Khan Token was blasted back by telekinetic force, flying through the air with a whistle. Accompanied by a psychic scream, the Harif leapt over, its sharp fingers clawing down. Screech! The sharp claws tore through his helmet's visor, sending sparks flying. The tips of the knuckles touched a scar, and a drop of blood fell. A chill ran through Togen's body. He gritted his teeth and violently swung his curved power sword. The claws suddenly halted, failing to stab down further. The blade tore through the Harif amidst the sound of explosions, and Togen gave it a powerful kick. He stood upright, looking at the Stormbirds circling in the sky. Lord Nimrod, the miraculous power bestowed upon the Order Shadows. Togen silently retrieved his damaged helmet and snapped the visor shut. He checked the tactical interface, and his eyes suddenly jumped. The third battle group has already occupied Milesian Island, Clawhook Island, and Tailbone Island. They are faster than Cybin and I. Chapter 836. The Order Shadow's armory is truly rich, it even contains weapons that are only equipped for the Custodes. Khan Token reunited his Brotherhood of the Bright Moon and found that 14 battle brothers had been lost. He led the Brotherhood, along with the third battle group, toward the southern main continent. Vaniskray, the highest point of the Shedenswall Islands, was the castle of the ruler of Muspel. The swallow-tailed decorations of the ball statues fluttered, and every part of it was covered with battlements and turrets. Its foundations were deep within the rocks of the headland, with circular gun emplacements lining the cliff edge. Waves crashed against the rocks, and flames crackled. The tracks of the land raiders ground loudly over the gray-black tiles, weapon units began to preheat, and the turrets emitted short metallic rings as they rotated to search for targets. At Vaniskray, the massive wall guns from the Dark Age of Technology opened fire. The entire wall trembled as the roaring, thundering cannons spat out massive shells that smashed into a land raider. Boom! The black steel exploded into a pile of wreckage, and waves of fire from the derelict tank scattered. Togen ran swiftly along the trapezoidal precast concrete rock and the piled man-made headlands. Vaniskray was surrounded by layers of mineral vein rock, with a hissing moat surging and lapping against it. Neutron laser spears tore through the air, piercing into a black rhino and melting 5 sets of Mark IV power armor. Wherever the Melta rays swept, skin-like marble statues was cast into prisms. The sea waves carried a cold wind into Togen's nostrils. He crouched low into cover, and as he loaded his magazine, he made a gesture toward the 2 o'clock direction. Togen stepped out of cover and moved forward along the maintenance passage, his bolter roaring as it fired at the gun turrets operated by servitors. Bright red, orange, and yellow beams suddenly lit up on the wall. Just as Togen was about to leap to safety, he suddenly saw the shining runes come to an abrupt halt, as if a pause button had been pressed. He looked around and suddenly saw that it was silent around those black Stygian pattern terminators, as if the surroundings had become peaceful. The power bestowed by Lord Nimrod. Con Token's eyes sparkled. Charge. Astartes in black and white armor charged side by side. A barrage of small arms fire fell like a blanket of gravel, hammering mottled marks onto the white armor. Hail struck the black Mark IV power armor and immediately bounced off. The structurally sealed quad lascannon turrets on the wall rotated, firing beams of light. Rhino transports exploded into fragments of ceramite and plasteel, disintegrating into nothingness. The twin-linked lascannons on the sponsons of the land raiders aimed at the wall, firing beams of light. Smoke filled the air as the Earthshaker cannons installed by the 9th Legion Tech Marines shook violently, and Volkite mortars spat out fierce beams of energy. Sicaron battle tanks rumbled toward the boarding deck, their Heracles pattern accelerator autocannons rotating and striking the wall, leaving scorched marks. Conversion beams sliced through the tanks like plastic models, and the resulting subatomic implosions caused the wheezing wreckage to collapse. The siege squads of the 3rd Battle Group strode forward, erecting assembled lightweight siege towers and ladders. Motorcycles roared as they hit the ladders, their engines spitting light smoke as they leapt onto the wall. The motorcycles crashed into the defenders, their spitting tongues of fire sweeping down the Harif slaves. Amidst the falling dust and sand, Con Token drew his curved power sword and set his bolter to full auto with his other hand. He reached the wall and sprinted up the steps of the siege tower. The bolter sprayed fire, its diamantine tips shattering the stiff-eyed, dazed crowd. The shining blade swept, and the hissing energy shattered several augmented soldiers. As Togan tore open a gap and suppressed the gate area, an assault squad raised their storm shields in unison and rammed the gate. Rumbling, the iron gate endured the impact for a second before exploding inward. The tracks of the land raiders and Sicarans rotated as they drove inside the walls. An ugly, primitive humanoid monster suddenly appeared on the wall, its 2 arms and 2 legs twisting outward, like a nightmare projected onto obsidian. He was like a rift in real space protruding outward, as he raised his hand. 7 different guns on the wall rotated in unison, following the alien's eyeless face toward the spearhead of the armored units. Accompanied by a silent scream, they fired a volley at the black armored vehicles. Bang! Black machinery exploded violently as he raised his arms, and crackling lightning struck down as he moved. The black tanks below the wall, along with their crews, exploded into a heap, as if scarabs were being crushed. Roaring bolters, shining plasma beams, spraying melta flames, and brilliant arc light all struck the psychic shield raised by the Harif, and the smell of rust filled the vibrating shockwaves. The Harif's knuckles twitched slightly, and a spark of colored flame shot toward Togan. A heat wave approached, and Togan rolled repeatedly. Boom! The shockwave sent Togan flying, and he quickly rolled. Bukayo threw out a pale black scroll, Windwalk. The ignited cyan flames roared and condensed, boosting his body to rotate rapidly. Bukayo raised his left arm and bent his index finger. Whoosh! Countless ice blades, like a rain of arrows, smashed toward the Harif. Amidst a series of explosive pops, ice collided with fire, creating a crackling sound. The Harif pressed down with his hand, applying invisible pressure to the black armor. Bang! The protective orb hanging on Bukayo's chest shattered, and the fragments fell with a clatter. He straightened his index finger and slightly twitched his middle finger. A large mass of orange fireballs shot out, whistling as they smashed toward the Harif. The Harif stared at the warrior wearing rings on his hands and black armor on his chest. His eyes shifted, seemingly immersed in the sea of stars and the Milky Way. Digital weapons, protective orbs. Con Token stood up from the smoke. Digital weapons, protective orbs. He had heard that space monkeys could randomly manufacture various items, including digital weapons and protective orbs. But these weapons were limited to the realm of mortals and had no practical significance at the Astartes level. However, the Emperor possessed mysterious technology and could command space monkeys to manufacture digital weapons and protective orbs for the Custodes. While Togan was reflecting, he saw Bukayo's fingers constantly flicking. Flames boiled, wind blades swept through, and lightning struck down. The energy collisions and explosions were incessant, and the Harif's neck bulged as black veins emerged. Bukayo's entire body vibrated with explosions, and amidst the flashing light, he continued to stride forward. The Harif suddenly tilted his head back and let out a scream. The sound bypassed the sensory cells of the ears and skin, echoing in the primitive ganglia of Bukayo's brainstem and invading the more complex cerebral cortex. The eyes of the soul assurer, Bukayo flashed, and the Heraph's psychic scream suddenly quieted down. He suddenly reached out his arm and grabbed the stagnant Hereth. Bukayo swung his right arm and punched the Hereth in the head. Tagan looked at the corpse thrown on the ground and then glanced at the dim light on Bukayo's fingers. The Order Shadow's armory is truly rich, it even contains weapons that are only equipped for the Custodes. Rumbling. The ground trembled as a pair of Warhound's titans strode forward. The Asiya Predator and the Hellhound were encased in incomplete aluminum frames, their dim eyes made of mullioned reinforced glass. A dark light shone as the weapons of the two titans, controlled by the Raffin progenitor, were raised in unison. Chapter 837, The Mentor of Disorder and I Shall Stand Longer Than Hereth in the Torrent of Time. The weapon arms of the Asiya Predator and the Hellhound simultaneously lifted, aiming at the black armor warrior. The Titan crew members' eyes were vacant, their thoughts passing between them, completely unimpeded by flesh, brain, or psychic shock unit. They gained a sense of each other through their communion. The Emperor's angel had turned into an enemy. For the Emperor, in the world of the Titan crew, the Order Shadows were quietly marked as enemies of the Emperor, and their rage transformed into power. Tendrils from another dimension, grasping the Titan crew and raising their mechanical arms to attack, were suddenly pierced by a beam of light. Shadows emerged. Light and shadow intertwined. The mechanical arms halted abruptly, interrupted by the infiltrating psychic power. The tendrils coiled within them radiated a vast, icy coldness. The two engaged in a psychic confrontation that spilled from the mindscape into the real world. Frost appeared on the heads of the stationary titans, spreading rapidly to cover their entire metallic bodies. Inside the hull, the frost crept from their heads down to their skulls, seeping into the psychic shock interfaces of the cybernetic sockets. A distant voice projected, entering the unified thought space world. The tendrils grew rapidly, gradually thickening. Rumble. An iceberg materialized out of thin air, held aloft by the tendrils. Light and shadow flickered frequently, reflecting off the massive iceberg. The iceberg suddenly exploded, shattering into millions of pieces. On every surface of the mirror-smooth fragments, a part of the tendril was reflected. Nimrod. A chilling voice resonated through the Titan's steel bodies, accompanied by cracking sounds. The Warhound's Titan bodies trembled, rising simultaneously to look toward the sky. Black armor and golden wings swept down. Frost spread, and the surrounding temperature plummeted. The black armor became coated in ice. Nimrod's body trembled slightly as he felt an eerie, chilling power invade his mind. The obsidian eyes of the Primarch flickered with light and shadow, feeling the mind-eroding power. He immediately unfurled his consciousness, letting it spread rapidly. The surrounding drifting smoke, scattered metal debris, and everything nearby were brought into his range of perception. The Primarch's eyes narrowed, he did not sense the Raffin progenitor hidden nearby. Whoosh! A piece of grayish-black rock was whipped up and smashed toward Nimrod. His wings behind him flared, and golden flames erupted, incinerating the rock into ash. The Primarch's eyes flashed, ripples of energy spreading out. As light and shadow flickered, he tightly locked onto the psychic fluctuation. The Hellhound's arm trembled, suddenly lifting, its cannon aimed at Nimrod. The Mentor of Disorder twisted his waist and back, swinging his arm, and smashed down fiercely. Before the Hellhound's cannon could lock onto Nimrod, his fist struck the mechanical arm first. Boom! The massive mechanical body shook, the attack interrupted. Simultaneously, the Primarch's eyes narrowed as he brought the real world and the supernatural dimension into his view. At the center of the spreading psychic wave, lay the Hellhound's plasma reactor. On the material plane, a finger-length tentacle covered in black veins appeared. The Primarch followed the spindle-like psychic node, simultaneously peering into the chilling will of another dimension. Beyond the unreal barrier, screams were heard. The torrent of time rolled in. Nimrod saw a young galaxy, with species growing wildly among the shimmering stars. The spreading soul light did not travel through the light waves of the material world, but rather permeated into the real world through the tendrils. The tendrils parasitized the grayish-blue world, the towering steel pyramids, and infested the Aeldari and orcs. The Aeldari were not as delicately boned or possessed the transcendent elegance as any Aeldari Nimrod had seen, like Slaughter. They were taller, covered in patterns, resembling painted savages. If one needed to precisely locate them among the Aeldari population, the old Aeldari were the most similar to the savage Aeldari. The orcs were taller and more robust, generally exceeding 10 meters in height. The muscles of the old orcs were of varied colors, not green like the fungal growths of the current greenskins. Starlight shone, and the Heref stood amidst the conflict, feeding on drastic changes and strife, savoring fragile spirits and the desires of the material world. Crab-like bodies clashed their two tree-like arms. Alligator heads and serpentine bodies spewed green toxic mist. The visions of ancient destruction between the emergence and annihilation of races began to feel familiar. These were the races Nimrod had seen in the filamentous scrolls of the Harud. At one point, the parasitic intelligence turned toward the rising human race. The ancient creature that had devoured countless races mocked in a cold voice. The torrent of time will wash over it, the Imperium of man will also be buried in ruins. As the scene unfolded, tendrils probed into his brain, the voice sounding like grinding glass. Nimrod, you and your descendants will turn to dust. A vision burst into the scene, dust scattering around the circular angelic stels in the ancient pantheon. One scene after another unfolded, completely untouched by the erosion of time, worlds rising and falling around them. Filaments quietly emerged, weaving future illusions. Black armor decayed and rotted, power swords vanished under the scouring of time, battle standards tattered. As a desolate cold permeated the air, everything seemed to become decrepit. In an instant, Nimrod ascended to the third level of the Telema state of mind, the ambitious stirrings of the Mentor of Disorder pulsing. The Mentor of Disorder and I shall stand longer than Heref in the torrent of time. Shining light and dense shadow alternated. Boom boom boom. A series of psychic shockwaves erupted in the unreal world. Amidst the explosions, the tentacles cracked and disintegrated. The iceberg shook violently, the tremor spreading to the real world. Cracking sounds echoed, and Nimrod's golden wings flapped. Do you think no one can discover you? His body exploded outwards, his arms swinging, smashing down like a cannonball. Boom. Nimrod smashed through the gray rock city wall and saw figures standing in the shadows. Among the soldiers dressed in military uniforms and holding laser guns, a figure whose appearance and build held no distinguishing features among the surroundings suddenly raised his head. His body straightened, he was half Nimrod's height. He raised his chin, as if choosing to lift his head rather than being forced to by the height difference between them. His hair suddenly rose, burning with the flames of hatred, and when he opened his mouth, teeth covered in black veins were revealed. He clenched his fist, and as he did, shining ether light materialized from thin air. The Mentor of Disorder's gaze sharpened. As colorful light condensed, it outlined sword edges. Ether blades formed out of nowhere, shimmering with white edges as they took shape. The Raffin progenitor's parasite leapt forward at an almost unbelievable speed, the ether blade hissing as he swung his arm and hacked down. The Mentor of Disorder Nimrod's muscles surged behind him, his power fist glowing with golden light. Boom! Patches of gray rock exploded into clouds of dust. Amidst the deafening roar, Khan Token leapt down, he swung his curved power sword, blasting the charging enslavement into bloody mist. He did not stop his pace, looking toward where the shockwave was sweeping. His gaze pierced through the dust. Today he was finally privileged to witness Lord Nimrod battling the alien leader. Chapter 838. You are too confident, daring to enter my mind. Nimrod and the Heref progenitor moved swiftly in tandem, colliding as if they were dancers. They moved at incredible speeds simultaneously, their golden light and brilliantly shining blades clashing incessantly, sending ripples of energy outward. The ether blade shrieked in response, countering the heavy golden punch echoing from the direction of the giant fist, spinning to stab toward Nimrod's abdomen. Bang! The Heref progenitor was stunned to find that the heavy punch, which should have smashed toward his head, had abruptly appeared behind him. Boom! Golden light exploded against the back of the Heref progenitor's parasite body, tearing open large patches of skin marked with black patterns. Joints snapped, bones shattered. Psychic smoke rose from the mechanism, resisting the violent force. The Heref progenitor's body slid, evading to the right. The heavy punch arrived suddenly, smashing directly into his body, as if he had deliberately charged into it. A strange shadow flickered in the parasite's eyes, falling upon the black armored giant enveloping him. Precognition was interfered with. His form suddenly became blurry and indistinct, the air thickened and warped, gathering into a mass of psychic energy. The parasite's arm spun, using the ether blade to project a thought-driven wave of energy toward Nimrod. Wherever the energy passed, both the material world and the warp deformed, even spreading into the psychic domain. Nimrod raised his hand, blocking a strike aimed at his thigh and knocking it away. The spirituality of the mentor of disorder spread, and the entropy wave permeated the area, tearing at the surrounding spacetime structure. The ether blade suddenly accelerated, surpassing the Herif progenitor's limit. During this bizarre acceleration, the atmospheric composition subtly changed, becoming heavy, and the hue quietly shifted toward the blue end of the spectrum. The ether blade's radiance abruptly dimmed, and it instantly disintegrated, scattering into flecks of light. Two of the parasite's teeth, covered in black veins, clattered to the ground, his arms suddenly became withered, and his body weak and powerless. The ether blade exploded with a bang, and psychic smoke filled the air. The Herif progenitor parasite's arm withered and shrank into a claw, which he swung toward Nimrod's chest. He flicked out his right arm, grasping the withered limb, and lifted the parasite high up. The entropy wave repeatedly scoured, washing over the parasitic body again and again. The black patterns began to writhe, darting about like swimming fish. "You can age this body of mine, but what about here?" The Herif progenitor said mockingly, as everything around him slowed down. The smoke-filled battlefield changed to some extent, mirroring the psychic smoke, which then dissipated with the wind. The flames of the explosive shells turned to embers, and shadows stretched out. The arm holding the parasite aloft rapidly faded and finally vanished. The black veins on his body receded, and his skin emitted a faint glow. A strange smile appeared on his face as he looked around with interest. He looked up at the sky where shining stars hung. He looked down at the ground where clusters of shadows appeared. "This is your mind," the Herif progenitor said leisurely, as if he were a visitor. "My kin told me that Angrans was a blood-red world of slaughter." Amidst the buzzing sound echoing throughout the world, knights clad in magnificent armor and wielding fine weapons fought against warriors holding clubs without any protection. Savage warriors fell continuously, each time smashing a fissure into the blood-red earth. Sanguinious as was, the Herif progenitor's narrative abruptly stopped, a curve forming at the corner of his mouth. "All your genetic forging power, even your psychic energy, is useless here. In this place, I am the..." The confident words of the Herif progenitor turned into a silent choke, and clusters of tentacles erupted around him. Light and shadow moved together. Blinding light tore apart the tentacles. Clusters of shadows coiled around the Herif progenitor's body. The Primarch's obsidian eyes narrowed. "You are too confident, daring to enter my mind." In the outside world, within the minds of the Titan crew members, Nimrod's psychic power, boosted by ambition, could only maintain a balance of resistance. But within the mindscape, he was the master. Shadows spread upward, converging on a single point, the brain. The brain was not on a physiological level, but a supernatural one. The concentrated psychic shock forced the Herif progenitor's mind to splash out images like spilled paint. Stars ignited in this imagined sky, rotating around a supermassive black hole. With every breath, millions of years of light and material pulses were ejected. The scenes connected in the light to form a psychic web, composing light that did not belong to the real world. Under the pressure of Nimrod's psychic will, streaks of shadow outlined the contours of a nebula. The Herif progenitor's tendrils exploded, bursting into a cloud of illusory smoke. The smoke drifted, dissipating in the wind. Trying to run, shadows coiled around the smoke, outlining a colorful scene, revealing the internal landscape of the nebula. As the smoke drifted away, it transformed into swollen, massive orcish cruisers made of scrap metal plates, slender Aeldari ships, petal-shaped vessels of the Harud, and countless bizarre alien voidcraft. Most of the ships were extremely ancient, belonging to races humanity had never encountered, except for a few metal tombstones recording ships and wreckage orbiting shattered worlds. Occasionally, Baroque-style warships dense with crenellations and a few Imperial Gothic warships slipped through the void. Nimrod's eyes narrowed as he focused on the elegant fleet. Every warship was a crystal spindle in an exquisite pod, like a palace floating in the void. Force fields flickered, and the hulls, bearing armor and hooks, resembled shining crustaceans swimming through space. Nimrod's consciousness continued to seep in, tightly locking onto the source of the bright halo. The physical dimension's appearance receded, revealing a web-like network of veins. Asteroids spun. Fragments floated. A ring of orbital debris circled a broken, dead world, which in turn slowly orbited a dim, almost extinguished giant star. Just as Nimrod was imprinting every detail of the psychic mark, recording every space and celestial phenomenon in the star cluster, an iris suddenly opened within the cluster. A giant eye densely covered in tentacles stared fixedly at the black-armored, golden-winged figure. Boom! The star of the shattered galaxy suddenly decayed, its light shooting into space. Nimrod. Amidst a voice laced with hatred and terror, a streak of tentacles suddenly ignited, slicing through the tentacles like a blade. The tentacles fell off neatly, and the entire world vanished with them. A wisp of tendril materialized out of thin air in Nimrod's right hand. He reached out and grasped it, pulling the falling corpse along. I didn't expect it to go smoother than anticipated. The Herif progenitor actually penetrated deep into my mindscape. Not only did I seize the opportunity, like Lion, to scout out Herif's source world in the northern galaxy, but I also obtained Herif's true body, which I can now use as a divination medium. Thump thump thump. Every one of Muspel's enslaved stopped in confusion. The reactors of the Asiya Predator and Hellhound suddenly ceased operation. A psychic roar sounded within every Herif parasite as the progenitor fled, losing its psychic focus in the real world. Khan Token looked up at the sky. Lord Nimrod was tightly gripping the powerful alien leader's parasite body.
For more thrilling fanfiction stories like this, check out my channel Fanfic Audiobook. Dive into epic adventures, mysterious realms, and legendary journeys brought to life through immersive storytelling. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more amazing audiobooks.